panels. This is just the wiring harness. Literally was just stuffed back in there, and I'm gonna clean it up when I put it back. But we need to run some wiring from the front to the back. We are going to be running speaker wires. We will have 2 crossovers in here under the dash for the front component, 6.5-inch speakers, and then we will run the wire down through the trough right there where the other wiring will go, and it goes up into a little indentation in the dash right there on the end. You can see it. I did clean up underneath the mat completely, and I also got all the rust and stuff off of this plate where the accelerator pedal goes, and I did paint it black, or plastic dip it black, and you can see a big difference there. It looks really good. Came out awesome. The seats also came out great. Did those with the Duplicolor vinyl paint, and it looks like it's stuck perfectly. There's no more brown left except this brown stitching, and that is acceptable because you can barely see it. I think if I wanted to, I could get like a dye pen and just run across these stitches and make them black. But for now, our goal is to get the ignition switch off of this panel. Here is the switch panel. We are not using anything off of this panel again except for this ignition switch, and we will make a new label or get one. We're not using that, and we're not using the battery indicator, but we are going to take from this round charge thing here, and that is going to power our USB charger and voltage indicator that won't be here till Wednesday, at which time we will have to put a hole in this dash to put our charge indicator in. Don't know where that'll be yet, depends on how big it is, but I'm thinking somewhere in here, maybe right in the center, but we won't know till we get it. So first things first, we gotta disassemble this panel. Back here in the supercar, street racing, awesome kitchen, and we've been doing some tequila shots here, me and Susie. And today we have not this and not this knife, but we do have the instrument panel here from the club card precedent, and we need to go over a few things here. But first we need to get some sort of table condom so we don't mess up the table. This wonderful IKEA table. Get that tequila cap over there. And so looking at this instrument cluster here, we have on this side, this is an older cart, so 2014, so we have the battery dead indicator, which we don't need anymore. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and pop that out. But first, we are going to disconnect. Actually, we're not even gonna take it out. There's no reason to take it out. So we're gonna pop these spade connectors off. And they are in there good. Then what we're gonna do is cut these zip ties, but we're also gonna label this stuff so that if we want to reuse it in the future, we can. guys, welcome back. Here is the carbon fiber dash, and it comes with a, well, it did come with a something taped to the back. Now I have to find it. If I don't have that, I'm in trouble. Alright, I had a mini panic attack because I lost this important piece of goodness. Now, this says for the ignition, locate the metal ring, that's this. Slide the ring onto the stock ignition and install the ignition in the dash. Be sure to install the ring with the notch lined up with the corresponding locating pin on the ignition. So here is the notch. And okay, so there's the locating pin to the pin. And it says, slide the ring on the stock ignition. There's the locating pin. Right there. Goes on just like that. And it says now to drop it onto the floor like an idiot would. Okay. Now, what does it say? Wish I had a new piece for this. Slide the ring on stock ignition. Install the ignition dash. Be sure to install the ring with the notch lined up where the corresponding locating pin on the ignition. Install the plastic ring back onto the front of the dash to conceal the nut. Okay, so I'm guessing, so here's the hole. That's what she said. Back here with the cart, got the ignition switch installed, and these are the ignition wires we labeled. They are green and blue, and we clearly have a label on here, which I'm glad we do. This one goes to green, and I think they were this way. Alright guys, back outside with the club car and the dash. Okay, I got my trusty screwdriver out with my bit, and these things just really just come right out, no problem.
Alright, now I get it.
Now I got to try to figure out how to reinstall this blinker. All right, I got the steering wheel on, and after a lot of back and forth, I got the blinkers back on. Finally figured that out, that I was using the wrong screws. And so the next step is we got to leave all this loose because we're doing stuff behind the dash, and we need to actually be able to slide the dash up, and that will be next. Okay, I struggled with this dash for a minute, but I finally understand, and it looks so good. So high trained. Look at this thing, dude. This thing is awesome. I was like, this doesn't fit at all, and then I realized the back part of the dash has to tuck under the cart, and then this part goes over it, and now it is pretty snug. This is going to be so good once we have everything installed. I'm really excited about this. And yeah, kind of want to paint this steering wheel column. It's all scratched up, so I might do that as well. We'll see. Hey everybody, Brad here. Just wanted to give a quick update on my home theater room. As you can see here, I have my home theater room in pieces. Wanted to let you guys know exactly what's going on here with this guy. So my projector died, my Epson projector, which is now sitting on the shelf up there. The bulb died finally after about 7 years. And I did buy another bulb. First I tried a generic bulb off of Amazon. Installed the bulb. It looked absolutely terrible. It was really cloudy. The picture was distorted. Thought it was probably the generic bulb. So I ordered a genuine Epson bulb, put that in, looked exactly the same. So I think that something in my 1040, my Epson 1040 projector right there died at the same time the bulb died, or that component caused the bulb to die. So I have ordered a 4K projector. Now, if you guys are familiar with projectors at all, you know that 4K projectors are very expensive. Most of them use this method called pixel shifting. So what it does is it projects a 1080p image, then it doubles it and moves it over and projects the second image so fast that your eye can't see, effectively making 4K out of an original 4K image. I ordered an Anker, A-N-K-E-R, Cosmos Max 4K. It is LED powered, not laser. The most acceptable laser projectors that do 4K are about $3 grand. I've spent $1,000, actually $1,100 on a renewed Anker Cosmos Max. Will be here in 2 days. I decided to take this time to go ahead and finish my theater room. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot of ambient light just because the walls are a lighter color. Now, when I built the room, I built it from scratch from a guest bedroom. I created this wall myself. I sanded down the wall, and I used Lowe's Home Cinema screen paint. I framed up the wall using a projector calculator. I made the frame on my miter saw. So I created the frame on my miter saw, and it came out awesome. Looks great. Right away I can see some issues with my wall boxes, a little crooked right there, which are usually covered up anyway. You don't see them. The equipment's pushed right back against them. I designed this for this entertainment center to flow right down here. I ran power and HDMI. HDMI goes from in the wall there all the way up over to the projector shelf up there where the projector sits. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be using the shelf unless it works out when I get the new projector and it projects correctly. And last time I ended up just strapping it to the bottom because the Epson projector had really no way to project. I couldn't adjust the keystone good enough where it could go down enough to hit this. It was literally projecting onto the ceiling. Only thing I'm worried about is this fan being in the way. I've added that since, and I don't know if the projector being on top of this shelf is going to hit the fan, but if it does, I'm gonna have to remove my moon men. Right there, my little astronauts. I think at the very worst, that's what I would have to do because it is a slight downward projection to get to the screen from the center of the lens up there. You can see up there I did a wall box, a double wall box with power and one of those little brush HDM brush inserts, so you can run a cord through it and bugs and stuff can't get through it. The shelf is a glass floating shelf. As you can see, I had the projector strapped to the underside there and upside down. This time I'm going to turn the Anchor Cosmos Max upside down and lay it on top of the shelf because it has a LED star constellation on the bottom. You'll be able to kind of see through the frosted glass there. Now, another thing was my other projector was quite a bit brighter. It has a standard 200 watt bulb. This Epson Home Cinema 1040 right there. The new one is LED. It's quite a bit dimmer, maybe half the brightness. Now I ran this projector up here on eco mode the whole entire time I had it because it was so bright. You could actually have the window open here and still easily project on the screen and see the picture. The new projector, LED, going to be less bright, so I'm making strides to get this room brightness down quite a bit. First thing is the whole entire room is going to be that color. So it's all going to be that dark shade of green. I forgot what the name of it is. It's a dark, like brownish green. I'm going to do the ceiling as well. So I need to take this vent out. I need to remove my rear surround speakers there and get this room prepped and go ahead and paint the whole entire room. Now, if the shelf doesn't work or I have to lower it, then that's going to be a little bit of work, but I think I can manage to figure that out. I'm going to leave my shelf here that has my artwork on it. It's just all movies and TV stuff that sits on that shelf. It's been there forever, even before this was a home theater room. So I want to show you guys this hilarious mistake I made when I first put the surround speakers in. It's so visible up there where you can see where I cut the hole, and I was right on top of a stud and I had to move it and fill a hole. Unfortunately, you can totally see what I did there. It's not noticeable unless you really look. But yeah, so I am waiting for my projector to get here Wednesday. Meanwhile, I've got work to do in this room. I already have everything taped off. These closet doors are going to be permanently removed. They are going to be curtains here. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get rid of that door as well and just do a curtain on the outside of the door. So I think what I'll do is a curtain rod up there with two curtains that hang straight down to the ground right there, black. I think that's what I'll do. Not sure yet, but I think on the inside here you'd be able to see a lot of ambient light from the other room, and my concern there is that. So maybe I'll do two sets, one on the inside, one on the outside, like two on the outside, two on the inside, for a total of 4 curtains that you walk through. That'll also help with the sound deadening. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, just a little update. I still got to take the Echo Show out of the wall here. I got to remove these speakers, this vent, pull the bell off the fan and slide it down a little bit so I can paint underneath that, if I can even get that down without removing the might not be able to get that down without removing the fan blades, which is going to suck. So I'm going to start working on that now, and I'll update you guys in another video. Hey, what's up everybody? Brad from Supercar Street Racing checking in with you on Wednesday. Just got a couple of texts and some emails saying that my new car is going to be here on Saturday. So my car is being picked up from Chesapeake, Virginia, and apparently it's going to get here on Saturday. So it's costing about $500 to ship. I think that's worth it to not put miles on the car. I wouldn't say the car has low miles, but the build has low miles. Not going to give you guys any more clues, so So to reiterate, the dealership sent me a text about 30 minutes ago. Just wanted to make sure that I was available on Saturday. The car is going to get picked up tomorrow from Chesapeake, Virginia, and we'll be here on Saturday. I'm going to keep you guys posted. Super stoked for some projects coming up. A lot of good racing for sure. You guys know that we're going to do some racing, right? If the car's fast. We still haven't figured out what it is, so it may just be a Toyota Corolla. You never know. Might be a Smart. I have had one of those too. Stay tuned, guys. I'm going to update you guys with a video when this vehicle comes off the truck on Saturday. We're going to have a whole big thing. We might do a live stream at that time. Later, Gator. Okay, so I don't know what happened. These two came over and then this happened.
Oh my god! What?
What did you do?
I don't know.
What is all this?
What? Crazy.
What's going on, everybody? It is Monday and I am so frustrated right now with UPS. My wheels and tires were supposed to be at the shop on Friday. 3 of the 4 wheels and tires were delivered. The other wheel and tire has been saying out for delivery for 2 days now. I am at my wit's end with these guys. I've called them 10 times. Nobody can tell me where my package is. Today we've got an unboxing. As you can see by the title, this is the G paddles. This is to convert your button style shifter that was on the AMG, the early AMGs, to paddles. Let's take a look at this. Go ahead and open it up. This came from England. Just be aware if you order these that you will have to sign for the package. It kind of took me off guard and got to the post office today. There were 700 people in line for the holidays. But thank goodness that some lady walked out and said, is anyone just picking up? So first thing I notice is the package is almost open, but oh well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. It says that the G paddles are inside and that there's instructions here. Literally was hardly closed at all. Go ahead and get that rest of that open. See what's inside here. Looks like we got some instructions here about that they emailed me. The real instructions. And we've got this other page here. So there's one thing you got to know about this. The factory button holder, which you will see when we install this, is very delicate. They do not make that button holder anymore. If you damage it, you need a new steering wheel. There are ways to get this thing out though, involving heating that unit, that button holder up so that it's more pliable. If you don't, you're going to break this little tab off. Picture it like this. Basically, this is not dirty looking at all, is it? There is a little button holder. The stock button is has 2 tabs on the side like this that fit inside these little round things. Okay. To get that button out, you have to pop those little tabs out. But when you do, most people break off this little circle that covers it. It's almost I don't even know how to describe it, but the pin goes inside this little half circle that allows it to turn. Most people break that off right there because they just are in too much of a hurry and they don't heat the housing. So inside here we've got this nifty little, I guess it's an air freshener, British flag air freshener. And then inside here we've got G paddles. So they are silver. You can get other colors, but I mean, if you really want other colors, just paint them. That's G paddle number 1. So there's the mechanism. So if you see what I'm saying here, these 2 pins, right there, they fit in 2 little circles that are pivot points, and this part presses the actual button, and this part would be this left side, I believe. So when you pull it towards you, it pushes the button. So that part inside the holder, button holder, that's part that goes around this pin is what people usually break off. So here is button number 2. I will put the instructions for this with this video. There's button number 2. So it's going to probably be like that, I'm guessing, but the opposite of the way it's facing you. That side would face you. There's the two together. So look for video number 2 of this, which would be installing these beautiful G-paddle button replacements. We'll throw these back in here right now. And any day now you can look forward to a video of brand new wheels and tires. I won't tell you anything about the wheels except that they are matte black. And I was kind of trying to save that, but I gave it away in another video. So look for that video coming up soon, and we'll see you guys in the next day or 2.
Guys, welcome to part 4 of Supercar Street Racing reacting to his own 15-year-old racing videos. Today we're going to take a look at another batch of videos that were recorded somewhere between 2006 and 2009 with my single turbo hardtop Supra. That car put out about 804 to the wheels when it was upgraded to the larger turbo. We've got some great videos for you today, so stick around. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and this is part 4 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos, and there are some pretty crazy ones out there. Today we're going to be taking a look at about 5 or 6 more, depending on how long they are, and we will react to them and kind of talk about what was actually happening in the videos. And so you can see right here, the first one up is, I think, a second look at me doing these burnouts at the Luxor Hotel. And basically this was for Supra's Invade Las Vegas somewhere around 2007, 2008. This might be 2008 or 2009. I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, I lost all the original videos. I lost the original channel. And these were all downloaded from another source. So I see some content that might get copyright. So I'm going to go on past it. It's all Talladega Nights stuff. And so I'm going to go right past that so we don't get copyright. Right? I want to make sure this doesn't have copyrighted audio either.
U.S. Interstate 15.
Here we go.
Just a flat-out high-speed burn through Baker and Barstow and Purdue. Then onto the Hollywood Freeway, straight into frantic oblivion.
Here we go. Well, much better video. Really good quality this time. All right.
That was one of the dumbest driving I have ever seen in my life.
Okay, so that was it. So that was just that was me at the Luxor Hotel going insane and doing burnouts, and this was a different angle. Cargasmic was this really cute girl that I absolutely had a crush on back in the day. I don't know whatever happened to her. RSA Supra is my buddy Ryan, and he wishes me a happy birthday every single year. We haven't talked for a while, but yeah, he does follow up with me on a regular basis. Okay, so I think this is me on the dyno once I got the GT74X, the injectors, and a 4-inch downpipe. Let's take a look. Yep, this is being tuned. It's all a brand new setup. This is at Dyno Extreme, I think. So that high-pitched sound that you're hearing, turn down the audio a little bit. That high-pitched sound that you're hearing is actually the camera. It's not the, that's Justin Nenny tuning it. One of the best tuners on earth.
796, dude. You're 3 horsepower away.
796 wheel horsepower. Pretty good amount of power there on the tune from Justin Nenny. He was one of the best super tuners on earth, and I don't know if he's still doing it anymore or what's going on, but he would come around and everybody would pay him big bucks to tune. Okay, checking out the time here. Yeah, we got plenty of time left. So this is actually me at, I can't remember what drag strip. This guy was replying to this video, and it was actually him, but he was saying he's not good. Actually, this is me proving that supers are terrible on the drag strip. I have a 1,000 horsepower car that runs 12s, but here we go. No traction whatsoever, straight tire. I think I might have had drag radials. Can't remember. I don't think they even got the time. 12. Really, really bad launch.
The limit to the pits is 20 miles an hour. I mean, on the return road, 20 miles an hour, and the pits 5 miles an hour.
So this was on drag radials because I see my stock wheels, and I did not know how to launch the car at all. This was my first attempt at the drag strip. That's me trying a burnout. It took me a while to even figure out how to do a burnout. My clutch was really stiff, on-off clutch, carbon-carbon, RPS carbon-carbon. Bad launch. No times. I don't get why we didn't show the times on that video, but we didn't. It's me trying one more time. Good burnout. This racetrack closed down, by the way. I think this was Palmdale, California. No, it shut down after this. Bad launch. I think I blew a coupler or something. Something happened in that last run. So that was me. The only time I took the car to the drag strip, and I think that was Palmdale. Pretty sure, 100%, that was Palmdale. So this next video is in LA, and I think there's some good street pulls here. I went past all the profanity and all that stuff at the beginning because I used to think that was cool in videos. I don't anymore because they will demonetize you. So let's get back to, there's some stuff in here we can't play, but here we go. This is on 100 octane fuel. Yeah, there's some more profanity. There's me passing the cameraman. And me next to the freeway. It's so hard to tell how fast I'm going, but look at traffic. I lived on this hill, by the way, so that's why we were there. That's why we were there shooting. I lived on that hill in an apartment with someone, so that was like our view from the backyard. We had that view of the freeway, and unfortunately all the noise as well. Alright, so this next video is pretty famous, and it was big on my old channel. I re-downloaded it. Of course, it's old school now. Nobody really cares, but this is going to Cars and Coffee in LA, and me and my buddy Cal, who also is big time into Supras, we left and we followed a bunch of Lambos and messed with them and tried to get them to race us. I don't know, it was childish, but at the time I thought it was fun and cool. And we did, and we have the dumb Fast and Furious stuff in there too. It's just, looking back at how childish this was, I have to laugh and say why. But yeah, so here we go. Let's check this out.
What's the retail on one of those? More than you can afford, pal.
Lamborghini.
I said Lamborghini where it said Ferrari.
Smoke.
Really, really old video.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's a Murcielago. They're both Murcielagos.
He said they were Murcielagos. I don't know if you guys could hear that. So we're just literally trying to get these guys to mess around. And then he cuts us off. So I just went around him.
You scared the shit out of me.
Ah, profanity in the video.
Fucking going loud, right? Why they pull over?
Well, hopefully profanity on the screen doesn't get demonetized. I didn't know that was in there. That's what happens. They'll probably demonetize, but we'll see. Alright. So this appears to be Dyno Day at Dyno Extreme 2006 with my bigger setup, which is interesting. I must have gotten the bigger setup in 2006, so these might be 2004, 2005, some of these videos. So here's me on the dyno, let's see. Looks like I made 802 on this pull. The sound that comes out of the camera is not real. So here I made 811, I won the dyno competition. We were up in the boost, I think, a little bit at a time, I believe. Yep, I made 811 right there on race fuel. E85 didn't exist back then. And so that is part 3 of the... Actually, this is part 4. I get confused. This is part 4 of reacting to my old racing videos on YouTube. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. We will be back with more parts. We have about 60 videos to review here. So we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Like and subscribe, please.
Welcome to Florida, where we had a hurricane. It's completely sunny and pouring down rain in Florida. Yeah, this is Florida. This is for Philip, who just bought this car. Just thought I would go ahead and take a video. So it has hood buttons. Just push those two in, and you need a hood prop. But there's a pic of the engine bay, spotless. When you close the hood, the little buttons just kind of close back. The latch does work. You just gotta finagle between the two buttons to get the latch to go down, but you don't really need it. But there's a look at the car. And there's the back. Wheels, tires. Might be a little dark inside, but there's the interior. Front. There you go, man. If you want anything else, if you want specific pictures, just let me know. A little later. fight, people.
No, they know you're watching. They're not gonna do that.
Damn it. We are out here, and that behind me that you can't see because there's a big truck blocking it, that is New York City.
In 1,000 feet, use
Thank
the
you.
right lane to exit right.
Right, so the truck and the navigation system room, that's New York City. Right over there, if you can see it. And we are headed to the train right now to go to
Exit right to exit 15W,
Right.
I-280, Newark, Kearney.
New York City, right there. All right, there is something related to a city right over that bridge. We're headed to the train station right now. That looks like part of the city. Don't know which part. We are going to the city, guys. Hello, New York. All right, here we are, Secaucus train station. Getting our tickets to head on the train. And we will be on the train here shortly. Cool. Say that again? Huh?
Must have just missed it.
4:53. Oh, it's no, it's in 7 minutes.
Oh, 9 minutes. Yeah, I'm good.
Out here, waiting for the train. There is the city. World Trade Center. Late train.
Probably gonna smell a lot of weed. Weed's legal, so just saying, don't be
shocked.
Yeah.
Train is late. Oh, I hear it. There it is. There's the train. I think it's moving. Oh, split level even. You gotta love that, man. Where's the drinks now?
Oh, we could have got
Where's the bourbon?
We could have got beers. We should have gotten beers.
Cool train.
And we got better cars. The Wayne line, like the Gladstone branch line, they get the older shit. And they don't run as frequently. So I don't know anybody that goes from Wayne, because the other thing is, you know, so
This one you just stay on the whole way, right?
yeah. Or like I said, if you like 5 stops, and then, but still, it would be, you know, 45 minutes to 1 hour straight to the city.
And they, these guys buy the fake phones on YouTube and then they dissect them to see what's inside. And we'll get the phone open and go to the fake phone. Here we go. Right on the train.
I got 5:30 with mine, so.
Airplane, stay clear to closing doors, please.
Okay, we got in. Yeah, we did. Yeah, man. Oh, some history down here, man. All right. See daylight. Oh, feels good. Oh yeah. Right up to Applebee's.
All right. We got to go to 48.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Love it.
Yeah, man.
City's awesome.
That's the cool thing, you know?
It's so cool. Weather's perfect because we're walking, so you don't need it to be hot.
Right. ice skating rink. Wish it was sunny, but
I don't know. He's inside it, not getting wet. It's a miracle. That is cool. Thing goes up far, huh?
yeah, this is sort of cool. Like I said, they say for the history of television.
Yeah.
You'll take your phone so the full QR code is visible.
Thank you.
I covered ground.
Welcome to Top of the Rock.
All right, here we go. Top of the rock. The tip top of the rock. Wow. Dang, look at this. That is insane. Wow. Check it out.
Do you know what it is?
We go up again. No way. Top of the rock. The most insane view ever. And we keep going. Oh. Cool. If you're scared of heights, this is not for you. I'll tell you right now. Oh. Check it out. Line up the rail.
Jest tego wielowarstwiana, jak na tym jednym
Fahrenheit y lo otro va a 18 centígrados. Vale, ya está. 그래도 오늘 아까 거기에 틈들을 갔다 와가지고 한번 이렇게 딱 거기 여기 사이는 안 갔지만 여기만이라도 갔다 왔잖아. 중심거리만이라도. 그래서 갔다 와가지고 그래도 본 거야. 근데 이렇게 세세한 곳이 있을 거야. Es un amanecer.
They put big, they look like Christmas ornaments in the middle of it.
Oh, nice. MSG, man. Boxing. Wow. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing. And today we're going to talk a little bit about why I switched from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci 18 and why you should do the same thing for your video editing. Welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day today, and I'm glad to see you back on the channel. Go ahead and do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button, and let's help grow the channel so that we can enjoy looking at some of our favorite things here. And today we are talking about why I switched from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci Resolve 18, which you see running right here, and actually rendering our video for the Amazon Fire TV experience on the Amazon Echo Show. So backing up a little bit, I started using Premiere Pro several years ago, probably about, I don't know, it must have been at least 10 years ago. I've used it since the very beginning. However, most recently when I started growing the channel, I was able to get a much better editing system. As you see here, I have an RTX 3080 Tough, and I was finally able to do some good editing on this channel and try to bring the channel up to a standard that will get more views and actually generate some interest. To make a long story short, I have a brand new computer here with a 12-core AMD processor. I've got the RTX Tough 3080, and I've got two monitors here that aren't even 4K. That will be the next upgrade to the channel, some 4K monitors that I can edit on. For right now, these only do 1080p, but you can see back here in the background, DaVinci Resolve running amazing, doing our rendering for our new video for the Fire TV on the Echo Show. So what's the first reason I switched over? So honestly, I had a lot of issues, first related to my old computer system because I was running an older video card and I had not made the investment yet to a nice modern RTX series graphics card. So I was having a lot of issues with that, renders crashing and things like that. I did eventually figure out that I needed a new video card, of course, because I was also taking hours to render my videos and I needed to speed up that render time and try to figure out what all those bugs were for. Ended up buying this whole editing rig. I've got the RTX 3080 as I talked about before, and I attempted to use Premiere Pro. Now, one thing I noticed immediately about Premiere Pro was that even with the RTX 3080 and using the H.265 codecs for NVIDIA, it would still be a really long time to edit a video. As you can see in the background right here, we just edited our Fire TV video in DaVinci Resolve 18. We did render that in 4K, and it took it about 13 minutes and 20 seconds to render a 4K video, 4K 60 frames per second in DaVinci Resolve, and the video is actually over 17 minutes long. So it's actually rendering it, you know, less than a minute per minute of video. This same video in Adobe Premiere probably would have taken a little over an hour to render, even with the RTX 3080. And one thing I would also notice with Adobe Premiere Pro is that when I had the Task Manager open, it would be using way more CPU than GPU power, which doesn't really make sense. Now, some things don't use GPU to render, but a lot of things do. And so now I notice with the DaVinci Resolve software, almost everything uses the GPU if you look at the task manager or you look at GPU-Z. So talking about the ability to learn in DaVinci Resolve, if you're used to Premiere Pro, you're thinking about making that jump over to DaVinci Resolve. I'll tell you from experience that I learned pretty quickly on DaVinci Resolve how to do the basic things to get a video up and going. It is a little bit different from Adobe Premiere Pro in that you have tabs for your different things in editing. You have a colors tab here at the front. Here, that's the colors. Then you have your effects, your edit, and they actually have different names here. You have your, what is this called? Fusion tab. You have your color. This actual first one is called media, not color. You have media, you have cut, where you add transitions and effects and everything. You have your edit, where you have your actual timeline. And then you have your color tab, your fusion tab, your Fairlight tab, and your deliver tab. So deliver, basically, if we go over to that tab, is where you do all your exporting, which would be like Adobe Media Encoder, except it is way more intuitive and way easier to use. Fairlight is where you do all your audio work in DaVinci Resolve, and you can add all your audio effects. Color is where you actually work with the color. Pretty self-explanatory there. Fusion I have not used, so I'm not sure about what this is for. I will have to do some research on that and get back to you, but so far I have not had to use Fusion for anything. Of course, you got your timeline here, which is, if you're familiar with Adobe Premiere Pro, the timeline here on DaVinci Resolve is similar to Adobe Premiere Pro, but a lot of your shortcuts and everything are going to be different. The one thing I haven't figured out in DaVinci Resolve is how to free transform an object. Let's say you're going to layer an object on top of another one. In Adobe Premiere, if you double click that object on the timeline, you can actually drag it with the mouse to move it around the screen and place it. I have not figured out if there's a way to do that yet on DaVinci Resolve. I'm still working on that. There's also a couple of other differences that I haven't figured out, like cutting and pasting transitions is not available as it is on Adobe Premiere Pro, but you do have the copy and paste attributes, which I use frequently to copy things like audio volume, audio effects, and placement of objects on the screen. That is all done here in the timeline. You just have to get used to a little bit of a difference in using selecting things to work with them. They're all up here in the right-hand corner under the inspector. You can, let's say you added an effect on the screen next to this in the cut screen, then you would click the actual clip and go up to effects in the inspector, where you can actually adjust all the different attributes on that effect. Or you can do video transforms up there, audio, you can actually adjust the audio levels and audio attributes in the clip from the audio tab up here, things like volume, pan, pitch, things like that. And then your transition, you can actually adjust the transition up here in the transition of the inspector. And then over here on the right side, which you may or may not see in the frame, we have our clip bin here that shows all our clips. We have all of our edit timeline. We have our audio mixer over here as well, and our toolbox and clip details and metadata. So far, so good. Also, let's go over to the cut scene. The cut area shows your clips more like blobs on the timeline, and you are actually able to add transitions, titles, and effects. I do not use titles inside of DaVinci Resolve because I use a 3D font generator online. That's really good. But here you can add effects both to your, you can add video effects, you can add audio effects, which you can also do over in Fairlight. Like I said, you can add titles, which is actually adding fonts to your videos. And you have your media pool here, which shows you all the videos that you imported in for this project. So yeah, I'm just gonna go into the conclusion that DaVinci Resolve is way better than Adobe Premiere Pro. Not only because there's a fixed price for it, Adobe Premiere Pro charges you for a subscription, but the ease of use, the stability has been on point. I've only ever had one crash while while rendering, and that actually happened during the video that I was editing here, and all I did was close out DaVinci Resolve and reopen it, and it got through the rendering process. I had a lot of issues with Premiere Pro not being able to get through rendering processes, and it would fail for no reason. Also, Premiere Pro did have a bug that to this day they have not resolved on some video cards, and that is the software will start using video, or it's not video memory, but memory, actual memory, and it will eat up and eat up and eat up video memory until the computer crashes because there's actually no memory left to run the operating system. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM on this computer. It is awesome for editing, but on Premiere Pro, it would use all 64 gigabytes of RAM and then just crash. I've not had any issues like that with DaVinci Resolve 18. So guys, I hope that you can use DaVinci Resolve 18 too. If you have any questions about it, how to use it, or want to see specific videos about DaVinci Resolve 18, throw it down in the comments section. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next video at Supercar Street Racing.
We're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. Okay, made it up to the top. Hey everybody, we're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. I've got my friend Joe here helping me, Beckett and Company. If anybody's interested or needs any lights put up, he's a great guy to call. Or anything else you need, home restoration or anything. This is how it came. Looks like a big mess, but we're gonna figure it out. And first thing we're gonna do is lay everything out on the ground to make sure of how far we can go with them. I've already got my power source laid out. What I'm doing is, so here we go. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is.
Here, here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking right there and then just go up from there.
Okay.
Or should, oh wait, no. Well, that's not going to really show up on the house, is it? Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, let's start right there. See, I'm afraid to go too far around the corner because I don't want to use up too much of it in case we don't have, you know, 150 foot of it.
Why not just start right there on the edge?
Yeah, let's start on the edge, like what she's saying.
No, I'm talking about up on the...
Well, it's got to be on that under part, and it's got to be, yeah, 3 inches from the house. So, I can, yeah, I think that's, yeah, just do that. Yeah. Well,
2 or 3 inches, that's about 10 inches.
Yeah, do about, yeah, right there. Okay, so we're getting started on our first light, putting it right in the corner by our power supply, and then we'll go from there. We're going to use screws on it. We did stick it up, it stayed, and we're going to reinforce it with a screw. So it's actually pretty easy. You don't have to buy any extra clamps or anything. we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's really cool.
It's called a lift.
It's called a lift. And that's, it's kind of like a mini crane. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I didn't realize it was going to be on this truck. I thought it was like something that you drove around in.
No, it does.
That is super cool. Wow.
Would it help if one of us got on the ladder and pushed that up for you?
The screw's going through. It's got a little tab. Oh, okay, it's got that. Yeah, pretty cool.
They're so tiny. He's sticking it up with the sticky tape first, so it'll at least hold there, and then he's putting the screw in it.
It works a lot better if you stick them.
Yay! This is the best part of it all. Cal, I can go upstairs and hand them through the window. I can hand them through the window upstairs. You're only getting one more try. Throw it in the plant holder. In the window box. Oh no. Throw it in the window box. Oh no, now it busted open. It busted open. Okay, made it up to the top.
Do you need your jacket?
We can train a bird up here.
dark out, but we're making progress. It's light where you are. What color would you like me to put on for you? Pick your poison. I think we're gonna have to, don't you, to get them up there, or what do you have another idea? Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, it's nighttime and we're still working, but God, it looks so good. It is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
Welcome back to the channel, and today I know you guys are all curious what the heck an OTG is, so we're going to look into it. I mean, that's one right there. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you have Brad here, and this is the blue, and we have the appropriate blue light here to celebrate the blue USB-C to USB OTG adapter here. And that is a OTG adapter because it is called a USB on-the-go adapter. Now, taking a look at this USB OTG adapter here closer, you can see here it has a USB Type-C on this end, a male USB Type-C, and on this side it has a USB, it looks like 3.0 because it is blue, and then it has a female USB-C adapter as well. Now, what could this possibly be for? Well, we're going to take a look at that right now. Guys, here we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we are going to be trying to figure out what the heck this guy actually is used for. And so we are in front of a charger, and now we are taking this guy right here and we are plugging it into the device that we are actually using right now. And I am telling you guys now that it is plugged in. And I am taking this USB-C charger, and now the USB OTG adapter is glowing blue. You can't see it because we're on the phone, and you cannot see that I am plugging in this charger to the end of the USB OTG adapter, and I'm going to tell you guys what happens. Okay, so on the screen, the charge indicator just went on. That is wonderful. So now the phone is connected to the USB on-the-go adapter. OTG means on the go, and it is glowing blue and it is charging the phone. Now let's go take a look at what happens next. Guys, in front of me right here, right now, we have the Kingston HyperX Quadcast microphone, which has a USB Type-C connector right here on the back. If you see through here, right there, USB Type-C connector right on it. I don't know why my focus isn't working properly. We have USB Type-C cables here, so USB Type-C on both ends, and we have USB-B to USB-C here. Let me get these open and we'll show you why. We now have one USB-C cable open, one USB-B to C cable open, and we are going to take this USB Type-C cable. Plug one end of it into this super fast charger. This is a 10-foot long cable. Now we are plugging the other end into the USB on-the-go adapter, which you cannot see because it is connected to this phone. Let me get that plugged in now. Sorry for the craziness. I'll stop down and do that. Okay, we have the USB-C plugged into the on-the-go adapter, which is then plugged into the phone that we're on now, so we obviously can't show it. But now, what is this guy for? So this also plugs into the phone USB on-the-go adapter that is connected to the phone, but this end actually plugs in to the microphone here, or any USB-C device right there, which I cannot do with one hand, most likely, so let me do that now. Okay, we've got our USB Type-B plugged in, or Type-C rather, plugged into the Kingston HyperX. Now the other end goes into the USB on-the-go adapter. Let's see what happens when I plug it in. Absolutely nothing. It's supposed to light up. This might be upside down. So I read somewhere on the instructions that this only works one way. So let me get that turned over. Guys, we have let me turn the mic around. We have this working. It did not work at first, and I thought for sure we were gonna have to send this back, but yes, we have the HyperX mic now powered by the phone. Let me go ahead and zoom out. Guys, yes, we have this working. This USB B to C cable is plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is we can record directly to the phone and we don't have to go through the PC to record, and we can charge our phone at the same time because we have this on-the-go adapter plugged into the phone right now, and the mic is plugged into the phone. If you do this without the on-the-go adapter, you're basically just draining your battery and you're running the light on the microphone as well off your battery on your phone. So this allows you to do both. So this is exactly what I wanted you guys to see on this USB Type-C on-the-go adapter for any device, and we will take a look at it online now. Hey guys, welcome back to another unboxing and review, and today we are taking a look at this, whatever it's called, a blue brand, whatever blue brand is, USB-C on-the-go adapter, 2-in-1 USB-C to USB female with 60-watt PD charging port adapter compatible, Samsung Galaxy, blah, 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 Google TV Blue. And this is what it looks like. Now let's go take a look at what USB on the go actually is. USB OTG, USB OTG Wiki. So it says right here is a specification that was first used in 2001. So basically it just allows your phone or tablet to be a host. So you can use flash drives or mice or keyboards or anything like that on your device. I know it sounds weird, but yeah, they won't plug directly in. Now, I don't think all of them will plug directly in. This microphone here that you can't see, this HyperX Quadcast, does work directly connected to my phone with a USB-C to USB-C type cable. Now, the reason that we got the USB-C on-the-go adapter is so we can charge the phone while we have a peripheral hook to it. Now remember, your phone only has one USB port, so how are you going to charge it if you're using the port for something like a USB microphone? So yeah, the USB Type-C on-the-go adapter, it introduced the concept of performing both host and peripheral roles. So wherever two USB devices are connected and one of them is an on-the-go device, they establish a communication link.
The device controlling the link is called the host. The other one is called the peripheral. And USB OTG defines roles, USB A and USB B, specifying which side supplies power to the link, which is usually the host. The OTG A device is a power supplier, and the B device is a power consumer in the default link configuration. So that is how it works, and that is where USB on the go was initiated. And here is one right there, and it doesn't have a way to charge. So how are you going to charge your phone if you just have that? It needs to have a splitter on it as well. So yeah, you can see here a phone connected with a USB on the go to a bunch of stuff here. They've got a mouse, a keyboard, a charger, and you can even get one that has a HDMI on it, like a hub, and you can display your phone on a monitor. So here's some more information about USB on the go, which I will place in a link in the description. And now let's go back to Amazon and take a look at the one we just got. There is the beautiful blue OTG adapter, is what it says on the box, assuming because it's blue. I don't know, it doesn't say. It's a Asdor. And it has a one USB-C 60-watt charging port, one USB 2.0 port, and it says supporting connecting with USB port for high data transfer, and USB on the go 480 megabits per second. Use it for things like computer peripherals like flash drives, keyboards, hub, mouse, and more. It says it's widely compatible, and it lists a whole ton of stuff on what you can put this guy on. It says it supports 60-watt PD fast charging. I did not verify that on the phone that it was in fact fast charging. I probably should have done that. And it has nylon braided cable here for you. Taking a look at some of the other things you can purchase that are notable. This one right here is kind of the same exact thing. It just has braided pigtails instead of having it on a dedicated box here. Some questions here like, will it work with an external hard drive? It says yes, it will. Want to connect my mouse on USB port and monitor on C port, but this is not how that works. This is not a Thunderbolt port. This is not Thunderbolt. You cannot put a Thunderbolt monitor on this. USB Type-C is not Thunderbolt. A lot of people don't get that. You can have a USB Type-C port on your computer and it will not always be Thunderbolt. You have to have a specific USB-C Thunderbolt port to use that with Thunderbolt peripherals. There are 53 total questions here, and you should go through these if you're thinking about buying this product. And let's go take a look at some of the reviews. It has 4.3 stars, some of the 1-star reviews. Let's see what those are. OTG port stopped working as soon as power is plugged in. That's not the case for me. The lovely microphone here kept working when I plugged power into the device, and it did charge the phone. It does not work with an Amazon Fire tablet, but please remember, Amazon Fire tablets are not Android tablets. They are specific to Amazon. Yes, they use Android as a base operating system, but they do not have a full Android kernel. Just like GPS doesn't work on my Amazon tablet with some speedometer apps. This says does not work at all. I beg to differ. This is not made for freeing up a USB-C port on the computer. Not at all what it's made for. Terrible review. Doesn't charge and transfer data. Mine does. Charge and let the microphone work. Unless there's no audio on my phone, which it does. It did say it was recording through the Type-C port. So let's go back and see if there is actually audio on my clip. We are looking for the clip that I just recorded. Let's see. This should have audio in it. Let's open it up in the video player. It's plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is verified that this review is garbage. At least in this case it was garbage because mine works fine. While it is plugged in to power, it does charge the phone and it does let the microphone work. You just heard it. You'll see it on the actual video too. This guy says it was just a charge extender and it didn't do anything else. I beg to differ, so I don't know what these people are having problems with. But let's go to the 5-star reviews. Works as advertised for iPad Pro. Works for a 3D printer. Works for connecting a webcam to Chromecast. Worked with a portable hard drive. I haven't tried a USB stick, but I'm sure it works great. Works for Octave 4. I mean, we could try a USB stick. I have a bunch of USB sticks in here, and I have the on-the-go adapter ready to go. I actually have other things in here as well. I will definitely test that out and let you guys know if it works. I don't know if I have anything on the stick itself. I mean, I guess why not? Let's try it. Okay, I'm gonna get this USB stick fired up and grab the adapter. All right, we got the on-the-go adapter, USB stick. I don't know what's on it. I'm gonna plug it in and see what happens. Aha, we got a USB indicator. But it just says charging connected device via USB, which is not correct. Other USB options, okay. USB controlled by, you can select this device or connected device. Okay, so there's other options. You can actually transfer files, tether, MIDI, other things. I don't know why it wants to charge. USB controlled by the, yeah, if you select USB controlled by this device, you can then transfer files. So it does work. Does work. Awesome. I'm hyped. It is working as intended. So yeah, the USB on-the-go adapter, there will be a link in the description to this. It is from AZDDUR. Guys, please like and subscribe to my videos. Please, even if you're not buying the on-the-go adapter, please click the links in my description and purchase your products through them. It helps me and it doesn't hurt you one bit. You don't pay a commission at all. Amazon will pay me no matter what you buy. I don't make money off the channel. I lose tons of money on the channel. And we love you guys and thank you so much for tuning in to Supercar Street Racing and watching this review of this USB OTG adapter. And we'll see you next time.
Here's that new watch, Peel Satisfaction, with a red candle and a blue pill. The peel sat on the new watch with the pill and the candle. That peel sat.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another fun-filled episode. We're right here in the 4K production studio, which was built just for this purpose, and that is to bring you guys the best products and the most fun in a great atmosphere. And you can see here we're loving it in the studio, and today we've got an upgrade right here on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're back in the 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and you've got Brad here once again. And in my hand, I have the Govee RGB IC light strip. Now, we have a lot of smart lighting already installed in the studio. This is actually going underneath the desk to bring out some ambient lighting, and this can be synced up with the other Govee products in here, And so what we're going to do today is unbox this right here and show you what's inside. We have done this before with this product, and then we're going to get this installed on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get this thing unboxed. All right, inside the box of the Govee RGB IC strip light here, 32 feet long. And you can see right here, right now, they give you a little installation steps card first. Just little quick installation tips here. You have a little Join Govee Home little pamphlet there inside as well. We have the user manual right here. And we have the actual RGB IC strip light. Now when you buy these, and if you want the best, you buy the RGB IC. That means it has, you know, like the integrated circuits built onto it and can do all of the cool colors and chases and all that stuff. That's why we got these. Now there are actually two strips here, and they start on one end and they go out in both directions. So they will start at the back and fan their way around the desk underneath, because I have done this before under the bed and I forgot that they had two strips, but yes they do. And then also inside of the box we have this lovely power cable. It is a regular type power cable like would be in the back of a receiver or like an old CD player. It's not the kind that has the big plug, it's the smaller one. Then we have the actual power supply here. This is the AC to DC power supply. Probably I don't know, puts out maybe 12 volts, who knows, doesn't really say. 48 watts, 12.2 volts output power supply. You also have this lovely controller here, and you can see here, right here and right now, that you have two outputs and your lights should go that way and out. So basically what you do is you start on one end and you fan outwards one strip on each one of those plugs. They also give you these beautiful clips. That is if it does not stick, and maybe underneath this desk we will have to use those because it might not work properly. They also provide you with this beautiful, lovely alcohol pad to wipe down before you actually put the strip up, which is supposed to help with the adhesion of the strip and make it stick. So let's get to work. We are underneath the desk right now, and sorry for the noise of the air conditioner, but there is no other way. It is hot in here, and we can see underneath the desk here that we are going to be starting up here where the power strip is, and we will go down each side and around to the front on the desk. And what we will do right here and right now is we're going to be powering this guy right up there on the end of the power strip. That power strip is full. I wish I would have put a bigger one down here. We have almost everything full. And then I will let you guys watch me do the rest of this. And I still have to wire manage over there where I have a mess. Let's get to work. And we are back again in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And I just gave the whole entire studio a cleaning. I finally got up there and cleaned the monitors for the first time. They're a little off right here, but they're pretty easy to just move back in place like that. And they line up pretty good for guesswork because that was all luck when I put those in. But I did clean all the monitors. You can see I cleaned the desk. And I vacuumed the floor, and look at our wonderful Govee RGB IC light strip looking so fresh underneath the desk. And so what I did right here and right now, oops, zip tie left. What I did is I actually stuck them up to the desk, and then I used the clips and screwed those in various places where I knew it might droop. If it continues to droop, I might have to put more or some hot glue or maybe some other type of glue, but I think that's going to work out. You can see the controllers in the back there where you can't see it, and everything is nice and tied up. When I was finished with the RGB IC light strip install, I then proceeded to do some cable management under here that I had not done before, including tying up the new editing PC. This is the old editing PC, that's the new one. I actually tied up the old one, which I recently added so that I can do extra live streaming from here. If I want to do live streaming from like the security cameras or anything, I have an extra computer here to do that with. And like I said, I cleaned, Windexed, and wiped down everything in the studio, and the studio looks absolutely crazy insane. As you can see, whoops, weight dropped, but yeah, check the studio out, guys. And that is how you do production at Supercar Street Racing. And that really does add a lot to the studio. I noticed also may want to do it under the futon over there, to put some light under that area as well, would look cool. Because in the dark areas, you know, it doesn't stand out very well on the webcams up there. We are broadcasting live from the Supercar Street Racing studio in two angles, one there, one up there in the corner, and one up there in that corner. And you can see so fresh on the screen there that we are live. And we hope you guys enjoyed this project. We got another special one coming up that I have to get shot and edited. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
What's up, everybody? For Car Street Racing here. About to try to get these grills off, paint them matte black. So I hear the first thing we do is take off these 4 Torx screws. I'm gonna get my screwdriver ready and do that now. Got my trusty Black & Decker cheap screwdriver out right here. Take those out. Notice right here, this thing's peeling pretty bad. The paint on it, I don't know what that's from. Number 2. Number 3. And number 4. Got that out. Pretty easy first step. Now I heard, from what I saw on these tutorials, that now we should be able to pull this back and get to this grill. You just kind of pull it back enough where you can get in there. Once you get one out, you get the other one out. I'm going to work on that right now. Okay, so to get these clips out, you just push down on them. It's hard to explain, but they're like, you can push your screwdriver down. It's really easy, and then they go through the slot. It just took me a minute to figure out how to get it off of there. There's the grill. And then once you have the first one off, you have access to the second one to reach in and undo the other ones. So go ahead and take off both grills like that, and we'll be right back. Got both grills off the car here, as you can see, ugly chrome. And just got back from getting downpipes done. So there's the stock N55 335i catalytic converter, but here's the most important part: plastic dip. So we're gonna set up a little makeshift paint booth out here with this box. Just a normal, you know, whatever box. We're gonna throw these out here in the sun. They'll dry really fast. Throw this box right here. If you want to pre-heat the plastic dip can, you can do that as well. It helps the plastic dip flow better. Always make sure you spray a little bit out before you start spraying your object, because it has a tendency to splatter on the first spray. So take your beautiful chrome BMW grills, and I highly advise putting plastic around this because it will get on your driveway. So I'm going to grab some right now. One thing also, notice that these grills are dirty. Make sure you get something and wipe the grills down completely. I'm just going to use Windex. Beware of this plastic also flying up and getting onto your freshly painted grill. So put stuff around the plastic here to keep it held down. I'm going to start the cleaning process now. Got the grills all nice and polished with Windex here, and the next step is going to be paint. This stuff is shook up really good. Get the cap off real quick. So make sure when you do this, spray a little bit out first. Your first coat's going to be light. There's a lot of coverage though. You gotta go from every side. It's gonna take quite a bit of time for these grills to make sure that you get everything. Just keep the first coat nice and light, but get everything all the way around. I'm thinking this is gonna take 4 or 5 coats. You got to go from every direction. Make sure you don't get any runs also. Drying time about 10 minutes between coats, maybe 15. That's first coat. So anytime you have the opportunity
and you have pieces out of your car, you always want to take the time to clean. These are places that you can't normally get to. So for example, inside here, I'm going to take this, well, there's my Armor All. So this is medium shine, and I am going to clean this up really nice. All in here. Spray that all down really good. Grab yourself a towel. Notice all that wax and stuff that you could never get to is gone. And if you do like to wax your car, you can take this opportunity to wax inside this area that you will never be able to get to otherwise. Look how nice and shiny that Armor All. Look at that. Would you look at it? Just look at it. Now that looks 1000% better. So I'm a stickler about keeping the car clean, even though it is dirty today. I'm going to wipe it down in a bit when I get done with all these projects that I'm doing. But do you see how nice that looks in there now? And up here around the Alright, that's much better. Much better. Nice and clean in there. Yep, take your wax if you have some, or detail spray at least, and go in these little areas that you can't ever get to. Get out all the old wax and stuff. Okay, we are ready for the second coat. Remember to spray out a little bit to the side before you start. Maybe concentrate on those areas that the first coat didn't get. Second coat can be slightly heavier. Remember to get this from all sides. You've got a lot of ground to cover here. Go all the way around it. And when you do, make sure you get all inside those fins. Sorry about the music blasting in the background, folks. So there is coat number 2. Alright, these have probably 4 coats on them. They look pretty good. Give you a good close-up look. I think they're good to go. I don't see any spots. Oh, maybe, yeah, I do actually. These need more. I'm gonna put another coat on. Timer just went off. These have been baking in the sun for about 20 minutes, and no, that's nice. There's a leaf on top. That's what happens when you go underneath a tree. But thank goodness those look to be dry. I'm going to install them now. They should just clip right back in. Got the grill right here. This thing should just clip right back in. Just like that. That's the first grill. Wow, that looks so good. And here's the second grill. Back in there. Good to go. Look at that, guys. That is such a big difference. I'm going to get these 3 screws installed now. 4 screws. Screw number 1. 2.
all this stuff is difficult with one hand. 3, 4. Got my trusty Black & Decker. Always have Torx on hand for BMW. There you have it, sir. There is the matte black Plastidip grill, ready to rock. Looks so good, so much better than stock. Now the only thing left on the car are these side markers, which I ordered, these reflectors, which I ordered, and these trims, which can be Plastidipped if you really want to. So there you have it, how to convert your grill to matte black with Plastidip on your 335i. Got my multi-tool.
We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting.
Yeah. Down to overheat, initiated. Those things are beasts. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the garage. We have Joe's golf cart here, Dukes of Duval, and today is the second part of our battery installation video for the lithium-ion Mousesaur 48 volt 105 amp hour battery. So in the last video you did see that we got everything out of the golf cart. We weighed the battery, 63 pounds of savings per battery compared to the new battery of what, 105 pounds?
Yep.
All right, so the next thing we have to do here is prep this golf cart engine bay or motor bay, whatever, for the new battery. And part of the problem we have, there is a spine sticking up that runs right between the 50% line here. So what is our plan to get rid of this thing here?
Yep, so we'll obviously have to get in here. We want to do a little bit of measuring, make sure everything kind of marries up to what we want. We don't want to make any cuts or do anything that we don't need to do, right? So I think that we're gonna have to do two things. One, we're gonna have to manage the battery to be able to be seated in here, to sit flush, to sit level.
Right.
And then we also gonna have to manage the wires to make sure that we have an opportunity to have the wires that you cannot avoid that run from the front of the compartment bay to the back to the controller area itself. So we'll have to manage that. We'll figure that out. But I think in the prior one that we did, pretty easy for the most part. You got to work with a little bit, but easy enough. So the plan, obviously, I think is going to try to center this battery up.
Okay.
Maybe we may shift it all to one side, which may be better for mounting all this other stuff that we want.
We could do that. We could go to one side and make more room on one single side for other things.
Correct. Yep. So we'll have to play with a little bit. So there is a little bit of engineering, we'll call it, to get it to fit in there. But again, you know, these are fairly universal. There are some things depending on your golf cart that you may have to do that's different than the rest, but nothing that most people can't manage to with a couple simple tools.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get my Dremel out, I think, because I have some sanding discs, so they're the flat discs. So we're going to go ahead and try to maybe take the flat disc and cut all the way down the bottom of that and go ahead and remove that part. And then we'll see how it looks either one side or the other. But one thing we have to take into account is we do have a power switch. We do have cabling that runs from the side, and we do have the positive and negative cable. So we can't put it all the way until we have our things hooked up and see what if we have any cables that are sticking out, because we do have some battery management stuff and some display stuff that has a little bit of a edge on it. So what do you say we go ahead and grab the Dremel, go ahead and get the vacuum cleaner too, because we talked about cleaning this bay out completely. Got the shop back here, so let's get to work and get this cleaned out.
Sounds good. Let's do it. All right, so looking at this, you know, just a couple quick measurements, taking a visual of it. We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting, but I think we got the right tool to make pretty fast work of this. So again, we have this ridge. We got a couple of little nodules that stick out here that I think are gonna have to come out. We're gonna cut it right flush to this here. So this thing sits directly on a nice flat surface all the way across, and I think we're going to be pretty good. So I have this oscillating tool right here. Should make pretty good work of it. It's not going to be perfect, but again, it's not the end of the world if you have a couple of cuts that don't look good because it'll be covered up by the battery. You're not going to lose any rigidity. It's not going to screw anything up. There's no wires that run through any of this. So if you have this same golf cart setup, you should be pretty good.
Okay, Joe's about to start cutting the plastic here. We got a couple of cameras rolling here so we can see the process. And what I'm gonna do here is hold all of this aside while he goes ahead and cuts. Let's go for it. Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and do these.
Nice.
Yeah, so leave that because that's for my converter.
Okay.
We might have to redo that a little bit, so we'll figure that out.
Redoing like almost everything.
Yeah, and we'll just clean this out and then go from there.
All right, we're out here at the street and we're about to kind of brush down the engine compartment, motor bay with Dawn and water and try to keep it off of the solenoid and controller while we do that. And Joe went ahead and ripped out the old stereo system, which is sitting up here on top. That's all coming out, so that'll be clean again. And then the new dash has a spot for a new DIN radio or whatever we decide to do. Maybe it's a tablet or maybe it's just a phone. And that wire is pretty much out now. That took like 5 seconds to delete. And now all we have to do is just grab the hose and we're gonna put some Dawn in there. We have a brush.
Yeah, busted the hell out of my finger.
Guys, honestly, that's a really good one in here while we're in there. That's so cheap.
So there's no numbers on it at all.
I'm gonna talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna order the right one right now.
Okay, we're back in the garage now, and you guys saw we just cleaned out the bay here, and the bay is actually in really good condition. We got a lot of this goop out with Dawn and a brush. We followed it up with a couple of rags, and now we just pulled the voltage reducer out. 25 amp voltage reducer.
So I'm gonna buy another one right now.
right.
We're bumping it up because we're putting a big system on here. So
Yep, so we got to get something bigger for the big system, and we'll have to run bigger wiring as well. So Amazon has a bunch of voltage reducers. I have one on my cart. I think mine's 60 amp. So you want to buy one that has enough for not only for your amp, but also the rest of your accessories. So you got to run your lights, you got to run your... So Joe's ordering a new voltage reducer to go from 48 volts down to 12 with enough current and watts to work the entire sound system, which is going to be dependent on what he orders for his amplifier. But I'm guessing we'll probably end up with a 5-channel amplifier so we can run 4 speakers and a sub. Okay, we're back out here in front of the cart, and we've made some progress. We actually got a lot of the plastic cut out here. We cleaned the bottom of the cart, and then now what is the current status of this? I see a bunch of cut stuff.
Yep.
But what happened?
Well, so as we suspected, we knew we would have to clear out some of the plastic for it to sit level. We had a couple of other little spots that we needed to do some additional cutting here and here.
Yeah.
We haven't fit it back in yet, but we're pretty confident that it's going to slide back in there, right? Which is good. One of the other things that's really great that we figured out is that I was concerned that the battery link was going to put these wires in play. But the battery itself is going to fit in here perfectly, not leave us much room right here for us to bolt it down this side. We'll figure something out, some way to get it bolted down, even if we just put 1 or 2 bolts in there.
Okay.
But it looks like it's going to literally sit flush, and it's going to literally sit right here where these wires can all remain intact and just off to the side with our connectors that are going to be on this side. Like just perfectly, just fits perfectly, which is great.
And the great thing is also, if we wanted to do an amplifier rack right here, we could literally have this entire side to do an amp rack. We could do like your new voltage reducer, your new fuse panel, and your new amp all over here, and it would be not cooped up here like the other one was.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we decided to do was we're putting in a new radio, so we're going to upgrade some of the things. So the nice thing is that with everything over here, again, like Brad says, it's going to give us plenty of opportunity to mount stuff over here. So the charger will likely go here or go here. We'll put the reducer, the inverter will go on here, which would be good. And then we'll even have room for other stuff here if we want to keep stuff in here, maybe an extension cord or whatever it may be, but it's going to work out perfect. So one of the things we're going to work on now that comes with this is the new charging port. So the other thing we got to make a decision on is that this thing here is some sort of an indicator in regards to the voltage. From an eye perspective, I don't think it's necessary, to be honest with you, but I do see some people are adding them in and putting them down below. But I mean, with the Bluetooth technology and then having the thing mounted up front, I'm not sure that this may be something that we use. This may work for other people, you know. So
I kind of agree. I don't think it's necessary. Like, you all have 3 ways to measure your voltage. You don't really need an analog dial to tell you that your voltage is low, because you'll have that, you'll have your Bluetooth, and to be honest, I don't think you'll ever run it to 0 anyway, so you probably won't ever have that problem.
Nope.
Okay, what's next on the list?
We got to get this. Let's get this charging port connected.
All right, let's
get that done.
Yeah, that's the first port side, right?
Don't want to mount it here.
Nope.
All right, I think we stick, Brad, with here, unless we think we want to put the amp here, but I think we put that right here. I could put the inverter back here, right? And if I could put the inverter and the fuse back here.
Yeah.
The amp could literally probably, if I put this up high enough, it could probably sit on the ground.
Straight down there. Yeah. We could do all the wiring down there on the ground, make it look nice.
Here.
Don't fit. Wrong one.
Really? No. Ain't no way. That's gotta fit, Brad.
Doesn't fit? Way bigger.
These nuts.
This one does, though.
So,
all right, we're back out here with the hole saw, which
Yep.
is kind of tweaked a little bit to the right, but we're gonna go ahead and try to cut a hole here.
all right, so let's talk about this. So what we've done is went ahead and installed the battery charger, which went in very easy, couple tap screws, nothing to it. So one of the things about this particular product is that I've seen in other instances where they supply manufacturer specific replacements for the charging port itself. This one does not. Maybe that's something that they're going to do in the future, or maybe they offer that we didn't see. I'm not too heavily concerned with it, to be honest with you. This is very straightforward to install. So all we're going to do is find an area that makes sense, kind of keep it relative to where it was before. We're going to drill a hole with the hole saw, and this will literally just fall right in. We'll put a couple Tapcon screws, and it's ready to go, and it's plug and play. Very easy.
Okay, where are we doing the hole?
Yep, so center this, and I want you go right here.
All right, you ready to center?
Yep, go. Look at that, dang.
Crawling all over the place.
That is.
Are you serious?
These nuts. Got him. Got him.
Oh, it's way better, whatever you did. It's not wobbling now.
Keep going.
Is it through?
Yeah. All right, stop. Clear that out, and we'll go from the back side.
All right, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and so he's going to go ahead and plug in his printer cable so he can print stuff. So he's going to turn up the, I guess it's called like the, what is it called?
Well, a couple things that we're gonna adjust. One,
regen.
I'm gonna just adjust the regen, and then I'm gonna adjust it's got like a governor on it right now, and I'm gonna open that up.
Look at that blue thing, dude. All right, guys, we're about to throw this battery in because the next step requires the controller to be programmed, and we can't program the controller without power. So that means we have to connect the battery. What side do I go to? This thing's a beast, dude. All right, now we're gonna put the battery in.
Flush. The battery, after we did a couple little cuts in the plastic, literally fits in there perfect. The control for the runoff switch is able to still be usable, which is good. Having a little bit of difficulty figuring out how we're going to bolt the side down. So we'll figure something out for that. But I went ahead and connected it just to do a dry run. Connected it right up. As soon as I turn it on, I can hear my solenoid engage, which means that that's a good sign. Yeah. Turn the key on, and we're already sitting at 52.6 volts. So in theory, right now, this golf cart will run as it sits.
So did you connect the charger to the battery as well?
I did not. We just quickly connected it right now, just to check.
You still have to connect the charger.
Still got to connect the chargers, amongst other things. So this is just kind of a dry run. Okay. So all I wanted to do was get power to see if my controller would come up on my laptop. Yeah. And I'm hoping that it will. So that was kind of the biggest thing. But simultaneously, like, everything's as it is. It's supposed to be.
All right.
So
cool.
Let me see if it...
Check your laptop. All right, Joe's working on the software for the controller while I clean and vacuum the rest of the place.
Dude, come on, buddy.
Come on, dude. Yo, Club Car came with USB ports? All right, guys, we're back out in the garage with Dukes of Duval and his golf cart, and a lot of stuff happened since we talked to you guys last. One of the things that happened was I cleaned the entire dash. So I went in there and I got all of the dash cleaned with the Aerospace 303, which is the Denver zip code. Erica? And it looks so good. And then we also hooked up the display right there.
Very easy, super easy to do.
Tried to hook up the controller, but it's not responding on USB.
Correct, so we're gonna have to look at that.
We're gonna have to check that out later because he wants it programmed a different way. But if you can hear this right now, this thing is ripping so hard, and it went up 1% already, but it was 44% state of charge when we hooked it up. We mounted the charger there, and the little charge indicator there, it's flashing, the analog dial, and then his voltage meter right here. We got the cart completely reconnected, and it's really just time to, since we can't change the controller, all we can do is go rip this thing. So that's the next thing. We're gonna see if this thing actually works.
Come on, eat your dinner. Don't worry about these guys. Don't be scared of a bunch of turtles. Death by 1,000 bee stings. Eat dinner. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are here in the SCSR compound kitchen. And as you look around at this wonderful kitchen, there's some stuff behind me here that we need to talk about. I want to jump on camera real quick and tell you guys hello and thank you for supporting the channel and subscribing and also buying all of your merchandise through any of our affiliate links. Please click on any link in any video and buy your stuff from Amazon. It helps us out greatly. It does give us a dollar or two, but today in the kitchen we have a different mission. We have something sitting on the SCSR table that has nothing to do with this purple folder, but we do have Boom Sounds as a proud sponsor of Supercar Street Racing, and I am giving these away to a commenter that leaves the best comment in the description of why Boom Sounds is the best name ever created for earbuds. And right behind me on the table right here, you do see the Boom Sounds sitting so fresh and so fly and ready to be opened by Supercar Street Racing and reviewed for you guys. So why don't we get to business here? Let's get this opened up. Let's check it out. Let's listen to it, pair it to the phone, see what it sounds like on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. Guys, we're in the SCSR compound kitchen right now, where all the eating takes place, and we do have a new product for you today that is sponsored, RST-T30 earbuds right here for you guys to check out. So the good part is I am going to be giving these away to the best comment in the description. Whoever leaves the best comment, free earbuds for you. So go down below and comment why the name Boom Sound is the best name ever created for earbuds. And right across the street, don't pay attention to my neighbors who are outside, but the Boom Sounds RST-T90, I might have said that wrong earlier, RST-T90s are right here in front of me. Noise canceling wireless earbuds, sponsored. There will be a link in the description to the Boom Sounds, but for right now, our primary goal, get these RST-T90s unboxed, see what's inside of them, get them paired to the phone, and go ahead and see if they actually do what they say they do. Let's get the RST-T90s out of the box now on Supercar Street Racing. Directly in front of me are some little tiny pieces of a log which have nothing to do with these Boom Sounds RST-T90 noise canceling wireless earbuds that we were so graciously donated by the company as a sponsor for Supercar Street Racing. So today we take a look at the box here. There is a manual here. You can go ahead and scan that right now if you want to, so you can download it with your own phone. And right in front of me, it does show a picture of the charging case and the headphones right there. And it says that they are noise canceling and wireless earbuds for your ear holes. And right here, it does say that they have different ear tips, large, medium, and small. I'm assuming all those are actually in the package. And then on the back of the box, it does have the specifications. It has their Bluetooth version, their supported protocols, their transmitter distance, and all of the delicious good stuff about the RST-T90 Boom Sounds headphones is located right on the back. And right on the side of the box here, it does say that it has an environment noise canceling feature. It has a dual mode, I guess that pertains to music and or voice. It has a voice assistant. They are wireless, of course. It has 6 hours of battery life, it says right there. There is a multi-function button on the device, easy pairing, and then also sweat proof. So for those of you who sweat a lot, you'll be happy
to know that these are sweat proof. And that rounds out the side of the box. And on the top of the RST T90s, Red Star Tech has graciously put their logo right there and put their Boom Sounds name right there along with the model number for you guys to see again. But that's a good look at the box. And the next step just really has to be to get these things unboxed and see what they're all about and possibly even charge them. Right in front of me in the SCSR compound kitchen and also directly in front of me are the Boom Sounds RST T90s that Boom Sounds, and they're not really Boom Sounds, it's Red Star Tech, but Boom Sounds is the best name of any product ever. And so let's go ahead and use the patented SCSR scissors to get the Boom Sounds opened up so we can see what's inside. And the first thing we have is the plastic condom. And I'm giving these away to the best comment about why Boom Sounds is the best name for any product in the world, especially earbuds. And it does have two protective plastic-ish condoms on both ends. All right, inside of the box here of the Boom Sounds from Red Star Tech, we do see a case here that looks like it's probably for charging. And yes, there is a USB Type-C on the back, and everyone is moving to USB Type-C as the standard, so it's good to see a USB Type-C on the back. And it does open up just like that, and inside of that little enclosure you can see the actual earbuds right here sitting so fresh and so fly, and they just kind of push down into the actual charging case there. And then over here on this side we have something, yet another short USB Type-C to USB Type-A cable to add to my arsenal of ridiculousness. And then over here we have different sizes of the headphone ear filler things for your head if you have weird or different types of ear holes. You put these guys in there and that is it. Underneath that we have a little user manual. Let's see what this says real quick. All right, taking a deep dive into the user manual here for the Red Star Tech Boom Sounds earbuds. The first page just shows you their Facebook, their X profile, their Instagram, and their email support. And then there's an accessory list here. This comes with the actual charging case, the earbuds, and then a USB charging cable, and some extra tips for different size ear holes like this one. And then down below that you can see it is compatible with the Android smartphone and iPhone. It is compatible with laptops and tablets. So it does support both iPhone and Android. And it shows you how to operate the different modes on the actual device. There's a call mode and a music mode, and to change the mode, you follow these instructions right here. And there is a Google Assistant or Siri option right here. Okay, the last page of the manual just does have specifications about Bluetooth earbuds here, and then it has instructions on getting started, how to power it off and on, how to pair it, and then also reconnecting the earbuds and other things like that. You can go ahead and check out what you're going to have to do to get started with your new earbuds. All right, so the last page does just have a reward. They're giving you a reward on your next purchase for buying the Red Star Tech Boom Sounds RST T90s. So go to the back page of the manual when you get your Red Star Tech headphones here, and go ahead and get your reward so that if you want to order another pair for someone else, you can do that. All you have to do is simply scan the QR code on the back page and go ahead and get a reward for your next set of headphones or any purchases in the future that you wish to do in Red Star Tech. Okay, we are over here at the cam duck, right here, the cam duck. All we have to do right here and right now is plug in the Red Star Tech. And looky here, we already have a USB Type-A to USB Type-C plugged into the cam duck. And right here on the bottom of our earbud container, there's a little USB Type-C thing to plug into. Let's go ahead and get that plugged in now. right, guys, we are out in the supercar street racing sunroom, as you can see right here. And I just got done with my workout using the Red Star Tech earbuds. When I turned them on, they were beeping, and I read on the manual that that may be related to a command that was issued wrong to the earbuds. Now, they do have a button on the side that controls music and things like that when you want to use them with a device that plays music, so you can change the tracks and change the volumes, etc. I was personally using them for my TV here. You can see I still have them in right now, and I did my whole workout with the Red Star Techs. And what I can say about them is they have decent sound quality for the price, and also they do have noise canceling. I couldn't notice it that much on the treadmill, but it did block out a lot of the sound around me just simply by being earphones and plugging my ear up. So I spent about 30 minutes with the Red Star Tech earbuds, and I gotta say, I'm pretty happy with them. As long as you pay attention to the manual and what it says with all the directions and how to operate the multifunction button, which is located on the side of the earbuds, you should be good to go. There isn't a ton of bass, but adding an equalizer to the music should help with that part as well. And the Red Star Techs do come in this nice case here that form fits to the device and also has a magnet in it. So when you put the Red Star Tech earbuds down, it does kind of suck them down into the case, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna go ahead and put a link to the Red Star Tech earbuds in the description of the video. And if you would like to check these out, go ahead and click through my links to order anything from Amazon, but especially these. If you want your own pair of Red Star Tech headphones, go down into the link in the description. And while you're at it, if you wouldn't mind hitting the like and subscribe button for Supercar Street Racing, it helps us out greatly with a few dollars here and there to keep the channel going. And we're so happy to have you as a new viewer or an old viewer if you came back to check us out again. Guys, that's gonna do it for Supercar Street Racing today. Hope you enjoyed the video about the Red Star Tech earbuds, and we'll see you guys on the next one. I gotta go lift weights. Happy Saturday morning, guys. Do I look tired? Because I barely slept. So it's Saturday morning, and the Cars and Coffee meet is today. I'm up early editing last night's video about car detailing. I hope you get to take a look at that. We'll get some video rolling out to the car show later, and then some video from the actual car show, so that's coming up next. Good morning again. We are over at Winn-Dixie here on Bay Meadows Road. We were hoping that some people would show up and roll over to Cars and Coffee with us. No one has shown up at this point. I am waiting for my friend Ben to roll in here any second. And then he and I are gonna at least head over there, and I think there's one other guy coming. But apparently everybody else met at another location, which I had no clue. So just waiting on Ben to get here right now. So here's Ben. We're the only two idiots here. What's up, fool? Car looks good.
Not bad. May have some streaks. I'm not sure.
You want to talk about this car a little bit and tell me what it is?
Sure. It's a 991 Model 1. So it's the 2014 Carrera S.
Okay.
Convertible.
Right.
So 400 horsepower base, rear engine. So tons of traction. 0 to 60 in 3.9, quarter mile in 11.9, about 118. Top speed's around 192.
Very nice.
So pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're waiting for one guy. I guess everybody else met at the town center. I had no idea.
Fair enough.
But some guy's supposed to be here in a minute in his Mustang, if he doesn't crash first.
He's somewhere on 295 in pieces.
Yeah. That'll be after Cars and Coffee when he leaves.
On the way out.
Yep.
Call the paramedics on the way out.
Yep. Okay, guys, we showed up at the meet, taking a look at some of the cars here. Parked over there with the Mercedes right here. Pretty sweet.
There are a lot of cars here. So me and Ben are checking everything out, but as you can see, there are some sick cars here. There's Ben enjoying a cigar, but where's the Hennessy Venom?
Where's that?
Where's the Hennessy Venom? That's us later today, this red and white one.
Oh yeah.
That's what we're gonna get.
Oh, look at that.
Hell yeah. 50 something? Is it 56, 57? No, 60. Pretty sick. Let's go look at this.
Lambos are showing up.
Are they? Where are they parked? Oh yeah. Want to go check it?
Yeah. Okay. Think anybody's gonna have to door S?
For tonight.
Sickest thing ever.
Anywhere between basement and money. Help me finance the cheap.
So sweet. They smell like fresh paint. So we had a really good turnout today at Cars and Coffee. I would estimate probably around 500 or 600 cars showed up. A lot of really expensive cars, some cool stuff like the AMG GTS, and just some things that I've never seen before. Really cool. A lot of BMWs, a lot of Porsches, some Supras, some Mercedes, and it was just a great time. Please subscribe to my videos and like this one, and I'll see you soon. Guys, I might have figured this out, and I think we're going to be able to install this now. It was a process, but I am about to try it. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to show you how to install Kodi on a show device. That's right. You didn't think it was possible. You thought you were locked down, but guess what? If you got one of these, you can put it on there. Back in front of the Show 15 now, where we're going to show you guys how to install Kodi on this device. So the first thing you have to do this is a Show 15. I'm not going to say the name because it will wake up. Once you have the Show 15, you will get a prompt that asks you if you'd like to upgrade your experience to the Fire TV experience. You go ahead and upgrade this device to the Fire TV experience, where you will come back and you will see this little dot right here. See that? Right there. Once you have that, then you're well on your way to getting Kodi. All right, let's quickly go over what you have to do to install Kodi on your Echo Show 15. First, you go into the Fire TV. You go ahead and go to Find, and you search for the developer menu. Developer tools menu there. Here it is. Go ahead and open that. It pops up this little window. You can just hit the back button on your remote or either on the display remote. You're going to have Totalist installed as well. So go ahead and do that, and you're going to have File Explorer installed as well. When you press on them, you should be able to install them.
Now let's go get Kodi TV. So we can hit back button here or back on the remote. So we will need the downloader for that. So back to the home screen. Go to Find. Try that again. Find, search for downloader. There it is there. Go ahead and install downloader. Once it's installed, open it up. Now it's telling you that there's limited functionality for touch. So now, once you have downloader installed, you browse to either this full link or you go to Kodi.tv. And remember, this is limited touch. So if we just go to Kodi.tv, if you don't want to type in that whole link, you're going to have to get the 32-bit version. Go to the little menu here. Go to download. Go to Android, the little Android robot. Get the 32-bit version. The 64-bit version will not work. It will go ahead and download. Once it's done, it's going to attempt to install, which is going to fail. This doesn't work because when you hit settings, it's just going to disappear. So just click done on downloader. Or actually, you have to use your remote. Again, the touch doesn't work on a lot of things. Click the home button here or on the screen to get back to your Fire TV mode. Go into your apps. Find your developer tools menu, open that. Just hit the back button to get out of that. Now on File Explorer, you have to use your remote. Again, see how it says limited touch? You're going to want to go to your downloader folder where you downloaded that Kodi. Select the one you just downloaded. I have a couple in here. So just select it with the middle button or on the screen. Click Cut. Hit the back button either here or on the screen remote. Go to Download and paste it. Once that's pasted, go back again, go into Toutless, right there. Toutless, or whatever it's called. Open that. Find your download folder. Find the app you just copied. It's one. These are old. I've done it a couple of times now. But open up the Kodi app. It will then say continue, and it will install, and it will finish. And then once it's done, you will see that if you go to the home screen now, and you go to all your apps, you have this wonderful Kodi. There is proof that Kodi works. All right, guys, we have a special surprise today sitting right here on the porch, and that's it right there. Let's get this guy inside. This is special, and I've been waiting a very long time for it. Back in the kitchen in the SCSR compound, and right in front of me is something that we've been waiting for about 3 months, and it finally came. And now you know why the kitchen is the appropriate place for this, because this is the Circulon 10-piece set plus bonus tool that I got for free for purchasing this guy, the induction cooktop from Samsung. And if you look right here, there is the induction cooktop that has never been used before. I have not used it one single time. And if you notice right here, it does say induction. Now you will read different things online as to what is appropriate about the induction process and what you can and cannot use. Even though it does say you can use cast iron on this, I would not do that personally. So I have this brand new 11-piece set from Samsung. Now, I do have a funny story about this. When I signed up to get this set for free, they were supposed to email me a code. I did not see the email come in, and I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And of course, Joe and Jared and everybody have been busting my you-know-whats about getting my pots and pans, and I said they never sent the code. Well, it turns out they did send the code, but the problem is when I tried to go click on the link to redeem it, the page was no longer there. So I had to jump through hoops with Samsung to find out that the other set was discontinued, but now they were giving a 10-piece set plus bonus tool. It was supposed to be a 6-piece set. So we got a much bigger free set from Samsung. So let's get this thing over to the table and get it unboxed. It is actually going right down here, and I can throw these other 2 pots and pans in the trash can or give them away. Back in the SCSR kitchen again with the Samsung Circulon free pots and pans that I got for buying this very, very fancy and very expensive induction Samsung range, which has not been used ever. And I don't know if I will because I don't like cooking, but we're gonna go ahead and open this up and see what's inside of the box and get it all out for you guys to check out in case that you want to buy your own set of Circulon. Now this is the 10-piece with bonus tool, 1 set, made in Thailand, weighs about 25 pounds. And let's go ahead and open it up now. And inside of the box is another box, of course, and it is backwards. So that ruined the unboxing completely, I think. But there is the nice steel shield. Cooks like steel, cleans like non-stick. Circulon 10-piece bonus set. Let's get it out of the box. There is the Circulon, looking so fresh and fly, right next to me. And inside of the box that was inside of the box, another box, of course.
Oh!
There better not be another box inside this box. Longest unboxing in history. Hot in here. All right, we got the Circulon box open here, and you can see right at the top there is more cardboard than I've ever seen in any box in my life, protecting these amazing Circulon induction style pots and pans. And there is a good look at a very nice pan from Circulon. These are very high quality. See it stamped on the back. That's the first one in the set right there. Moving further into the set of Circulon, we have a nice pan here. And it has a number right there. Not sure what that is, if that's the size or what. Here's the next one. Awesome pot. One of the lids. Wow. That is so cool. That lid did fit that one. Nice big pot here. There's a lid for one of them. Fancy candle lid. There's something in this box, we'll have to figure it out, but first there is another couple of lids here. One lid right there. And now let's see what is in this special cardboard condom. We have a free spatula. Very nice. Circulon spatula. Very cool. So that is the unboxing of the Circulon. And then now I'm going to show you the do's and the don'ts that are marked right on the box. I'm going to throw a picture of this up on the screen right now, but it says do use medium to low heat, do thoroughly wash the pan after each use with hot soapy water, do match the pan bottom to burner size and center it, and do use caution when touching the handles and knobs, and always have pot holders available for use. Do not leave the empty pan on a hot burner. Do not leave pans unattended or allow food to burn or boil until it's dry. Use cooking spray or oven cleaners. You do not, repeat, use cooking spray on these Circulon induction pans. Inside of the box was a Circulon important safety use and care card. It says you can use a dishwasher, but they should be hand washed if you can. And you do not use cooking spray on these. And then here is your guarantee. These are Irish based pots and pans. It does say when you're matching cookware to ring size, follow the stovetop manufacturer's guidelines. That's pretty much all it says about induction cooking there on the safety guide. You can not use the lid. When you do use the lid, you can't go over 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's all that these cards basically say, guys. I'll also take a picture of both of these right now and throw them up on the screen, and you can take a look at yourself at what they say. All right, we got the Circulon pots and pans all sitting out nicely in front of our induction stove. And there we just fired up the stove, and it is going to tell you how to use your induction control stove. It gives you instructions on how to do everything here. Everything is touch controlled. And here is an overview of what we have. We have the small pot right here. We have a medium pot right here. And then we have our large pot right there looking so fly. And it's still talking to us down here. And then we have our pans. We have 3 size pans. We have a deep dish pan here. We have a small pan here, and we have a large shallow depth pan right there looking so fresh and so fly. And then we got our bonus spatula from Circulon right here that will not scratch. This will not scratch their surfaces. So they wouldn't give you a metal one if they thought it would scratch, and that is a fly looking spatula if I have ever seen one in existence. And now let's go ahead and get all this stuff organized and underneath the counter where it will live for the rest of its life and never get used again. And my stove just said farewell. Alright guys, so I did go get these liners from out of the Supercar Street Racing shed. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can use these at all. They are actually not wide enough, so maybe I get the correct size for it. 17. Let's see if they have 17 inch. Okay, I did order black. I think black would look kind of sick in here, so I ordered a black liner. It won't match the other cabinets, but who cares? Ordered a black liner 17 inches wide for this guy. So tomorrow when this comes, we will continue this video, but for now there's nothing else we can do. We're stuck, so this is where we're stopping down, guys. Out of my shock and surprise, Amazon did deliver the new cabinet liners, the shelf liners for underneath there for the pots and pans area. So we are going to have to figure out cutting these straight now. So I was thinking of maybe trying to use a piece of cardboard to cut these, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do at this point. Usually you would use a razor blade. I don't have a good sharp razor blade in the house anymore. I need to order some. Let's get this thing out and measure what we're going to have to do here and see how much we're going to have to cut this thing. Underneath the shelf now, and our first cut is going to be 11 inches. Our second cut, 23 inches exactly. Let's get it on the table and see how we're going to do this. That would be cool if this was 11. Ha! It's 11 exactly. Oh my god.
Got him!
That's crazy.
Got him!
That's absolutely insane.
Oh!
So you won't really see the back. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm a perfectionist. Okay, so we've got our marks. We'll have to guess right there. But I'm gonna cut as straight as I can. And when you hold it in just the right light, can also follow the dots. There we go. Our first piece is cut, 11. It was exactly the size of... Okay, the next is 23 1/4. Slightly too wide. It's a little bit too wide. This one is too long and too wide. I'm going to take a little bit off of both of these and see if I can get them to fit. Alright, I took about 1/8 of an inch off the top one, and it does fit now. Pretty good. This one needs to be shortened, and it is probably 1/8 of an inch too long, and probably the same wide. I'm going to go ahead and trim this one as well. I went ahead and trimmed both of them and also notched out this one so it could fit right in the corner, and now they both fit perfectly. All we have to do now is get an arrangement for our pots and pans and get them down in there. Let's see what we're going to do. I don't know yet. Okay, my thoughts are put the big stuff at the top. Yes, I don't know any other way to do it. Maybe the big stuff that we don't use can go there. I don't have much cabinet space, guys. Never have. You end up having to stack them. And that will not fit there. Okay guys, this is the final arrangement of the Circulon pots and pans underneath here. I could probably stack some up and do a little bit better, but for now, that's all I need to do. I just do have to get my cutting boards in there as well, so I'm going to go ahead and grab those now and make sure that I can get them in there. But that's going to do it for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I'll have a link in the description to Circulon pots and pans. Go ahead and pick some up for yourself, and we will see you guys next time on the channel. Thanks for watching, and welcome to Learn Your New Induction. Tap OK to start. I don't know, I'm silly.
It's about cock and ass and tits and butthole pleasures.
It's not about butthole pleasures at all.
It's not about this rusty trombone and the dirty Sanchez.
Please stop.
And the Cincinnati bow tie.
Moosh.
And the pussy juice cocktail. And the shit-stained balls.
Moosh, just please stop.
God damn!
Check out the new studio. I am getting it done. And it looks freaking awesome. I am so hyped about the new studio, Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We have something special for you today. I thought I would come on camera on the intro and talk to you guys a little bit about getting my garage floor shark coated. You can see right here in this first clip, we are trying to get the washer and dryer out. But before that, I did a lot of organizing and stuff. Let's get this started. I'm so hyped for you guys to see this. Let's go. Welcome back to the channel. We are Supercar Street Racing. You can see right behind me here, it says it somewhere. And today we have something special for you on the channel. And that is we got the garage shark coated, and you'll see what that means in just a little bit. But first we had a lot of organizing to do, so let's get straight to that. We had to get a lot of stuff out of the garage. And so we did it, and we moved stuff around, and we made it happen. Let's watch. All right, so what you're seeing here basically is me in the kitchen, and I have already taken the cabinet out of the garage at this point. So what I'm doing here is there's a space over my pantry where we were keeping the cleaning supplies, but I decided that I was going to put the car cleaning supplies in here instead, and then move everything from the cleaning supply area for the house underneath the sink. So let's watch. So right here, basically what I'm doing is putting everything for the stove cleaning above the microwave, but actually I ran out of space under the sink later, you'll see. All right guys, as you can see right here, we got all of our cleaning products in here. It is a tight fit, unfortunately, but that is all the space that I have. I also have some overflow going up here where I will put some stuff that won't fit down there, but that's how it's gonna have to be from now on. And now I have to move the car products into the top here on this very top shelf because I can't fit all of the house cleaning products there, so it only makes sense. I just don't have a lot of kitchen storage here, so let's get busy putting the car products up here on this top shelf. Okay, we have finished mostly cleaning up. No, we haven't. We gotta do the rags. We gotta do rags, and then we'll be done with this automotive area. Now, this is just temporary until we get some real nice garage cabinets installed. This is what I have so far. A lot of this stuff is really just in here for the moment. So things like that aren't needed can go up top. Then all my supplies for my car cleaning go right here. Now let's get all the towels folded up and inside of here as well. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and we have finished part one of the video about our new garage floor being put in. Tomorrow, we have to get this washer and dryer out tomorrow with them. They're gonna help me. And you can see that this floor has gone through some abuse in the last 4 or 5 years, and it has tire marks on it, and it actually peeled up the epoxy here when the tires were hot on it, which is why I put the mats down. And you can see that the mats have basically melted onto the floor. But as you can see, I got the cabinet out of here today, completely out. I got cleaned out underneath it. Unfortunately, we can't take out the hot water heater. I was gonna do tankless, but I don't have enough service. I think I only have a 100 amp breaker right here, and you need at least 200 amps
I can't do that. We got all of our products out of there, out of our garage cabinet, up into the cabinet up here and up there. We got all of our cleaning products out of there and moved them down underneath the sink right here. And then we put the rest of the overflow right up here on top of the stove. Now in this clip here, you can see the guys from Shark Coatings did get here pretty early in the morning, actually earlier than they were scheduled to, so I was kind of not ready at the time. But right here in this clip, you can see we're trying to figure out getting the washer and dryer out. Now just remember, this washing machine is actually 2 washers. I do have the thing below it that's a small washing machine. This thing is heavy, and my hand truck has flat tires, so we did struggle a little bit getting this washing machine out. The dryer wasn't so bad at all, and we took those and put them on the side of the house because they had to be out for 48 hours, where we covered them up with a tarp. So let's check it out.
All right, guys, you saw my garage floor get shark coated. Such a cool process. They had those huge grinders. They ground everything down, and then they put the surface coat on there. And now what you're seeing on the screen right here is me prepping this back wall. Now, I took the bench out, and the bench had electrical running under it, so that left me with an issue that I needed to put electric down closer to the floor and over by the wall for my sprinkler controller and my landscape lighting timer. So what you're seeing right here is me doing the electrical work in the back of the garage. All right, we are out in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, and you can see right here and right now that the floor has been shark coated completely. They did that yesterday, and I let it dry overnight, and it is safe to walk on, but not safe to put the car on yet. It will be later tonight, and then tomorrow we can move the washer and dryer back. But as you can see over here, I'm already working on electrical for this wall, which you guys saw me doing a minute ago. I basically cut holes so that I could run power down to the corner for my landscape timer and for my sprinkler controller. I just had to figure out what I'm going to do about this wall, because basically I'm probably going to have to cut the pegboard and screw it back on, because the wiring is all running really bad through there. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and keep working on this, but you can see I've got the box in. I've got the power run up to where I'm going to tie into the other power, and now all I have to do simply is tie in right here. But I went and painted the new receptacle and the new cover plate black, and also I put in a Echo Show wall mount hole here, and I have a Echo Show mount that I just painted black, and I ordered a Echo Show in black to go right here. Now let's get back to work. All right, guys, you just saw the last scene where I was doing electrical work. And basically what I had to do was tap into the existing electrical outlet so that I could get power for my Echo Show 5. I did have to cut the drywall to do that, so then I had to patch and paint, and that's what you're seeing in this next clip. And I also added a receptacle down in the lower left if you're facing the rear wall. And that's gonna be for my irrigation system controller and also for our landscape lighting. So let's take a look at what I did here next by patching and painting the back wall, which was never painted due to the washer and dryer being there. All right, a little update from the garage, and I have finished the paint project. And let's take a look as we step back and I'll go through everything that we did. Yeah, that peel satisfaction. We did have the floors sharp coated, and then we put the washer and dryer back up against the wall here on the newly sharp coated floors. We also removed the workbench, added an Echo Show 5 there, and ran power down to this brand new receptacle, which is also a USB-A and USB-C charger. We moved our landscape light controller over here. We had to cut the wall, so I have to repair that somehow. I haven't done that yet. And I did a terrible job patching the wall, probably one of the worst jobs I've ever done. However, there is a banner going right here that hopefully will cover most of that. So it's 4 feet by 3 feet. It'll cover a lot of it. And so taking a step back, you can see right here and right now how everything looks after the garage project. Now, I am considering getting a cabinet for right here. A really nice cabinet that covers up this ugly breaker box. We'll see if I can get one found, and it would just be as tall as I can possibly get it and then cover from about here to here, or all the way across here to cover up this hot water heater. Eventually I would like to go tankless, but for now I don't have enough electrical service. Let's get the car pulled in here and see how it looks. All right, we did get the car all pulled in now, and we have the golf cart in as well. And stepping back, you can see how much space we have now. And I did pull the car in kind of sideways, but you can see there is a footer down here that you have to be careful of. I could go back more and over maybe another 6 or 8 inches, but now we have much more room in the back because the workbench is now gone. I could come back another foot easy there. And you can see I moved the charger cable to the wall here as well, and there is our Echo Show looking so fly in the wall. And so we have the Echo Show ready to go there as well. And stepping around, we have plenty of room here now to detail the car. And we have plenty of room for the golf cart as well. And I did keep this thing that was found in my yard randomly to put my car cover in. But yeah, guys, this is going to wrap up this part of the project. The only thing left to do, I have black blinds for that window. That's the last part of this project. And now let's take a look at it with the brand new garage door closed.
And there you have it, guys. That is the garage project that I have been working on for months and months and months, coming to a close. And I do say it looks fly. Don't forget we have the hex lights. We have colored lights up here that we can change. And there they go, looking so fresh and fly. And guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you enjoy all this hard work I do for you guys.
Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. I'm Brad, and you just saw my whole garage project come mostly to a close, besides getting the blinds up on the wall. And now I want to take a look at this shark coating website with you guys. Go ahead and go online to sharkcoatings.com and check out the website, and you can see they did a great job on my garage floor, and I would trust them with yours as well. Guys, thank you for liking and subscribing, and we will see you on the next video. I'm so happy to have you guys with us. We got to get out of here. We spent way too much time sniffing paint fumes.
What's this switch do? We are back in full effect on Supercar Street Racing today, and we have something exciting. We've got this Delilah 2-light floor lamp, which is going to be paired with this Govee smart bulb. And we've got 2 smart bulbs here, and we are so hyped on the channel to be able to install this into this, because this lamp got ruined in the hurricane, not because of the wind, but because of absolute stupidity. And we're looking at this today on Supercar Street Racing. Get hyped! Guys, right in front of me right here and right now, not later, but right this second, we have 2 Govee smart LED bulbs. These are standard Edison-based bulbs that will plug into any receptacle, and in fact, I'm saying receptacle, but any bulb hole is what I like to call it. And there is one right there on that lamp. And then right here, we have the Delilah 2-bulb lamp. It says Globe there, but it says Delilah. Maybe that's the model number, and that's the company, or the model name is Delilah. But today we are replacing one for outside there that got absolutely destroyed because I was an idiot. And when I moved it over from the chair to the side of the house, it got destroyed because it fell over in the wind. And the whole point of moving it was so that it would not get destroyed. And so right here, we're going to replace this guy and zip tie it back to the chair so it can't fall down. And at the same time, we're going to be installing 2 Govee LED smart bulbs inside inside of the Globe Delilah lamp, which I think was about $30-ish. If I have to go back and look, I will let you know right now. And so we got to get this open, we got to get that open, and see what is happening on the channel today. We are back again on Supercar Street Racing with this magical Delilah lamp from Globe. It's a 2-bulb lamp, and we are going to be inserting these Govee smart LED light bulbs in it. These are 800 lumens brightness, and they are Wi-Fi connectable light bulbs. But first, we have to unbox this Globe Delilah for you. And of course, they are going to make it extra difficult to unbox and make it difficult for the presentation level on Supercar Street Racing. And as soon as you get into the box, it says that it's made with respect. Edward Weinstein, the CEO of Globe, is hoping that you will enjoy his product. Now, I'm wondering if this is actually the same as the Globe light bulbs, because that is a pretty big company. And inside of the box here for the Delilah Globe lamp, we can see, and that was a weird sound that probably we will save for a sound effect. Inside there we have this lovely lamp, and it is cardboard secured. And when we take the cardboard off on that side, we have the base right here. And on the other side, looks like we have, oh, the actual shade is in there. Right there. And then we flip it to the other side and we get the styrofoam thingies all over everywhere. We can then take off the tape and we see the lamp is enclosed in a plastic goodness. And of course, like every other lamp of this type, you have to get every single piece out of plastic and every single piece screwed together in order to make this thing work. And so begins the process of plastic removal, like this. And then the fun part of assembly. And so you literally just rip each piece off. Anyone who's ever had a lamp has done this before, so I don't feel like this is even necessary to explain. But you know how this goes. You take all this plastic off and then you screw all the pieces together to make a light tower. And then this other part just screws to the side. This part. Actually it doesn't. This is the top, so that just literally goes in like this. And then you can take off this ugly sticker. So the top just screws in like that, and then you work your way down and you pull the cord through. And it is twisting the cord like that. Then you just take the next piece and run it down like that. Work your way to the bottom. When you screw the top part in, it does twist the cord. Don't worry about it. No big deal. Both of the light fixtures have ugly stickers on top. Go ahead and remove those now. I'll do that after I get this whole thing put together. And don't strip these. They're really easy to strip. You won't know it till you're done. If you put too much force here, like that one was kind of hard to get in, but that wasn't being stripped. It was just hard to turn. Stuck to me. Two more of these guys. Like the last one felt stripped, but in fact it wasn't. It was just difficult. And this one is similar. And we have one more to go. We are down to one and the base. And we are running out of space here to assemble and be on camera. Oh, that looks crooked. And we are so tall now that we're hitting the roof. And this is the last section before the base, and then you can tighten all of them up. Start at the top and just twist and tighten the whole thing up. And now we have to move to the base installation. All of your base belong to us. Let me make sure that we're still set up here. far. All right, so the base is right here. So you have to remove this cumbersome plastic, and you could actually just cut it if you have scissors like me, or you can be dumb and fight with it forever. And then pull the cord all the way through the base. I mean, this is all basic stuff. Get it, base? Ick. Push the cord through the top. You're gonna have extra cord that's gonna be available once you screw in all of the pieces. But you're gonna push that through like so, until there's no more cord. And then you're going to screw the base on like this. Hit yourself in the face like I did. It's awesome. Pull the cord through the other side of the base. And that is going to make it so there is no slack at the bottom. Cord tends to get twisted. Don't get it twisted, and that is it. The lamp is assembled, brother. Here we go. Let's go. All right, let's get the base put on this thing. All your base belong to us. All right, we got our base assembled on the bottom of our lamp, and now our only job right here, right now, is to put on the bulbs, take off the ugly stickerage, and we will be finished with assembly. And then we can get to mounting. We have worked in the past with Govee, and we have some Govees here right now. The Govee smart LED bulb, as my phone goes off over there, ruining everything, but we have a mess back here as well. So today we have two Govee smart bulbs. Now, the last Govee bulb did not survive outside, but that is not the fault of Govee. These are not outdoor bulbs. I think that they got wet from like the rain blowing and nothing more, and then got destroyed. But let's see if we can open this guy right here and right now with one hand, and it does not allow me to. Do it. But I will get the best of this. Sorry guys. I took the GoPro off the tripod here, but we have the Govee Wi-Fi smart bulbs right here to install on this lamp. These are pretty simple. There's nothing special on these. I have videos about these guys. You just literally take them out of the package, put them on the lamp, be within range, and add them on the Govee app. And we will be unpackaging these guys right here, right now, on the channel. And man, GoPro batteries last about 10 minutes. outdoor patio. There they are. Seen. And now they are both set to the same, well, they are supposed to be. There is profound. So yeah, so we have them in the same device control, and we can put the same scene on either one now, and that's how you control them at the same time in the Govee app. And the battery is dying. Turn on the patio. All right, we got the new lamp outside here. And now we have replaced the patio lamp, and it is set on a pinkish color out here along with the other lights. All these globe lights need to be replaced. They are actually failing, and we should have new lights coming from Walmart.com. But you can see now we have replaced the light on the patio, and it does add quite a bit of light out here. Now let's take it into the Supercar Street Racing Studios, where it is very early.
We're back once again in Supercar Street Racing, and we are in the 4K production studio out behind the Supercar Street Racing compound. And today we're taking a look at the Globe Electric Torchiere floor lamp, an adjustable reading light, and also the Govee smart bulbs. Now what we did here today is we bought a new floor lamp for outside on our patio, our outdoor patio here in the back, because the one that I have was destroyed in the hurricane because I left it out and did not secure it. So that was totally my fault. The bulb was already burned out though, the Govee smart bulb. So we bought two brand new Govee smart bulbs for this guy here, and we are installing it right back in the patio area. Now taking a look at this on Amazon, and there will be links in the description for you to buy this. It is a adjustable reading light silver floor lamp, and you can get this in about 4 different colors. We chose for the silver color for our floor lamp, and as you can see right here on the screen, and you can see the base here, this actually does have a very weighty base, which was one thing I was concerned about because the wind does tend to blow things down in the back here. However, what I do is I have a chair right next to it, and I take a zip tie and I wrap the zip tie around the chair, and that way the lamp will not fly over in the wind. So you can see right here, this thing has 4.4 stars, and that's pretty good because it's hard to get good ratings on Amazon. So many people are all over the place. It's really hard to tell. You can see it's $26.78, which is about as good of a deal as you're going to find for one with 2 bulbs on it. And I wanted 2 so that I could have it brighter, and I could aim one at the floor down on the patio and aim one at the ceiling, and then make them same type of device on the Govee app. These two are tied together on the Govee app, and you control them with one button, and you can do a scene or a color or any number of things on that inside of the Govee app. Then taking a look at the Govee smart light bulbs here, this is what we ordered, the 2-pack, and we had a coupon for it. It was $23, and then a coupon untied on top of that with a 30% off. So not a bad deal. And these guys, you have seen them on my channel before. I have reviews pointing to those guys, and basically they are Wi-Fi enabled smart bulbs that can be controlled with Alexa. They do any number of things that the Govee app will control, like different scenes, different colors, and also they can be music controlled. And you can see right here, right now, they have a 4.7 star review out of 3,164. Very, very high review level. You can get 2 for $23 or 6 for $59.99 right here on the store on Amazon. Now guys, when we put these links in our description, please click through them to buy anything from Amazon. You don't have to be buying the product that is in the link. You can buy anything, and it helps my channel out so greatly because we get a tiny bit of money, and we already lose money on the channel. So today we would appreciate it if you would go down in the link in the description and buy something, or buy these smart bulbs and this lamp, and tell them that Supercar Street Racing sent you by clicking through our affiliate links. And please like and subscribe if you aren't already, and we will see you next time on the channel with another awesome review or something car related. You never know. But for right now, peace, I'm out.
But no, you got that phone holder thing. Yeah, so the camera overheated, of course. That's what happened. You have to take off all this corrugated crap or it won't fit through the hole.
Oh, it won't?
And then you got to go all the way to the top, and then the dash goes on after you put this through the hole.
Where's your stool? Oh, put it inside.
Even come out, honestly. But no, you got that phone holder thing.
I'm okay with just sticking it somewhere on the bottom.
This thing is tilted up at you, right? Or is it so ugly? Sure didn't have to put it up here. Just spin the wires like this and go straight through if I... Because I've got 3M stuff, and I've got the good 3M stuff that's not going to come off, or I've got Velcro. What do I do with all of it? What about this? All the way to the back, where you can still get your finger on it.
Oh, I like it. Yep.
You gotta have to get into there to hold the button down if it needs to be paired to somebody else. You kind of need to see it too.
Oh, perfect. Yep.
And then the wiring straight back. Yep. So I found a place to put your charger cable through. Look, charger cable can go.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Right through that hole and right up to here. So do you have it? Right through that little.
Yeah, pull it back. Grab it.
That's exactly what I do with mine. I knew there was like a. It certainly does. Look, it's got threads. That's how you flush mount it.
Oh,
it comes apart. I don't know how to get it apart though.
That's it a couple times. Oh, literally.
Perfect. What's it hitting? All right, I'm working on this Bluetooth again now that we've got the bass knob already mounted. I cannot find a good place for this, to be honest with you. All right, I'm drilling a hole in the bottom of this for the RCA cables and the power wire to go through. So I sent a hole straight through to the back here. I'm gonna put the Bluetooth adapter on the top. But first I gotta feed all the RCA cables through the hole. Camera's 1,000 degrees for no reason. All right, I got the Bluetooth adapter mounted. Sorry about all the noise, but it's very hot in here. We're good to go on the Bluetooth adapter. We got the bass knob mounted, and I got the power run for the charger for the iPad. So pretty much this dash is ready to go in. Everything is done on the dash. I used double-sided 3M tape on the Bluetooth adapter and ran the wiring back through the back. So now we can go ahead and get this thing installed. Okay, I'm gonna clear everything out and go ahead and try to put the dash over the steering wheel. To install the dash, you simply slide it over. Now I can work on running the communications cable underneath the cart for the display. So I'm gonna go around to that side and start that process. Camera's probably gonna overheat again just because. So the communications cable is just gonna run right next to all the other stuff and down through the same hole. I'm gonna try to just run enough up to the top just for what we need, not a bunch of extra. And tie it up under the cart if I can. I don't want a bunch of extra wires in the bay. There's plenty of wire, that's for sure. Okay, I have to get under the cart to do the rest. Got the first zip tie on. Now I'm just following these other cables and I'm gonna zip tie to them. It's got its own hole to pass through though, the one that I drilled. Okay, right here we take a turn through the new hole. Okay, I got the comm cable run into the bay here. I'm gonna try to pull some of it all the way over here so it's not all in the bay. Let's see what I can do here. There's so much slack. Yeah, so this is gonna work out perfect. I'm gonna come down like this. I'm gonna stuff the rest on the side of the battery, and I'm gonna come just like this and zip tie to these guys. The comm cable is done. That means the display should work now. Our display's on, we're good to go with that. To get this plug through, you have to put the wires through first, like this, before you slide it over the wheel. And then there's just enough room, I believe, for the wiring to go down. But you have to take the corrugated stuff off of the wiring. See how it goes on now? No problem. And you can also pull it till you get to that part. Now, I need to know if I have enough. I don't think I do. I think all this needs to come off. It can go back on after, but you can't get the dash on with this. That's how you do it. It took me about 10 minutes to figure out how to get the wiring through the dash. You have to take off all this corrugated crap or it won't fit through the hole.
Oh, it won't?
And then you got to go all the way to the top, and then the dash goes on after you put this through the hole.
Hilarious. Yeah.
Because there's no notch. We need to connect some stuff, and we need to finish this real quick. I just wanted to make sure this was able to go up and everything.
All right, so here we're back, gonna work on the subwoofer. Found this thing actually on the side of the road. Somebody had a sign that was just said free stuff. So I found this subwoofer along with an amplifier, and it's been sitting in my garage now for probably 5 years. So I'm like, perfect time in, break this thing out, clean it up, get it working. The porthole was rattling around in there, so I'm gonna take the time. Brad already screwed it back in, and I'm gonna take the time to seal it off, caulk it up to make sure we got a good seal on it. And then after that, I'm gonna go ahead and carpet it, fresh and new, put the subwoofer back in. Hopefully we'll be able to hear some sound out of it here in the next couple hours. We're on the home stretch with just probably 5 or 6 more things that need to be buttoned up, and then hopefully everything will be done and we'll be able to fire it up and test out the new system.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and finish up getting your blinker control back on and start plugging things in your dash so we can get this thing back together. Are you signed into your Apple stuff on here?
Yeah, I think it should
cool.
be, yeah. Where's the SCSR whatever scissors?
These nuts.
Oh, that's a good sound. That's going through the speakers, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Trying to get a pair?
Yeah, I just don't know how to get this thing in parry mode.
Oh!
Okay, we're back in the garage. Joe has carpeted the enclosure and he's over here working on the quick disconnects for the subwoofer. I have the entire dash back together. minus the bezel. We're gonna leave it kind of open just in case we gotta get back in there for now. I've got to reassemble the turn signal and get the steering wheel back on here momentarily. And all 4 speakers are working and tested. The iPad is connected to Bluetooth. And yeah, that's it. What's going on, everybody? Brad at Supercar Street Racing here, and today we got to do the first mod on the iSupra right here. First thing that's going to happen to this car, well, actually, the second, I took off the stupid sticker, and I do plan on taking off these stickers as well. Flip the camera around here and I'll show you. So the first thing we're going to do to my brand new car is destroy it, literally. What we're going to do here is remove this ugly roll bar. So if you have an IS300 and you want this roll bar for yourself, you can even have this pink shift light. Now, unfortunately, someone drilled a hole in my dash to run this shift light right down there. So to get this roll bar out, we're going to be taking these bolts out there and there, and it should come right out. I haven't quite looked at how it comes out of the back yet, but I'm hoping that it comes out easily right here as well. I'm not sure how that comes out. I'm gonna have to maybe remove the seat where the bar goes down in there, and I'll update you shortly. Got my trusty Allen wrench here, which just happens to be the right size. Unbelievable. I'm going to need I can't tell what size that is, maybe a 14 or bigger wrench for the top part. Got all my wrenches right here. Might be a 15, it might be bigger than that, which I would have to use an adjustable because that's the biggest. Yeah, it's bigger than a 15. So I need to obviously get some bigger wrenches and start bumping up my tool capabilities again now that I have a vehicle to work on. Got my trusty adjustable wrench here. And I'm going to, this is a 6-point, I believe, Cusco cage. and it has been powder coated red. Not my personal taste, honestly, but wow, it is tight. I'm gonna put the camera down and get this loosened because it's very tight. Got the first screw almost all the way out. I just wanted to show you guys this. The way this roll bar comes in and out of the car. It literally will unbolt from the vehicle. It's not a permanent installation at all. Matter of fact, I don't know how legal that is for drag racing or autocross or anything if you're required to have a roll cage. This is not welded to the frame, but it might still be competition ready. I'm just not sure. And once this comes off the other side, this bar will come right out. So I'm going to go do the other side now. Got the roll bar out. There's the part of the roll bar out. There's the first part of the roll bar. Next, I'm going to work on these parts here. I'm going to take these bolts out right here, which should just lift this straight out. Unfortunately, this stupid shift light is going to have to be cut out because it is mounted to the roll bar. I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I'll update you guys after that point with the next step. Got the bolts out. Something's still holding on to this thing though. I am going to clip this stupid shift light right off. I don't care about it. Gone. Shift light is clipped out. Shouldn't be anything else holding this in. It's just kind of interesting. It just kind of has to be finagled around. I need two hands to do that. I got the bolts out of this side. Now I'm just going to go ahead and do this side as well. Man, the top one over the right-hand side one in your view here is tricky because the wrench hits the top of the car, so it's a little bit hard, but I'm working on it. Alright, I got the whole front out, and wow, that is such a big improvement. But at the same time, it also exposes a lot of the issues that the dash has in this car. The IS300 typically has this issue called sticky dash, and what happens is the glue on the dash breaks the surface. It looks really bad. So what we need to do is remove this dash completely and refinish it. So we'll take it all the way down to the plastic, and then we will respray the whole entire dash and the center console. For now, we've got this roll bar disconnected. Now the next step, I am thinking the center piece will fall out here, or no, these pieces are falling out next. That came right out, no problem. By the way, if you know anyone that has an IS300 that races it and they want a roll bar, let this one go. Very cheap. We'd like to just make enough off of it to refinish the dash. So that's the first side out. Come over here. That was actually easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be pretty difficult to get out. But so yeah, it just literally bolts together. If you need an idea of how to put it back in the car, that's it. Hand straps. I don't know what they're actually called, but I'm going to need those. Now this has been powder coated. And powder coat's in excellent condition. So the next step here is the centerpiece, and I have absolutely no idea how it comes out. Looks like the light is in the way, but let's see if I can get two hands on this and get it out of here. Alright, I got the roll bar out of the car completely. Wow, what a difference. That was really throwing off the looks of this car, I believe, with that roll bar. And it also made the car seem really cramped up. So all it took to get that roll bar out was an adjustable wrench and this Allen wrench, which I am super surprised that I had, but I had it laying there with all my other tools. good first step. Now the next thing for this video is we need to get this completely off of my car. So I'm gonna grab my scraper here. I don't know if this window is tinted either. That's the other issue. But that looks like already that's gonna be hard to get off. Well, it's not too bad. I'm just peeling this off by hand, and then anything else I'll scrape off with my scraper, but this car will not have decals on it. So I'm going to work on this for a moment. I'll update you guys when this one's done, and then I've got another one on the other side to take off. Look at that, it peels right off. Got my car stereo removal tool here, but I'm a little bit worried that there might be tint on this. So that actually does not work at all anyway. I'd like to thank whoever put stupid stickers on my car for making my life absolutely miserable right now. But I gotta say, this is nothing compared to taking off clear bra. That was one of the hardest things I've done, and I almost wish I hadn't even attempted it, because I sold the car anyway, and the guy probably didn't care. He loved the car. So when I get this totally removed, I am going to then use Goo Gone. But I think the best way right now is just fingernail on the edge of it. This is a lot like taking off the clear bra. It's crazy. Brings back memories of my fingers being destroyed for a week after doing that because of all the pulling and whatnot with my fingernails. These little letters, those are going to be a pain to get off. Alright, I got the big letters off. I'm going to work on the little letters with the phone turned off. Alright, I got most of that side off. I'm going to grab my goof off, my Windex, and should have got some paper towels so I don't conk up this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to grab some paper towels so I don't conk up my fiber cloth or whatever it's called. And I'll use the Windex to get the biggest piece off. Trash can out there. And here's what we have left. After I did use the scraper most of the way, it was a lot faster. I'll spray that down with Windex, and then just try to get most of it on this paper towel, which worked good. Alright, I got most of the plastic stuff off there. So now I'm going to Goo Gone it. And you can let that sit for a few minutes if you want. It will dissolve all this glue. Usually you don't even need a scraper, you can just wipe it off. But if you want to do what I'm doing, take this is a car stereo removal tool, which is very handy for doing any interior work. But yeah, you can feel the glue is still holding on there, so it might take 2 applications of this stuff. Here's what it looks like most of the way done. Now that left a big film on there. big film. So I'm gonna do that again and I'll be right back. Alright, I got the ugly stickers off the back of the car. Weird thing is you can still kind of see a shadow of the sticker that's there, and no matter what I do, it won't come off. So I'm not sure why that is. Maybe it's kind of worn into the tint now, but I took both sides off and that is a much better look. I did go register the car today also, so look at that, just wiped it off and it's still super dirty. Registered the car today, ordered a personalized plate. That will be a surprise for a later date. Do want to get this Ricey Altezza thing blacked out or removed as soon as possible, and want to get this front Altezza badge removed. I just have to figure out what is holding it on back there, or either black it out completely. Don't like it. This is not an Altezza by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, that's gonna do it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I do have this roll bar for sale. There's part of it, there's the other part of it. Anybody wants it, hit me up in the comments, let me know. Supercar Street Racing, hope you guys enjoyed it and like the new vehicle. Hey everybody, Supercar Street Racing here. How's it going today? Wanted to take a few minutes to show you guys my whole home audio system, and I'm gonna do that now. So look around. So when I bought the house, I started on the whole home audio immediately. I knew it was going to be a lot of work, but I went ahead and got up in the attic and ran all the wiring and everything. I kind of want to show you guys this before I show you the smart home stuff in a different video. But closet's a little messy because this is where I keep all my Amazon package for returns. But so this is the whole home audio system here for the house, and basically it's a less expensive way of going than having a switching system for each room. I'm basically doing a manual switch for the rooms there, and this is a Pioneer receiver. This is a VSX 1124K, and it is actually my leftover receiver from when I got a new receiver for my home theater, which you guys will see here shortly as part of the home audio. Now this monitor up here is strictly for the receiver to be able to look at the setup menu, because without that some of the features are not available. Like, it's very hard to find them on the remote. So if we just press home here, we should see, yeah, see how now we can see the well, it still says no signal, but may have come unplugged, but that's oh, there we go. Well, I'm not sure, but that's supposed to be the menu for the receiver there, like when you press that home button. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So that's how you set up the receiver, all the speaker modes and everything on it. So that's why I have this monitor here. Right below that, you can see that there is a speaker selector switch for each room. Generally, I leave all the speakers on all the time. They are not individually level controllable. That's the only thing about this. There are selector switches that do that, but they don't have this many rooms available. Oh, also, computer, turn on the audio closet light. So I probably should have done that first, huh? So I have a smart home plug in here with the with a fluorescent light back in the back. All my wiring goes up through the walls into the attic, up through there behind the speaker selector box. And this is my Behringer Ultra Bass Pro. So this is a sub-harmonic synthesizer, or what this does is it enhances bass. It actually creates lower, fuller bass, and it has several settings. There's a DBX unit that's similar,
I think it's the 120 or something like that. But basically you can adjust the amount of, you know, synthesized bass you want. It's got a frequency adjustment for how low you want the bass to be, the frequency wise, a dynamic punch, and then it's got a subharmonic or an ultra bass. Then you can select ultra low or punch. You can adjust. I've got it right in the center. And then, sorry, the camera wasn't even on there the whole time. You've got a bass limiter if you want it, and then this section over here is to send bass to your satellite speakers, which I do not use that part. I've got my satellites in the ceilings all running full range because some rooms don't have subwoofers. Most do, but some don't. There is a JBL 10-inch subwoofer here in the closet as well that handles bass for this side of the house very well. And the main source of music here is this audio Echo Dot. See the music just stop, and there's some more playing now. It's supposed to be royalty free so I don't get copyright struck. But basically the way this works is from any room, and I'm gonna do a smart home tour another time. From any room I can tell, you know, if I say it now she's gonna wake up, but if I say, you know, the smart home thing and play something on this device here, like what kind of music I want, it will start playing in the house. Now there's some other smart home options that I'll show you guys when I show you the smart home stuff. There's ways to play music from any room that has the Echo Show or a Fire Stick. You can create music groups and then you can play in various other rooms. So this is the audio closet. This is the amplifier section that feeds the whole house. And really like the ability to just have the dot right there. Just makes things so much easier. Now, if you really wanted to, you can control this from the phone as well with the Pioneer remote app. And this guy will play, this is internet capable too. It will play internet radio, Pandora, but you don't really need it if you have this guy because that's really all you need. But yeah, so that's the closet. Give you guys a tour of what the in-ceiling speakers look like now. All right, guys, let's take a look at the in-ceiling setup here. So as you can see in the bedroom here, we got, these are actually 6.5. They're not the 8s. I have slowly been upgrading these speakers to 8-inch speakers when they fail. I haven't done this room yet because actually I am going to be putting 5.1 audio in this room, and so I'm going to be using that for the center channel. That's going to be the rear center if I have a rear center. I don't even know if I'll have that, but I'm going to do 2 more in the front there for left and right, 2 here for the mid speakers, and then 2 more in the back for the surround. So that's the bedroom. Now let's take a look at the living room. So the living room has the upgraded ones. Those are actually 8-inch. They're 8-inch with a tweeter in the center. The other ones are 6.5 with the tweeter in the center. So this room actually eventually, when I have time, will get 5.1 sound as well, all in the ceiling. This room also has the Refurb Polk PSW 10 from yesterday that we acquired for $30 and cleaned up really nice. The only thing it really needs is the screws cleaned up. I got to get the same screws from Home Depot because those are rusted out. Taking a look at the sunroom here, we've got the 8-inch with the tweeters in the center there. It's a different design. See how those, you can't see the tweeter? The ones on the sunroom you can. Kitchen. Got the 8-inch there with the tweeter in the middle that's covered with the grills. Moving into the office area, we've got
still the 6.5s. Those need to be upgraded. I noticed these speakers will start cutting out after a while. I think the wires on the voice coil come loose a little bit and then they stop playing, because if you like tap them, they'll come back on. Then moving into the bathroom area, we've got, since this is a small room here, I did one 8-inch there and one 8-inch there. I noticed this one up here is actually starting to do that weird thing with the voice coil wire, I believe, because you literally tap it with a broom and it comes back on, and I believe that's a short. All right, so moving on to the patio. So the patio is a kind of an interesting story here, because it had a cabinet there that literally fell apart, and it had its own amplifier powering those speakers, and then I had a powered subwoofer in the cabinet as well, and then there's a 50-inch television there. So when that cabinet failed, I decided, I actually haven't decided what I'm going to do yet, because I'm going to be redoing my pool here pretty quickly, but these can actually run off of zone 2 of the amplifier in the closet inside. So for now, you can still do Fire Stick here and listen to it on this through the whole house audio thing with the Echo devices. All the rooms have, most of the rooms have either monitors or televisions and Fire Sticks. I will show that on my smart home video tour, which will be quite extensive, as my house is completely smart home, everything. Moving out to the garage, we've got the 8-inch in ceiling out here as well. The only thing that I'm lacking in the garage is a subwoofer, and I'm going to do that as soon as I find another PSW10. I'm going to throw it out here, and then of course run the prerequisite wires. I don't know where I'm going to do that, probably that up in that corner there, come down, since you can't see that up there. That's probably the easiest way to get the wires from the back of these guys. I'll just take speaker level out of these guys and then run them to a subwoofer. So guys, that's my whole home audio tour. Now, I did want to show you guys my home theater, which died last night, literally died. I think the bulb in my projector finally gave out after about 7 years, but this is my theater room, which I will do a full tour on as soon as I get a new bulb for my projector. I think that's what happened. Now, the bulb lasted a long time because I run it in eco mode, and like ever since I got the projector, I've run it in eco mode, and I've just got it strapped up on a glass shelf up there underneath, and it's a 120-inch screen. We have a Pioneer receiver, JBL front speakers, and then I did the surround sound 6.5s for the surround sound, and I have a Advent center channel. The screen is made by me. It is paint. It's called home theater screen paint. You can get it at Lowe's. I framed out the screen myself and painted and sanded the wall, and it came out amazing. I ran all the wire. I did pretty much everything in this room myself. I did the paint. I did all the electrical work. I did the audio cabling. So the cables go to wall plates behind the receiver. They go up through the ceiling there to the speakers, and also HDMI to the projector, which is a really, really nice Epson. It's not 4K. Don't think I'm going to be doing that anytime soon because they're really expensive for a true 4K. But it does do 1080p, and it's very bright. And I highly recommend it. I don't remember the model number. I'll have to get it and put it in the description. But yeah, so that's the home theater room. Of course, that light's usually off. I got my art there, my projector up there, and reclining couch there, and a futon there. 120-inch screen. It's actually capable of going wider. That's just as far back as I can go without the door. If you want to get an idea of how big the screen is, there's the door. So just That's as big as it can go without taking the door off, literally, which I thought about doing that, but I did not do it. But anyway, that's going to do it for today's video. Wanted to do a quick tour and show you guys the home audio system. I hope you guys liked it. If you have any questions or need advice on anything home audio related, please don't hesitate to put it down in the comments section. Have a good day.
Let's go. All back end. Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing, welcome to the channel for a quick video about upgrading the firmware on the ID4 digital cluster for E92 cars. We are here at id4motion.shop and we go to support and then firmware. Looks like there was a new one released that I didn't even know about, June 9th. And we're going to download that. It is downloading to the lower left hand corner and we're going to show it in folder. Now we have a USB stick already ready to go, formatted FAT32 here. We're going to drop that guy right over to the stick, and then let's go to this PC and eject that guy. And the next step is out in the car. Let's grab our USB stick here and I'll meet you guys out in the car. Alright guys, we're out in the garage. Here is the E93, and if you guys remember properly, we have installed a USB stick adapter under here. I can find it somewhere. Right. Where'd it go? So right there. Where is it? Of course now I can't find it and I put it in. So it's right here. And so we are going to stick that stick in, if I can see. Let me stop this and turn on some light. Okay, now we can actually see it. There's my little USB adapter that I installed into the dash. Putting the USB stick in there. And let's go up. And we'll start another clip here with the light off. Alright, it's in the thing. I wasn't sure if you had to insert it when you actually have the car on, so I put it in first. Let's see what happens. Alright, it's updating the software. There we go. Dang it, it keeps on like going back to the old settings for mine. It's got a long extraction going down at the bottom. As you can see that line moving from left to right. So I was on 2.02.00 and it's installing 02.02.02, which probably won't fix any of the issues because I still have battery drain, I still have issues with cruise control being off, and I still have issues with the fuel warning indicator coming on constantly. When you get on low fuel, it turns off, and then it starts chiming again, and then it turns off, and then it starts chiming again, just over and over. So we're going to stop until this is done. I'll be back. This is now done. I don't know if it restarts by itself or what. It does. Okay, cool. There goes the reboot. Yeah, the car is running terrible. Something's definitely wrong with it. It's going in the shop in a couple of weeks, but you see how bad it's idling. Might be like a vacuum leak or something in there going on. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's how you update the firmware on the ID4 instrument cluster. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. You're at Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad here and Joe. And today we are going to take a look at this project that we did on Joe's golf cart. We're going to go through everything with you, tell you why we did it, and then explain everything about both of these carts.
Yeah, so obviously you were given an opportunity to work with Mosasaur batteries. They contacted you to ask you a little bit more about your channel and had some interest in providing you one for you to obviously do a nice video on. Mosasaur reached out to you, obviously had a battery that they wanted you to showcase on your channel. The opportunity was great because I was in the need for new batteries on my golf cart. Simultaneously, there was a lot of things that we wanted to do to make the golf cart better in regards to the radio and other things. So the timing was perfect. I was elated because it was such a great opportunity to get this battery, and it was a great project.
So right after this, we're going to go ahead and start this look at the two golf carts and what we did with this project, so stay tuned. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Brad here and Joe is with me, Dukes of Duval. We wanted to tell you guys a little bit about these golf carts and what we've done to them. This all started with Mosasaur reaching out to me and asking if I'd be interested in looking at their 48 volt, 105 amp hour lithium battery. I said I would love to, but I already had one in my carts, but Joe actually needed one in his. So I reached out to Joe and said, what do you think about maybe putting the 48 volt, 105 amp hour battery in your cart? And what was your answer to that?
Well, that was a simple heck yeah, because I had been running on some older Trojan batteries for some time, and I knew that their lifespan had started to lessen more and more, and to be able to put this newer technology in and be able to get all the bells and whistles that come along with it, I was super excited. So the answer was very quickly yes.
Right when we decided to do this, we also wanted to maybe step up his cart a little bit. We had the opportunity to tear your cart apart and maybe do some improvements on it. What did we decide after we looked at the price and what it was going to take to get the cart up to the next level?
Yeah, obviously it was such a nice donation from Mosasaur to give us that battery. So I was able to obviously not have to incur the cost. So I said, hey, if we're going to do this, let's go ahead and add a couple of features to the cart. Really mainly around a stereo system, because I'm a big radio guy, love music, and I knew that I could use that money that would have normally paid for the batteries. I allocated that toward radio systems. So we were able to put together a really nice system. It sounds amazing. I'm super happy. And of course, we're going to go over that and talk about all the system and the other things that we did to get it in there.
And also, I'm a big stickler for wire management. So once I get into a project, I really like to make things look nice. I like to do as much as possible as far as tying wires up and making everything look good in case somebody wants to look in the motor bay there. So we did take it up to that level. So what are we going to talk about first on these carts? I figured we could each go right with our cart and kind of do a walkthrough of everything we did and explain everything to the people.
Absolutely. And just to kind of piggyback off what Brad said, I'm very much a stickler too about wire management and making things look good. And when we already had the chance of ripping all those batteries out, it really exposes everything. We were able to get into everything, replace some stuff that was already there, upgrade it, put newer wires on there while adding all the additional features that we wanted on there. So yeah, if you want to get rolling right into the cart and what we did. All right, so we wanted to take a couple of minutes to just talk about the golf cart itself. Particularly, I wanted to kind of break down what are the things that were already existing on the golf cart, some additions that I did prior to the battery install, and then we'll talk a little bit about the things that we did after the battery was installed. So with that, one of the first things that I put on this golf cart was I added this front light kit that comes from Mad Jacks. This is a very simple kit, easy to install, and I added some additional lights to it, some aftermarket lights I should say, just to make it a little bit brighter. So it's a nice feature on your golf cart, especially if you're going to be riding around at night. Highly recommended. There are some golf carts that have some fitted lights that you can install on it, but these come with a front bumper that's easily removed, and then you can add this in, and then some very easy plug and play wiring that goes along with it. Additionally, as we go towards the back of the golf cart, I added a couple of things. Mind you, this golf cart came directly off of a golf course, so it was bare bones, did not have a lot of the features that you see on it now. So I had to add a front windshield, rear view mirror. I added a back seat to match obviously with the material that I have on the front seat, so because these seats are original. And then of course I added the rims and tires and did a little bit of a lift on the golf cart, about 1 inch, because these are 14-inch rims with low profile tires. However, they're just on the brink of when you put them on, if you did not raise them up a little bit, they will rub. And then if you have additional folks on the back. So I added some leaf springs that are heavier duty to be able to support the weight of the back seat, I should say, as well as any additional people that I want to add onto the back with the weight. Along with the front Magix light came a turn signal kit that we installed as well. So that was all the things that I did prior to the new battery that was installed. Additionally, there was a radio that was up here with speakers built in, very simplified setup. We removed that right after the battery installed to make way for the new system. So some of the features I discussed were part of the exterior add-ons that I did to the cart. Now I want to talk a little bit about the things that I did internally on the cart. So one of the features that I wanted to do on this golf cart was to speed it up. So one of the things that I added originally was a 500 amp all-track controller. Along with that, I had to beef up the cables, which we no longer need now, add an upgraded solenoid to handle the load of the power, as well as a new motor, which is an FSIP motor. This cart has a lot of capability and did have a lot of capability prior to installing the battery, but this battery install definitely unleashed the power that this cart already had ready to go. So that kind of completes everything that was along with the cart prior to us taking the battery out and doing the other upgrades that we'll talk about now. Now we want to take the time to talk about the battery itself and the other features that we added to the cart with the installation of this battery. So the first thing is that this is a Mosasaur 48 volt lithium ion battery, 105 amp battery itself. This has been a great battery that has a lot of power to it, very easy to install. We'll talk about some of the things that we had to do to get it in here, but I want to kind of cover some of the things that we installed and then we can talk one by one about what we did. Along with the battery, we added this voltage reducer. So what this allows us to do is to step down the power that's coming out of this 48 volt battery and convert that to 12 volt. That's very important when you want to run a radio and additional items on the cart. You're going to want to step that down because most things run off of 12 volt. So from here, we went to a little fuse block right here, which makes it simple for us to come off and be able to run other features on this golf cart, which include this inverter that we have here. This is very helpful for us when we want to have lights put on the cart, additional USB ports. It's very functional for the holidays. When you're running around, you want to put Christmas lights on. It's a very nice feature to have. We have this tar amp here. This is an 800 watt tar amp that has 4 channels. So what we decided to do is that we were going to run the 4 speakers that are 6.5 that we installed. We put 2 in the back, cut those out, installed those, and then we put 2 up the front on a new dash that we also installed as well. Along with that, there is the onboard charger. This is probably one of the nicest features that I like about having this new battery, is that now my charger goes everywhere I want. I have taken this golf cart many places. It's not really fun to have to run around with a charger and having to plug it in and not know whether you have your charger or not. This thing is always going to be with me. So if I run out of power, all I got to do is find a source of power somewhere and I can plug it in and it'll charge it back up. We'll talk a little bit more about the additional features on the front panel here that we did, because this was a big part of it. I want to talk about the second most important thing that we did to this golf cart that I was excited about besides the battery was putting this front dash on. This front dash gives us a capability to do a couple of different things. One, it has built-in speaker holes for it, which is really nice. So we were able to add the 6.5s up for the front. Additionally, it has a front flat area that typically, and if I could take this off, I can show you, some are different than others that you can buy, but this one had a single DIN opening for it if you wanted to put a regular radio in. What we decided to do, and we mirrored Brad's golf cart, which was a great idea on his behalf, is to find an iPad or a tablet, add metal strips to the back, and add some magnets to the background. This is probably one of the last things that I got to finish up here to get this all cleaned up and ready to go, but we're pretty much close. We're doing some testing to make sure it holds on. But with this, it just simply snaps in place, which is really great. Right now, when I get in the golf cart, the nice thing is that I have a full tablet here that's going to allow me to do a multitude of things, from watching movies or to play music, which is going to be the most important thing, and having internet and availability at any point in time, which is really nice. Along with that, on the bottom here, we added a subwoofer to the back that we'll show you in just a minute. But part of that I wanted to have is the ability to turn the subwoofer up and down. So if I'm coming into a neighborhood or somewhere that I don't want to be loud, I'll be able to adjust the volume down tremendously on that, which is really nice. As well, we decided to add this external USB port, which is really nice, and it's weatherproof, so you can open it up and it gives you your voltage indicator for your 12 volt convert. Along with these other features that we added here, we have the LCD display screen for the battery itself. This is a nice feature. There is a Bluetooth setup and an application that you could, software that you can put on your phone, which is really nice, which will eventually go onto this tablet as well. So what I will end up doing, we'll end up adding that application to here. So all I need to do at any point in time is to be able to toggle between my music and the application, and I'll be able to see my battery, all the things I need to know about it right at a glance. And lastly, one of the things that we did did here was we did add a Bluetooth adapter. So this is very nice because what that's going to do is allow us to take any of the music that's being played off the tablet, send it to the Bluetooth, back to the guitar amp, which is then going to obviously feed out through our speakers. All right, and one of the last features that I really wanted to add to this golf cart was to add a subwoofer. Again, I love music, so I wanted to make sure I have ample treble and ample bass. So with this, we took this subwoofer, and actually it's interesting, I found this on the side of the road a couple of years ago, and it's been sitting in my garage, and we took the time to obviously redo the entire carpet on it, go through it, make sure the port was corrected, and glue back in, and then obviously install it in here. So it just happened to work perfectly that it fits flush right inside here. This is just a 10-inch subwoofer, and I can tell you when pulling up that Brad certainly can hear me in the house rattling everything. So it's got a lot of power coming from this 800 watt amp to support this 10-inch subwoofer, and it's a great feature. So as you can see, we got it in here from the back. Right now, we're still trying to figure out how to permanently mount this thing so that it doesn't move around, but I got it tied out pretty good so it stays pretty still. Overall, this subwoofer's been great. Sounds amazing off that amp. I don't think that I'm going to upgrade the amp any higher. I think it's the perfect amount of bass that we need to enjoy a nice ride on the golf cart. All right, so that was a quick overview of my golf cart. Again, I just want to say thank you to Masasora for such a great battery that they gave us to obviously talk about and install, and it's been fantastic for the week and a half that I've had it, and it's really allowed me to make this golf cart so much better because of the power that it has and all the capabilities. So thank you for that. Now we're going to pass it over to Brad's cart to give you a little bit of comparison of the things that he did to his cart versus the ones that I did with mine.
What's up everybody, I'm Brad and this is my 2014 Club Car Precedent. You just got a good look at Joe's cart, everything he did before he went ahead and got his 48 volt lithium ion battery. I'm going to show you everything about my cart now and compare the two and kind of show you what I did before I got my 72 volt battery as well. So let's start a tour of my 2014 Club Car Precedent. All right guys, welcome to my 2014 Club Car Precedent here, and the first thing that I did to the golf cart was start modifying the exterior, and it already had this LED light kit on it that I have modified since then. But the first thing we did to this cart was go ahead and do the exterior and the seats. The exterior of the golf cart is Plastidip black and the seats have been painted black. We'll show you guys those in a minute. But as far as the front of the cart goes, the only modifications that we have in the front is the light kit that was already there and refurbished. So we're right here with my wheels and tires on my 2014 Club Car Precedent, and what we did is we ordered these from Facebook. We found a guy who was selling wheels, and what I really liked about these wheels as opposed to other golf cart wheels is I don't like the bolts. I don't like when it shows exposed hardware. It's kind of a fake three-piece look. I don't like that. I wanted the clean look, but I also wanted some wheels that kind of looked like the ones on the Tesla. So I got these wheels off of Facebook, and I think I paid $300 for the set. I'm not quite sure, I don't remember exactly. And then I went ahead and ordered these tires offline, and then we took them somewhere to get them mounted and balanced to a local tire shop. But yeah, we got the wheels and tires done, and it looks pretty awesome if I would say so myself. All right, we're in the back of the Club Car Precedent now, and you can see right in front of me the other set of wheels for the rear here. But the most important thing about the rear is when you put 14-inch wheels on a Club Car Precedent, you have a tendency to rub. So what we did is Joe and I made this special shackle kit. We actually bought all the stock from Home Depot. We cut them ourselves, and we made these shackles that raise the cart up about 2 inches. And you can see right here, even weighed down with everything on the cart, it barely moves, and there is no way that that thing is ever gonna rub. We have this much clearance on the back of the cart. Okay, I'm around the back of the Club Car Precedent now, and this seat was actually already on the cart, and it was actually brand new. So you can see here, it's one of those seats that you can flip over, and then it does have a little storage thing right there, but it goes to the subwoofer in my case. But yeah, this seat was brand new, and it comes with this nice place here to put your feet. So this was already there, I didn't have to add it, but it is a good feature to have on the cart. Okay, we're here in the motor bay of my club car, and you can see right here we have the 70 volt eco battery, 105 amp hour, and this battery was not given to me. This was not sponsored. I actually paid for this battery. It was about $5,000, not including all the other hardware I had to get. So this is the 70 volt 105 amp hour eco battery. It is a little bit more expensive. We'll explain why in a minute, but all the supporting hardware that goes with the eco battery is the controller, the motor, and the solenoid were also upgraded at the same time. And also we went from DC to AC at the same time, which improves your torque and your range and everything else about the battery. Now, looking in this battery compartment compared to Joe's, there are some differences. I do have a handheld controller here that I've never actually used. I have a 12 volt switch for my 12 volt system here that cuts all power from my voltage reducer. I have the same fuse block here, and then I have the onboard charger back here, and that kind of rounds out everything that I have in my bay. So you see I have a lot less things in my bay because we'll show you where everything else is momentarily. All right, you can see here the back seat of the Precedent, and located on the back seat is everything to do with the audio system and a few things to do with power as well. And starting on this side, we have our voltage reducer. This does take 72 volts and drops it down to 12 volts. And there was a question as to whether it would handle 72 volts, and it handles it like a champ. Right above that, we have a actual relay that is for the amplifier. So instead of a fuse block, we actually have a relay that you can reset by pushing a button if it does trip. Moving over to the center here, we have my amplifier here. It is a 5-channel amplifier. And then right behind that, we have my epicenter, which is my bass enhancer. And then over on that side, we do have the inverter. And one thing I forgot to mention here, right here in the center, I have the same Bluetooth adapter. This Bluetooth adapter is connected to my tablet, and it feeds RCAs to my amplifier for all 5 channels of my stereo system. And that rounds out what we have on the back seat of the club car. All right, we just wanted to touch on one thing. Notice that the size of the battery is a big reason why Joe has more room. This battery is about 6 inches longer, or if you want to say wider, than the battery that's in Joe's cart. That prohibits me from really doing a lot, and not only that, it came with a ready-to-go mounting kit for the club car. So all we had to do in this case was literally put our brackets down and shave a few things off, and the battery fit right in the center. It was designed to go in the center. With the other battery, the Mosasaur, we were able to move it to one side and create a lot of space, which is an advantage if you need space under your seat. Okay, we're in front of the charging port. Now, a big advantage also of the Eco battery that you don't have with the Mosasaur, but they are going to work on it, I heard, is the fact that we have a male charging plug right here, a male extension cord plug. Your standard 110 volt plug, so you just take a extension cord and plug it directly in here to charge. That's a big advantage in my opinion. That one we had to drill a port for the extension to charge, but Mosasaur is taking that into consideration, and they might improve that in the future. Joe's cart has a Tesla connector on the charger. Mine has a regular 110 volt male plug. Okay, we're up here in the dash of the club car, and we want to talk about the differences between this cart and this cart. Now, the first difference is my cart is not watertight. All my speakers are regular audio speakers from a car, for a car. These speakers are JBLs and Joe's are SCAR, and the SCARs are made for a marine application. My whole cart is not watertight. It cannot be out in the rain or get wet. Now, up at the front dash here, you're gonna see moving from the top, we have this Android tablet, and that is what controls everything in the audio system. We can play YouTube, we can play music. We can also look at our speed with speedometer. We can Bluetooth interface with the controller. We can look at the battery. We can do everything we need to do right here on this Android tablet. And then moving down, we have this voltage meter, which is also a charger. But you can see here, it thinks it's 7.6. It's actually 76 volts is what it's reading here, not 7.6, because it's not designed for that high of a voltage. So it is actually reading 76 volts there. And then to the right of it, we also have another charger, so we have the ability to charge 4 or 5 different ways up here in the dash. Now down below that, we have our nice pocket here, and we have the display for the Eco battery, and you can see the battery is reading at 73 volts. It's 98% charged, and if we want to charge it, all we have to do is plug the extension cord directly in there. And then we also have a little storage bin where I keep my remote control here for the garage door, but we could also do that from the tablet if we really wanted to. We could open the garage door with that. And rounding off the dash completely, there is a uncommon key here. So this key is not like the other keys that come with the club car. That was just added when we did the dash. And that rounds out the complete club car Precedent and everything that we did to it. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage with Dukes of Duval. We've got both of our carts right here, and you guys just saw a complete walkthrough of both of the carts and all the modifications that we did to both of them. And I gotta say, the carts look amazing, they sound amazing. What is your final thought on the Mosasaur battery and these two carts?
Yeah, I tell you, we did Brad's cart first. That was a great experience to really learn more about the cart, all the things that you can add to it. We learned a lot from that. So when we jumped over to my cart, it was much easier of a process because we knew where everything was, what we needed to to do. And then obviously with the mouse and sword battery, it was amazing. This card has a lot of power. It's a lot of fun. The music blares. So very happy with all the work that we've done. And I thought it went very smoothly overall. So very easy process, especially when it came to putting in the battery. Very simple.
We could have done this whole thing in probably 4 or 5 hours, but we decided to take it to the next level. And luckily I had a lot of the connectors and wire that we needed. We only had to order a few things. We had a lot of the tools and everything we needed right here in the garage. So we were able to do everything right here. You saw this is a 10-part video. It took probably 40 hours worth of work to do everything, and I had that much video to sort through. A little bit of a pain to edit, but it was worth it in the long run because we had everything on video.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the process would have went a lot faster had we not wanted to capture every part of it and give you guys as much information and video footage so you can get your eyes on what we were doing.
Correct.
I know there's probably things that we didn't capture, but we really tried hard to get every detail of it to make sure you have a good understanding when it's time for you to upgrade yours.
Correct. There's a fine line between having too much and not enough video, and we tried to just split that right down the middle. But we want to really thank Mosasaur for supplying us with their 48 volt 105 amp hour battery. Absolutely free, proud sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. They hooked Joe's card up, they hooked us up. We'd like you to go ahead and go onto our affiliate links down below. So we've got a link in the bottom in the description. If they order through our affiliate links, it helps the channel out just a little bit and gives us a few dollars to keep going.
Absolutely. And just to give you kind of an understanding, I've been running this battery now for about a week and a half after install, and I have been completely happy with it. It's very strong. There's been no technical issues with it. Once we installed it, it was good to go. So very happy.
Great to hear. Mosasaur, thank you once again. Guys, thank you for liking and subscribing. If you're new here, go ahead and hit like and subscribe. And we're glad to have you if you're new. We're glad to have you back if you're an old subscriber. And we'll see you on the next one. Let's get out of here.
All right.
Top speed in the Civic. With a very sick driver. Speedometer. Oh, we hit the speed limiter. We hit the top. Look at this guy. We hit the top speed limiter at 120 in the Civic. Nice.
All right, guys, so this is 7 days without a pool pump turned on. I told you guys I'd keep you updated. That's what it looks like when you don't run your pool pump in the springtime for 7 straight days. Hey, what's up, guys? It is Thursday afternoon, and I got home today only to find a little present at the door. So today we are going to be taking a look at part 2 of the audio system for the SL65 AMG, and we are going to be doing a little unboxing. So the power amplifier arrived today, and I want you guys to have a look at it right now. So here on the table we have everything for the SL65 audio system, most everything. We have the 5-channel RCA cable, front, rear, and subwoofer. We have the 60.7 infinity kappas for the doors. We have a USB hub for the head unit. We have the joining head unit. And here we are about to unbox the power amplifier. Now, I did decide to try a lower priced amplifier because I have worked with this company before, and I have a pair of speakers from them and they are amazing. Power amplifier is very affordable for a 5-channel amp. Also, I do a lot of research before I buy anything, and this has incredible reviews. Now granted, the audio rating on it might be a little inflated, but that's of no concern to me because I will not be pushing this amplifier anywhere near even conservative ratings. So this is the amplifier. It is made by a company called Rockville. They are an up-and-coming audio company. I have a pair of their powered monitor speakers right here on my composing station, and they are absolutely great. So this is the Rockville Phenom RXHF5, excuse me. Now, of course, that power rating is probably inflated, even though they claim that. This is about 130 bucks, believe it or not. So it's a very, very good deal. So what we're doing right now is just unboxing, make sure there's no issues with the amp, physical problems in the in the shipment or anything like that. So this is the bass control for it. So this will probably mount in the center console. Here is the actual amplifier, and 1 second and I will get that out for you guys to take a look at. So right off the bat, taking a look, you've got this amplifier production certificate with this CEA rated power. 204 watts RMS per channel is what this was tested at 1% total harmonic distortion plus noise. Taking a look at the amplifier, wow, pretty impressive. I definitely like the way this thing is built. You can see right here on this side it has two beefy 60 amp fuses right here. There's the power ground remote, and here is the speaker outputs. And on this side we have the inputs. Like I was just saying, we have the inputs right here and the crossovers on the side. There's the input for the bass remote and all the settings for the crossovers and the RCA inputs there. And if you're doing high level inputs, there's a breakaway cable for that. So this is the Rockville RXHF5 5-channel amplifier. Looks already to be a really, really high quality piece. Please subscribe to my channel, like this video, so once we get this installed, you can see the rest. And we'll see you soon. Just got a text, can you believe it? Oh boy. Looks like we got a present out here we need to bring inside. Well, I accidentally hit stop there. Package got to the US and got lost in Philadelphia. Never heard from again, and of course you know UPS. Basically, if your package doesn't show up, that's the last time you're ever going to hear from them, because investigation did nothing. Never even heard from those guys after an investigation was opened on the package. So the guys at ID4 decided to go ahead and ship me another one. Very difficult to unbox and film at the same time, but we're going to do that. So here we go. We have the ID4 digital gauge cluster here. We're going to be right back. Alright, so full of peanuts. That's good, right? I'm going to dump some of these peanuts up and then start the video again. Alright, I really meant for this unboxing to go smoother. Literally. Here's the first thing I see. Looks like it might be part of the yeah, so it looks like the top part of the instrument cluster there. Yep. Set that aside over here so it doesn't get damaged. Sorry, the dishwasher is running. There's that. Took some of these peanuts out. You can see it is well packed. Now we've got a box here. Let's take a look at this and see what this is about. Alright, there's my receipt too. I paid well over $1,000 for this setup. And I got a bunch of options. I really wanted some of the options that allow you to plug in the USB without getting to the back of the instrument cluster, and also I wanted the keypad option. Looks like we got some of that stuff here. We got the USB cables. We have the keypad, which goes onto your dash there. Yep, there's the, really want to get that into the actual dash underneath where your leg goes. I want to, up underneath there, Dremel that out. Looks like here we have, I'm not sure what that is. We have a template to cut the vent, I believe, right there. I think that's what that is. We have the backup camera. The RCA adapter for the backup camera, which I already have that. We have the right angle adapter for the USB here. And not sure what that is, but I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, that's for the keypad. And then I think this goes to over your vent. Once you Dremel out the vent plate, I believe that goes on top of that. All right, let's see what's next in here. All kinds of goodies on it. Underneath a bunch of green peanuts here. All right, so this seems to be the main unit. Let's get this box out of the way. And the peanuts. Yep. So yeah, I really felt bad for these guys because they had to make me a new one after UPS lost it, and hopefully they get all their money back. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox this and restart. Trying to get this open without stopping the video. I had to stop it once, but all right, I'm trying this one more time. All right, got this beautiful packaging undone. Here is the actual digital gauge cluster by ID4. This is probably the most exciting modification I've done to the car yet, or am going to do. Take a look at the back of it. So there it is. There's all the connectors, the USB, the little fan. Yeah, so this thing does not fit without trimming the plate from the back. I'm assuming there's instructions somewhere or a video for me to watch, but here is the plate. I believe that the plate template that you put, doesn't even say which way is the top, but I think you tape this onto the vent behind your stock gauge cluster, and then you use your Dremel and you trim out the back so it kind of fits in there. Now I do also have, that's interesting. Yeah, I also have the Android head unit, which uses a backup camera. I have not installed the camera, so my plan is when I go in here, I am going to Y-adapt here and finally connect my Android navigation to the backup camera, which I've been wanting to do, I'd say probably for over a year now. So I'm going to look into the paperwork right now, see if there's instructions for this guy, and go ahead and update you guys after that. All right, so I'm watching the video now on ID4 site. Don't know how old it is, if it's updated or not. The first thing it says is I need a Torx tool set. Now I have this Torx, and I think this is the right one, so I'm gonna go in here now. It's super helpful to have a convertible, obviously, because, you know, so much more room to do things. But apparently you go up under here to remove these screws. Wouldn't you know it, that's the right one. So you know why? Because I used it to do the Android radio there. So going to grab a light also so you guys can see better, and I'm going to do the first step in the video. All right, first things first, I went ahead and hooked up my battery charger because I have a feeling I'm going to have the doors open for a while and it's going to cause some current draw. I do have it on the lowest possible setting here. It's not a bad idea to use a thing like a battery tender here that I have to top off your battery every once in a while if you know, keep your battery in tip-top shape. But if you guys don't know it, you can hook your any jumper cables or anything up to the front posts here. That's what those are designed for. Now, I have a feeling this is going to take me a while. Also got a light set up in here for a little bit extra lighting. So I'm going to get my next step ready. I'm going to go ahead and try to take out these screws up here by hand. Let's see what happens. Oh wow, yeah. Apparently you don't need a lot of torque here because these are hand tight. And I thought about getting my small screwdriver out, my electric screwdriver out for this, but they're just, it's in an awkward place. I don't think you'll be able to get that in here. So here's the second one here. Let's see if I can get underneath this. Nope, there's not a good place to go. Alright, this is kind of hard to get out by, oh, there we go. Came right out. Not a bad idea to have a place to put your screws, but BMW gives you one right there. Alright, second screw coming out. And out. I'm gonna go ahead and check the instructions and check back with you guys. Alright guys, so the next step is you just should be able to just pull the cluster. Everything's difficult with one hand. But yeah, look at that, it just comes right out. Pretty easy. Also, make sure that your steering wheel, I drive with the steering wheel all the way down, but make sure that it's all the way in the down position, otherwise it might be difficult to get this out. And there should be a connector on the back here. Now here's the next part that's going to be hard, is getting this out, because there's like literally no room. It's very hard. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab a towel and cover the steering wheel so I don't damage it. Okay guys, as you can see here, I covered up the steering wheel. And I think if you lift up, it will pop right out and be difficult with one hand. I'm really trying to do this while I film. Okay, there we go. So that is it. And now there is a connector on the back with a little clamp that you disconnect. Apparently, it is right there. I'm gonna do that now because it takes two hands. But you just pull the little protective lever over and then you disconnect it. Okay, so there is a little notch here on this connector that you have to push in to move the connector, to rotate the connector down. So just get a little screwdriver or something and push that notch in. This thing should come right out. And then we'll update you on the next steps. But this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the freaking way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. Alright guys, so the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get, whoops, lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off in the video. Let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's like, yeah.
When the cluster is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch.
In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. But I can relate because I'm half German, so got this tool here. Now you see, this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tabs, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow, check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch, but now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much, get focused, I love how much space there is. Man, look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video. Alright, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit too... It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so...
The sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
Alright, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right.
Alright, well let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. Alright, so this thing has to be cut out, apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water. And I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then, so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So,
Right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
he's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent,
As shown in the picture.
and then you cut everything except this.
Tube is still in the vehicle. Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover was.
This is a good time to install the vehicle interface.
I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Duh. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. All right, let's go try the next step here with. Oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you gonna stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's gonna be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template, fold it over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm gonna watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves, and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here, and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to cover.
So there's the instructions.
Piece as shown in the picture.
Alright, see how they cut?
While the air tube is
Sorry, I
still in
dropped
the
it.
vehicle.
So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling, or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this, what? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. Get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel, and I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here, so this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Your Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, These cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that, and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like what good would this do? I don't understand. We're gonna find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm gonna retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here, there's still like a little bit here. I'm gonna trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and trim that off and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get it. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm gonna work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. Just the keypad here that mounts on your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. So it'll only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. All right, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out from a different video for the 5 Series, maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. I'll be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover is going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power on right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. All right, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm going to work on this. Goodbye. All right, so it is the next day. Wow. What a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great, and yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 of an inch, so I'm going to be removing it again and cutting away some more of the vent, and I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash out of frustration, and then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery. Okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu. So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably going to happen soon. But wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you. I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comment section. Have a good day, Supercar Street Racing. All right, guys, we are on our way to All Set Auto right now, and then we're going to reveal once we get there what is happening with the 2023 Model S Plaid on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we are out here at All Set Auto, who is going to be looking at the car. I see somebody inside now. So, how's it going? I'm Brad.
Nate, nice to meet you.
How's it going? So, doing a little bit of for the channel here.
You want to show?
Yeah. So this is, guys, this is All Set Auto, and you are
Nate.
Nate. All right, yeah. I'm Brad. Nate. Yeah, for sure.
What we do here.
Okay, awesome. Whoa,
Teslas.
dude, love the lighting.
All Set spelled backwards is actually Tesla.
Yep, that's true. And so
this is our work area.
Okay.
A little bit of PPF. PPF means paint protection films.
Right.
And what that is basically to protect your paint from rock chips, scratches, swirls that you get from washing your vehicles.
Right.
Stuff like that.
So what we're looking at for the car that has less than 200 miles on it is satin.
Satin.
And
I can actually show you a satin.
Okay, cool.
Satin right here.
And we're going to be doing the whole car.
This is a Model 3. What model do you have again?
Model S Plaid.
Model S. Wow, nice. Congratulations.
Brand new. It's got like 100 miles on it. So.
Sweet. This one's actually getting a matte conversion. I don't want to go too far over.
Okay. So this one's going satin.
Mike, which fenders you get done? You get the hood done.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see here, I love the lighting here, by the way.
Yes, this is our light cone.
So yeah, you can see here where it knocks the shine down on the satin, which is exactly what I wanted. And there's a couple of black ones like mine out there, and I looked at an older one, but I decided to get a brand new one because they updated the hardware.
Yes.
So now they have there's no more like proximity sensors, it's all camera based, and so all that changed, and I wanted to make sure.
All new to these now.
Yep, all new. And this one's brand new too?
Yes, this is a 2023.
Well, they have sold so many in the first quarter, something like 500,000 cars, so you guys will be busy.
Yeah, we're not shy of work. We gotta put in work. So that is a little bit of something that we do. We also offer window tint.
Right, and I looked at that, but you guys won't do the fronts, right? The front window?
We do.
Oh, okay. All right.
We do whatever you want.
Okay. We might do that too.
Just providing the best for our customers, whatever they want.
Because I thought he texted and said it was like $6.99 just for the backs.
$6.99 is including the front two and the backs. So I'll actually come out here and show you, go over your vehicle.
Okay.
So $6.99 will cover all 8 of your side windows, 4 on one side, 4 on the other side, and then the very back glass.
Oh, okay. Just not the front. You guys
Not
don't.
the front.
Do you guys do the front?
We do the front. We also do the sunroofs.
Okay.
We'll do any window on any model, make, or any model, basically.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit.
We also offer a ceramic job too. I know you're getting a matte conversion, so there wouldn't be any kind of ceramic on your vehicle right now.
Right.
If you would like to do something like that, help you clean it a little bit easier. PPF, you're already getting kind of clean.
Right.
It's really a preference thing. Some
Like
people
on top of the PPF?
Some people don't. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So what is if it ever had to be removed, what is that process like, and does it hurt the paint at all?
Process is we take a steamer You could peel it off yourself if you knew how to do it.
Right.
I wouldn't suggest it.
Okay.
If you slap it, we call it a slap technique. Sometimes when we get beginners in here, they'll take the film and they'll actually slap it off, which will actually strip your paint.
I've heard that
if you
too.
do that, yeah, you have to paint the whole car again and take care of the customer. So
okay.
try to stray away from that. The best way to do it is to actually pull with it, stretch the adhesive on the backside so it doesn't pull in.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
And we also use a steamer, and basically the steamer provides a little bit of steam, put it to the film, and it provides water on top of the film.
Okay.
In the paint.
Gotcha.
So it helps separate a little bit easier also.
And when you wash full car PPF, do you wash it like a normal car?
Yes.
So you can use any, do you use products on it or what?
In fact, with PPF, you can have your rag and distracted, accidentally drop your rag. Pick your rag back up off muddy ground and wash your paint again. It'll have those swirls in your paint. Put it out in the sun, and the PPF will actually self-heal.
Oh, wow.
So it'll take all those swirls out of your paint.
Crazy.
Same thing as scratches, rock chips.
Okay, awesome. Well, so the car came with, I'll show you, so it had a few little imperfections from the factory.
Yeah, we'll get it cleaned up and go over it again.
So it's actually going to the dealer right now. That was from the factory.
Okay.
This chip here.
Gotcha.
And then there's stage 6, huh? There's a scratch somewhere right here.
See it right there?
I think. Well, there's one. I think that's just dirt. But there is a scratch somewhere on here that I found. And so, like, look at this too. Look at. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if that's dirt or that looks like it's in the paint. Think that'll come out? No, it's in the paint, isn't it?
I can get some alcohol out here if you
Well,
want to try to get something like that off.
I'm gonna make them do it.
Deal with it.
Yeah. So I don't know what they're gonna do. I hate that they might have to paint the car. I absolutely hate that. But your boss was saying might as well get it done now.
There's your scratch.
Yep. Sure enough, that probably buff out. You think?
Yeah, we personally could buff that out. Yeah, so I know Tesla is well capable of doing it.
So also, you guys are going to take off the front plate for me.
Yes, sir.
Get rid of that thing because it's ugly. Yeah, there was a scratch somewhere.
We also offer blacked out emblems too. I see you got a blacked out car, black rims, and being that you're going to have tint, you'll have blacked out windows too. We also offer blacked out Tesla pod or Tesla.
Notice they don't have the logo anymore on this new one.
That. But it would be for the front too. We could, if you wanted the back, we could install the back for you.
Okay, gotcha.
The front too, because the front is perfect.
Yeah, I'll probably get you guys to do that to that one.
Absolutely.
Because it's ugly. All right, well,
definitely not ugly, but
yeah,
we can make it look a little bit better.
Okay, so the plan is this is going to Tesla right now. Gotcha. It'll be there for who knows how long, and then you guys, I'll be out of town, but you guys are going to grab the car and do the PPF for me, and then maybe, I don't know if you guys have the ability to do like a capture when you're doing some of it so we can put it in the video.
Do that.
Okay, cool. And then we'll throw it all in the video, put it all up, and get you guys some coverage here. But man, thank you so much for the tour. And when we come back in like 3 weeks, this car's going to be completely different. Good morning. All right, we just left All Set Auto and then the Tesla dealer, and the Tesla dealer cannot take the car until May the 10th. So we have some time to wait before we can actually get anything done to the car. So we will keep you guys updated on what our plan of attack is here momentarily. All right, guys, here we are in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing Studio, and right in front of me here we have the All Set Auto website, and you can see right here on the front page of All Set Auto, it says, "We don't protect cars, we protect Teslas." So that just goes to show you how well they understand a Tesla vehicle and what they can do to help you and your car from protect your car from paint issues. Now, what we are doing with the brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid that's sitting right over here in the Supercar Street Racing garage is we are doing full PPF film on the car, and it is going to be satin. Now, what does that mean exactly? So the satin PPF is going to give the car the look of a matte black finish, which I absolutely love. I have seen it on pictures and in person, and it looks absolutely fabulous. You know, all my vehicles got to be black with black wheels. I just like that look so much, and I think it's very cool. So looking on the front page here, they have several tabs, and you can take a look at their services. They offer a service where they do both ceramic coating and also the PPF. A lot of people want to do that, so they might do the PPF and then get the ceramic coating done on top of that. I am not getting that done due to the cost involved. I am getting full paint PPF done, and I am getting the windows tinted by them. They also do regular ceramic coating to your car if that's all you want. They do window tint, like I said, they're doing to mine. And then they can also change the color of your car. The owner actually has a Tesla that is changed in color with colored PPF. So if you're interested in a different color on your vehicle, they can definitely hook you up with that as well. Talks a little bit here about the All Set Advantage and what that means. With their innovative products, then their lifetime in-house warranty, so they definitely guarantee their products after you purchase. And they have a partnership with Carfax, so it goes on the Carfax report apparently here, and then down here you will see testimonials from customers that have reported 5 stars on All Set Auto, so that's actually a great thing. And then right here they have this Tesla paint area, so they can protect your paint here with PPF or ceramic coating, and they can fix rock chips, swirls and scratches, water spots, and things like that. You'll have to give them a call for specifics because I have not consulted with them on this part, so I don't know what they offer there, but give them a ring. And right here, right now, on the contact area, you can see that there is a contact right here, and that one is actually the wrong area, so that is for Dallas. Let's go back to, we for some reason are in the Dallas one when we should be in the Jacksonville, and there is the contact for the Jacksonville office there, 888-352-5738, and they are at 5105 Phillips Highway, and they are about 3 miles away from the actual Tesla dealership. Looks like both of the websites are basically identical besides a contact, but do not contact Dallas unless you're in Dallas. Contact the Jacksonville office if you're local, or get the office nearest you, but please work with Jacksonville if you can. They are helping me out, and we are doing a collaboration on this, and hopefully once they get done with the wonderful work on the Tesla, we will have a nice video of them doing the work, which we can then put up on the channel. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video. I can't wait to see you next time in a couple of weeks when we get this done, and we'll see you guys soon. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we got this gift from Greg and Danielle, and this gift from Greg and Danielle. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this little project which should be fun. I'm pretty hyped. It's a HP all-in-one PC, and it says some model number back there that I can't, H3, H4, I can't read it, but we're gonna get this thing all cleaned up today, get it torn apart, max out the RAM, max out the CPU, max out the solid state drive by replacing the regular spindle drive. My thoughts are all over the place right now, sorry. Yeah, we'll rip out the regular spindle drive, we'll put in a solid state drive, rebuild this thing, put Windows 11 in there, and see what we can do. But for now, the first step is cleaning this mess up.
All right, I found a solid state drive, and so we are going to be replacing this drive in this computer, and I have no idea how to do it. So we're just gonna go for it here, people. So I have a towel here for protection. Always use protection. And let's clear the table off of all this other garbage. So first thing first, we are going to replace this drive. And there are a number of screwages. So I'm going to grab my little lithium-ion screwdriver. We got our Kingston SSD now, 120 gigabyte drive going in here, and I don't know really how we will secure it, so let me figure out if I've got some double-sided tape for this. Okay, I decided just to do a little hot glue action here, just letting my glue gun warm up here, and then all we have to do is put some hot glue here and just hot glue that boy right there, that hot boy. So I'm really curious about the RAM in here. This is some kind of shield that doesn't need to be there. And if we can just eliminate this completely, we will. RAM. So there's little symbols here that say RAM. Ah, here's the third one. That was it. Might have some RAM for this. Don't know. Could be maxed out. I didn't even check. I'll say screw it. Pull it, check later. Alright, it's got a single SODIMM. And I'm going to have to take a picture of this to see it. Yeah, this is an 8 gigabyte PC3 12800, and I do not have any other RAM for this. So I have nothing to replace this with. Okay, I'm pretty sure I wasn't that aggressive, but I had to bend the memory module clips back together to get the memory to seat correctly and get no beeps. But hey, if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do. So it's probably going to reboot now, would be my thought. I'm going to go ahead and click restart. I don't know if I need to take the stick out, but I'm going to see if it'll boot off the drive this time. I'm assuming it will. That's what it's supposed to do. There it goes. Good morning, everybody. So we are back at it with the HP all-in-one, and we have an issue. That is, every 3 seconds or so, the video freezes up and the mouse freezes up. And did some research online, and apparently it's the graphics driver. I did try a solution that someone else suggested that worked for them, but it did not work for me, and that is an older version of the AMD driver for HP. So now I'm just researching, trying to figure out if this is going to be fixable or not, or if I'm going to have to back down to like a super old version of Windows or go to Linux or whatever. But for right now, I'm just kind of playing with different versions of AMD drivers, trying to see what I can do to get this working. I'm digging around on Reddit and I found graphics driver 17.4, I believe it was, and there is a good chance that that worked. Oh yeah, look at the smoothness. Heck yeah, I'm hyped. All right, now we can get some software installed on this beast. All right, a little status update on the PC. We got it all working now finally with the AMD Radeon drivers that we downloaded that I got off of Reddit. And now we are just waiting for the 8GB module to arrive later today, and we will give an update after that. All right, we got the memory module for the HP all-in-one right here, so we will be doing a little installation on that up next. All right, we're back here in front of the HP all-in-one. We got to take the back off again, and I forgot to shut it down. Let's go ahead and shut this thing down. And before we shut it down, we have 8GB of RAM. And right here we have, hopefully, another 8. Thing comes apart pretty easy. Really takes itself apart. And there is the extra RAM module spot right there. Let's get our RAM opened up. SP power RAM. And hopefully this will work with this board. If not, it will be returned. So it goes in this top slot. I was having a lot of problems with the other one. Interesting. That should be it. That easy. See if she'll boot up or if she gives the dreaded beeps or doesn't see the RAM. Power lights on. We have HP. I didn't see anything about memory. Maybe it just goes right to Windows. We will see. Let's see if we even have 16 gigabytes. We don't have video. We do now. Let's go to system information. $16 gigs of total RAM. Right here. Awesome. Let's open up Task Manager. This should be substantially faster. And we'll go up here to memory. $15.4 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM right here, and 12.7 available, which means more disk cache, more memory for applications, and just all the way around better. Guys, I hope you enjoyed getting this PC back to life. This was fun. I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys once again. Please like and subscribe and buy all your products through my links. It helps me tremendously. We'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing back again out in the garage with the mini bike here. And today we are going to start on the refurbish process and also some more disassembly of the handlebars and front forks and everything. But the first thing we're going to do right here, right now, is go ahead and start sanding down these two items right here and get them on the paint block here and get them start painted. So stay tuned, that's happening today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, I got my sanding block here ready. Guys, we got everything nice and prepped up now. Banged out all the dents. And it's time to degloss everything now. Got the gas tank here. Just getting all the stickers off of it now. Alright, I gotta mask off this one little place on the tank right here. Alright, we got the chain guard here. Alright, I'm going to try something a little different here on the kick guard. Back in the garage here, we're gonna start disassembling these handlebars if we can figure out how. Okay, I got the handlebars off, and now I am going for the headlight. And I think it will yeah, it unhooks right there, so that's perfect. Looks like it's just held on by one nut there. Probably the same one size as the other. Yep, 2 nuts. These nuts?
These nuts?
Okay. There's rain on the phone, dog. So
There's nowhere to sit.
this is exactly what we saw on TV.
Why is there nowhere to sit?
Yeah.
It's so busy out here.
I know. Why is there rain on my phone,
I
dog?
don't know. Why my eyes getting wet?
Are we on a... Okay, me and Patricia absolutely hate onions, so we're going to see if this alligator will eat them. Get it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Nope. We got the Jaguar socks. We got a freaking dishwasher that's brand new. We got a Tesla hat, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel hat on the dishwasher that's brand new is so good. And you got the Tesla hat here. You got the dishwasher. You got the Tesla hat, and you got the dishwasher. And the peel hat is so good. And guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio where my computer has died because it apparently the CPU cooler pump went out because it is overheating. So I ordered a new CPU cooler. It's a water-cooled cooler. But anyway, we are down to the backup editing break here, and today we have this generic Bluetooth smartwatch we're going to be looking at on Supercar Street Racing. Good afternoon, guys, on a Saturday here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios where it's going to be 100 degrees outside today. We have this generic smartwatch that was provided to me by the manufacturer to test out for you guys, and it does have an app that goes with it called Glory Fit. And if you look right here and right now, you can see some of the features on the watch. Like on the front, you can see the messaging, the phone, and then some other apps. And it can do calls, and it can take track of your daily exercise, keep track of that. It does show your heart rate, help you with training. And then you can see right here, right now, it does blood oxygen levels. And you can listen to music. And it does all kinds of other cool things. For example, when it is on your body, it does show your heart rate. That's pretty cool. And then there's breath training, an alarm clock, a weather. If we just tap the weather here, we can see if it understands where we are. It may not. It's a little bit touchy on the touch screen part, but I'm not even over the thing for you guys, but yeah, it can be a little bit touchy, as you can see. Let's put it on my wrist real quick. I wanted to show you guys some of the settings on this watch because you can change like the theme and everything. So if we go to settings, we go to theme, dial, that's where you change like the wallpaper and the look of the watch. You can see here we can choose from a few of these, and it really wants to be bright on the screen. Let me lower that. Oh, I just changed it to a pink. I just changed it to a pink rose. Let's try that again. Alright, settings. Theme. It can be a little finicky on the touch screen. Dial. And then here we go through the different ones. Pretty cool. Let's try that one. Shows your heart rate and everything on the front. So yeah, you can change the themes of it. I'm actually trying to figure out how to change the weather because I'm not sure where that is set up. I'm going to look for that. But like when you go to weather, it's hilarious because the weather is like translated wrong. Check it out. Very stronger. And it's also in Celsius, and I don't know how to change that. There's the future weather, current weather, right there on the face of the watch. And I was actually looking for that in settings. It may be on the app, I don't know, not a whole lot is set from the app. But like info just shows you like the version System doesn't have anything in it about the, well, maybe it does. System. Okay, no, there's nothing in it about the Celsius or Fahrenheit. Huh. So there's the 3 themes available. List, grid, or nest. It is currently set to list. And there is no place in here to change. Yeah, there's nothing in here to change the Fahrenheit to Celsius or vice versa. Let's check the app. All right, we are now on the phone and we're going to take a look at the GloryFit app here. Here's GloryFit, and right on the front here, if you see home, it will show you your heart rate. I'm not wearing the watch, so let me put it on. It is connected to the watch. It connected through Bluetooth when I opened the app the first time and said it was synced. And now I am wearing the watch. And it says that my heart rate is 73 beats per minute. I have taken no steps today. And it doesn't have my blood oxygen level. But what we're looking for first is the settings. Device. Let's see. Universal settings. Unit. There we go. British. Let's see if it actually worked on the watch to change the weather. Oh no, the weather still says 31 Celsius. It didn't change. Okay. So here's all your settings for the actual watch. Here's where you sync your contacts, enable your Bluetooth calling, which it does work. I already tried it. Your heart rate monitoring. These are all your switches to tell your app how to act. You have to have this SMS reminder on to get text messages on the watch. I did find that out. Not sure what the quick reply does. I guess you can reply from the watch. Ah, okay. So you can choose from all these and just pick one. I don't think you can actually text from the watch itself. Here's where you actually check and see if there's an update for the firmware. And I am on the latest version available. And here's like some of the sports settings. Running, cycling, jump rope, badminton, and it can keep track of that with the watch. And if we go back here to me, there is my email, my training plans. You can set goals for yourself. And you can do all the permissions. This thing needs a lot of permissions. It has to be available in the background all the time to receive alerts. Right here, I don't understand how you, let's see, permissions. Well, I thought I already had that set up, the background permissions. It hasn't complained, but that's your permission settings. And of course, you can make a phone call, like cancel. You can add a SOS emergency call that you can make from the phone, from the watch. And yeah, basically this app is where you do everything with the watch, keep track of your sports, check out your blood oxygen. It says no data at this time. Let's see, it's testing me right now. So just FYI, your blood oxygen should never be below about 92 to 93%. When you're really sick with COVID, that's when your blood oxygen level gets in the low 90s and you need help. So the watch does say I am at 98% right now on my blood oxygen, but it has not transferred that over to the phone. So I don't know why that hasn't updated. But it did work when I said testing. It did show up on the watch as 99% right now. So I don't know if it actually goes for a while before it can show your blood oxygen level on the phone part. The watch now says 99, and it just vibrated, so I don't know. Oh, there we go. It already transferred over to the phone. Very cool. All right, awesome. And here's the heart rate. And you can see here that I am tranquil. But I still don't know how to make the phone, the actual watch, go to Fahrenheit. It's still set on Celsius, which I can't change. I'm not sure why. There's actually no place to do that. I guess the app setting is just for the app. I don't know. It says universal. Device language follows system. Time system. Let's change that to 12 hours. Unit. It's on British. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't synced the settings yet. Let me try turning off Bluetooth and turning it back on. Okay. Bluetooth is disconnected. Please connect. Alright, so it reconnected. Let's see if it changed my settings. No, it didn't. I still have Celsius on the watch. So, not sure what that's about. But that's a pretty good look at the app itself. It is called GloryFit. You will have to download that in order to use this watch. We are back up on the wrist again, and this thing is still so bright, and I have locked that down like 50 times. There we go. It is the exposure level on the camera that is killing this. So yeah, that's the look at what it looks like, and you just shake your wrist for it to wake up, and that is the theme that I picked, and there is my heart rate showing, and it should wake up when you shake like that. The channel is operating at less than capacity right now, and we have this smartwatch that we kind of want to give a conclusion on. And honestly, overall, I don't have a lot of bad things to say about this thing. For a generic smartwatch, it is actually pretty good. It does deliver the text messages as it is supposed to. It's inexpensive. I want to say it's around 35 or 40 bucks. I will put a link to it in the description, and we will be offering you guys this amazing smartwatch at the full price, because I don't have a discount code or anything. But always, I love it when you guys support the channel, and like, I encourage you to get this, especially if you're doing a lot of fitness stuff, and if you need a inexpensive watch, this will not set you back like a Apple Watch would. And it does all these cool features. I haven't even tried the game. Okay, this looks like Flappy Bird. I haven't even tried this. This is pretty cool. Let's see. Bird game. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm bad at this. How do you even? Oh, you just like tap. Okay. Oh, I got smoked. I mean, it's not exactly fast, but you tap at the top. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, that's Flappy Bird. Anyway. Let's see what else is on here. Numbers and birds. That's it. I guess you get Flappy Bird, or you get whatever the heck that is. What's Toolbox? Okay, stopwatch, timer, find phone, remote camera. So I guess you can take pictures from here. You can trigger your camera on your watch. That's about it, guys. I think we've gone through most of the features of this generic rose gold with the pink band, which I wear because I have no problems with my being comfortable with my sexuality as a straight male. And you can see right here, right now, it is 11:59 on a Saturday, and my housekeeper is probably going to be gone soon. She's over. Guys, thank you so much for supporting the channel, and my apologies for the video today. As you can see, the editing PC is in pieces. Hopefully it will be fixed tomorrow, where we will start bringing you back the quality level that you're used to. We'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. The Chang M recessed ceiling lighting is sitting right here in front of me, and that's going to get installed today. Guys, welcome back to part 5 of the garage makeover, and today we are getting everything out of this garage and into my new storage shed. I chose not to build the shed myself, but let's get into it today on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, welcome back to the channel, and today our mission is simple: get everything out of here into the new storage shed around the corner, which I will go give you a tour of now, and I'll show you what my plan is inside the shed. But basically, the garage is no longer for garden tools and paint and all that stuff. It is for vehicles. Some tools will remain under that workbench there, but that is all, and then everything else is going straight outside. So let's get to work. All right, we are inside the new Suncast shed. And this is what it looks like on the outside. And it was professionally assembled. It is 7x4. Now, my plan was to go up against the house, but it will not fit. It does not fit underneath my gutters. Unfortunately, it's too tall. If it was 6 inches or 2 inches less, it would have fit. But as you can see, I have already built plastic shelves and placed them in here to start the process of getting everything out of the garage. And this top part of the shelf will not fit. It is too tall. It would fit here up against this wall, but it will not fit on the sides. And in the middle here, I want to put up my hanger rack and hang stuff off of this guy. So that is what we're doing now. We're slowly getting stuff in here, and I'll take you guys through that process.
So these things work awesome, but I don't have any more of them, and I'm not going to run to the store to get any. I kind of want to reuse my hanger system here that I have, but there's only a few screws up here, and I'm hoping I can just unscrew these and use a couple of those and maybe some short fat screws to hold this up. It is plastic, however. There's some threaded things here, but I don't know exactly what they're for. Looks like those line up perfectly almost. I can make those work. I gotta go find screws that match this, but just a little bit longer. All right, we got to go ahead and start getting our garden tools in here now that we have a place to hang them. And if we move this, we can hang short stuff here. We still have those two metal things as well that we could probably hang something right there. The shelf's kind of in the way though. All right, I got my label maker here. Let's go ahead and get these shelves labeled as best we can.
So the next piece of the puzzle is this TP-Link smart dimmer plug. Now what happened is this thing drew so much power it burned out a regular smart plug. This is designed for high power, so I bought that. I've already set it up in the app. I need to get up in the attic and plug it in and see what the minimum light level is, but I think these hex lights can be dimmed. If not, they'll just come on at 100%, but let's get up in the attic and get this thing connected. So this worked once and then burned up, so absolute garbage. So that's going back to Amazon, and I gotta find something different. Little update, I ordered 2 non-dimmer smart plugs of the same brand, hoping that I will split the circuit. I'll do the outer ring on one and the hex lights on another, and run 2 heavy-duty extension cords to the outlet in the attic. That does it. Now, let's get this place cleaned up. Alright guys, that's going to wrap up this part of the series, and we have successfully done hardly anything except clean out the entire garage of all the crap that was in here and moved it out into the new shed. We also now have to get our new smart plugs in for our hex garage lights.
Welcome back once again to Supercar Street Racing and the 4K production studio. We're out here this morning in the freezing cold, trying to bring you this video about this Suncast storage shed made of resin. And I wanted to give you guys a little bit of insight into my experiences with the shed. So I did have this thing professionally installed. I wasn't in the mood to actually get out there and put this thing together with one person. And they came out and then they got it done in about 4 hours. I did see they had a little bit of difficulty, but nothing too major. They just kind of had to figure everything out as they went. And taking a look at the shed right here, you can see it is built very well. It's a well put together shed, very solid, doesn't feel flimsy at all. And it does have really good reviews over on Lowe's.com. So some of the things I wanted to talk about with the shed is just kind of like what the inside is like. So basically, it is just plastic all on the inside, but on the back wall, it does have a metal strip across the top that you can use these little clamp-like holders to put garden tools on. And they do say in the actual Q&A here on the Lowe's site that they make accessory kits for this. And so you can buy things like shelves and things like that to mount your stuff in the garage. It is kind of a roomy little garage at 7x4. I got 2 shelves in it, although I could not get the whole shelves in. These are the HD shelves from Home Depot. I couldn't get the whole shelf in. I had to take the top of each shelf off so I could get one on each side. These are the HD plastic shelves at Home Depot. And so I was able to do that. If you put the shelf on the back wall, it will fit the whole entire shelf. But just one thing to be aware of, if you have any kind of elevation next to your house, like if you have concrete or anything like that, or if you have to put this thing up on a pad
it would not fit under my gutters by about 1.5 inches. It was very close, but it just would not fit. So beware, if you're going to try to put this thing up against your house here, the very tip of the roof here is supposed to be 8 feet, so measure ahead of time if that is your plan. Now notice here they have it on a 2-story house right here, and it fits no problem. Also, just note the front here. It does have a door here that opens up both ways, and on the left side door, so this door here, it has metal latches at the top and the bottom to keep it open and closed. So you just push a little metal thing in at the top and one at the bottom, and that part stays closed. It does have the capability to be locked right here. You can see this area right here can accept a regular style lock, as we will show you right here. See how the latch just basically closes and then your lock goes right through it. It does have a vent at the top. And checking right here, you can kind of see the way the inside is. There are some threaded holes in there that I'm not sure if they're for the accessory kit or what they're for, but like I did notice that there's a capability to screw something into the wall at various places where you see some of these holes. Now what I did was in the back of the shed right here where you see this ladder, I bought a garage organizer thing. It's like a rack and it uses gravity to hold up poles. I will link that in the description and also a link to the Suncast shed. So please like and subscribe and buy this shed through my link if you can. And like I said, this thing has actually awesome reviews. It is $799, $850 something with tax. And if we take a look right now, it's got 51 reviews. 65% are 5-star, 4-star is about 25%, and 1-star down at 4%. And taking a look at the Q&A, if I can get it to open here, there are things like how many hours to put the shed together. It was about 3 hours with 2 professional guys. I need a platform build diagram. You don't need a diagram to build the platform. Measure the bottom of the shed, put 4 pieces of wood together, put a piece of plywood on top of it, and you have your shed built. So it asks if you could paint it. I would not paint it. It's made of resin. It probably won't stick. The doors, keep another thing in mind that I did find out. If you are going on a slope, the doors could rub the slope, so just beware. If it's too much of a slope, the doors may not open. The box is very heavy. It took about 3 people and a forklift to get this box onto the trailer, and it is very large, so have it delivered is my advice. So it says you can anchor it to the concrete using masonry fasteners. And it withstands up to 65-mile-per-hour winds, so not a hurricane-rated shed. Oh, here are the actual accessories, and I will actually put these in the description. Some people asking, does it need a foundation? It does require a foundation. You need to put it on at least concrete, if not build a concrete pad or a 2x4 and plywood stand for it. There's the dimensions if you're wondering if it will fit a washer and dryer. Come into the Q&A. I will link this Lowe's in the description, the Lowe's link, and you can come into the Q&A and measure this. It's 6'10" wide by 3'10" deep. The shed is 3 different colors, absolutely. At the peak, it is 8'2". If your house is over 8'2" underneath the gutter, you can't slide the resin Suncast shed up against your house. I ended up putting mine on the fence like you saw and facing away from the house, and I'm worried about water running into it. If it becomes a problem, I'm going to pick it up off the ground and build a little base under it or get some feet under it. I mean, you need a full base under it. You can't just put corners because it's got a resin floor, but it would buckle if you didn't have it fully up in the air. Another person asking about the shelf kit. I will also put that in the description. And can you put a rain diverter under it? That would be a custom thing, and I would not recommend it. And let's see if we actually find this product on Amazon and see what the ratings look like there.
And we do have it on Amazon, and it is quite a bit more expensive here. It is $1,148 compared to very much cheaper, $7.99 on Lowe's. Here is a Rubbermaid that has worse reviews on everywhere I've seen it. The Rubbermaid does have bad reviews, but here on Amazon, this guy has a 1 rating and it was given a 4-star. I will link this in the description. I'll link both Amazon and Lowe's. I get no money from Lowe's if you buy this from Lowe's. Purchase any product you want on Amazon off of my links. It doesn't have to be the exact product. Anything you want, click any of my links in any of my videos. It gives me just a little bit of money on the channel and helps me support the channel more and bring you guys more videos. Please like and subscribe. Hit the bell icon. It assures that when I put out a new video, sometimes daily, you'll know when it comes out. We got to get out of here. We got to go live in the storage shed.
Guys, back in the Supercar Street Racing living room once again. We have this garden edging from Amazon that was not cheap at all. We're going to be using that today, and then if we step outside here in the Supercar Street Racing front yard, we are going to be taking a look at doing this garden and getting it all fixed up. We're going to put the edging in, we're going to put the flowers in that we got here, and then we are going to fill this with the black mulch, and that's all happening today. Let's get started and get to work. Before we get started here today on the current project on Supercar Street Racing, we need to cut this. There's a little stump right there we need to cut. So we are going to be going over to Rich's and getting the chainsaw. All right, we do have one stump right here and one over here that we're just going to be cutting off. That is the next thing on the mission. All right, we got these stumps removed here, and now I'm just going to basically try to install this edging the best I can. Let's take a look at this edging. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It is flexible, and we should just be able to go like that and break off some of the concrete and then drive the stakes down in. So we're going to try to turn this corner, or either we could just cut it. What we want to do is, actually that's kind of perfect right there. Right here we're just going to extend it right up to the house, and they have the pins that come with it to hold it. We should be able to get one at the other end, and maybe we have to break something off right here. One there, one there. Have to be careful with the wire. All right, let's dig. right, I'm gonna go ahead and put some lights in. I got a splice into this guy here. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it. I'm out of the connectors. I'm gonna have to use wire nuts.
Hey there. Subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
Alright guys, so that is going to wrap up the front garden part. This will be one video. The next video will be the other garden. But I just wanted to give you guys a good look at what I did. I did put the edging in around the garden. It was pretty easy. And then I just planted knockout roses and some other plants. I was given these two plants in the front. It's an interesting story. I don't know who put them here, but they dropped them at my house as a gift. So I went ahead and planted those in the front. I planted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knockout roses, and I forgot what these other smaller plants are called exactly, but they will come back every year. And knockout roses are very, very low maintenance, so you don't really have to do much to them. But you can see I went all the way around the side here, and it's a huge improvement from what it was before. And now I just have to get the blower out and blow off the pavers and stuff, which I forgot to do. And that will conclude this project, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and stay tuned for the next one when that garden over there will get its treatment as well. See ya. In the Supercar Street Racing awesome dining room now, you're back with Brad. We're welcoming you back to the channel once again because we have a new project we have to finish. There has been a television sitting in this garage for too long. Right there. Joe gave me that television. It's been sitting here for about 3 months. I need to get this thing installed. I don't know how I'm going to do it by myself. Doubt I can. It's pretty heavy enough to fall down and go boom. But we're going to get this TV on a mount and get this thing installed outside on the patio and get this garage all cleaned up. Need to get rid of this. Need to get rid of all this junk here. And then we're going to do that today. So hang with us when we get back from this short open. We're going to take a look at what's inside this box. Let's go. Back in full effect at Supercar Street Racing inside of the lovely dining room next to this 12-string guitar. And inside of this box is something we need for outside on the patio. This is the USX mount XML008-1K-01. Not that that matters, but in case you buy one. This is a 60 kilogram, 132 pound television mount, 47 to 84 inch, has standard VESA and can go 61 to 419 millimeters outside of the wall, can tilt and swivel. And it is heavy enough that I almost broke the table. That would have been a good blooper reel, huh? We don't need this where we're going. Or this, get out of there. Anyway, we have it right in front of us. Let's get our Supercar Street Racing scissors out. Since we lost our SCSR knife, get our SCSR scissors out because they are branded for the channel. And go ahead and open this and see what is inside of it. Now, these new mounts all come in 3 different pieces usually, so that's why the box is not very big. I know the box doesn't look wide enough to have a mount inside of it, but they are all being delivered like that now. And they tricked us with a 3rd piece of tape. Okay, oh, they really did trick me. It opens up from the side. And greeting us inside of this lovely box is a card telling you to get customer service, email, Instagram, scan, do everything you can before you return the product is basically what they're saying. Troubleshooting manual there. We have an instruction manual here. And it says if your studs are greater than what the product claimed, which meaning greater than what the product can accommodate, to get a replacement, or you have to add a 24-inch extension plate. Or not desired, you got to add an extension plate. That means you have to buy it, or you have to apply plywood. Now, we are going on stucco. None of that will apply to us. Now, here is a lovely cord organizer they give you. They give you a level also, those 2 whatever things they are. And then we have some cardboard here with the VESA mounting arms inside. We have a bunch of screws and some washers in case the screws do not actually fit. You can add washers to space them out. We have more mounting hardware here, a nice set of Allen's key, and then inside the box we do have the actual mount. We got another. Put a big dent in my floor. That's lovely. These are the extension arms that go out of the side. And then below that, they give you a template and some more mounting instructions. And you can see right here, this guy is the main part of the mount, and it does pull out like this. Right? And then what you do from there is you put your arms through here. So these arms just fit right through these spaces right here, and then they screw together. So it just goes like this. Am I doing it upside down? Yes. And you just bolt this to the wall. Now the next step is actually going to be removing everything from the outside, but I do want to get that TV in here and up on the table so we can actually work on it. We're gonna put this fuzzy blankie. Let's see, this is big TV now. Now you can see it does have a mount. Why am I not using that? Because it does not offer enough flexibility. Let's go ahead and remove the old mount. Boy, this mount is way different than what we're putting on. check my work. This has low mounting holes here, so the holes go towards the top of the TV, and we use the bottom mounting point. Yep, I can't go any lower than that. I'm gonna use the same screws. Let's hope this doesn't hit the ceiling. There's one way to find out. Mount the mount and see. Okay, the first step is done. The TV is going to sit, yes, you're raising the TV if you lower the bracket that way. TV is going to sit 17.5 inches from the mounting point right here on the back, so I'm going to go check that right now. All right, the next step is to attach the wall plate to the actual wall, so we're going to go outside to do that, so we're going to move you guys outside for that one. All right, we are out in front of the TV now, and we have to disassemble this whole entire thing and take off all these old zip ties and everything. I'm gonna get my gloves on. This is nastiness. LED lights we put on the back not too long ago. They're coming off. These are just wrapped around, no biggie. And this plug is not removable. And we have our Eero device also back here we have to disconnect. Okay, we got the new mount. Obviously the bottom holes are not gonna line up. That's fine. It's not gonna go anywhere once it's bolted in. As good as it's gonna get. All right, I'm putting the nuts back on. If you want to. Guys, I did get the new mount installed. I only used 2 of the 4 bolts because the other 2 don't line up. But you can see right there, that's going to be good enough to hold anything. That's in the concrete. And when it pushes down, it pushes on the concrete here. So this is no problem whatsoever. All we have to do now is get this assembled with the TV mount arms and get the TV hung up on here. So let's do that now. All right, here are the 4 arms. And I believe the rest of the hardware is in this. Okay, next thing you do is take 4 and 5, which are the arms right there. 5, 4, and then it says 4 and 4. Okay, I think it goes like this. Just like that. And that would mean that this one goes like that. And then the screws go there. So I'm gonna pull this all the way out like that, aim it this way a little bit, push this guy back, try to get this TV hung. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it breaks. Wait. I can't see it. Nope. Not happening. Not
Got him! Got him!
God, that thing is heavy.
Oh! Whoa!
I need help. Okay, Joe and I did get this TV hung yesterday, no problem. We have some work to do now though to go ahead and get the back of the TV all good. So what I am going to be doing today is getting the wiring done, getting the neon lights rehung, getting the access point mounted back there for my Eero, and just generally buttoning everything up. And I gotta fix this pin that I bent. So that's what we're doing right now. We're gonna be out here working on this while we do our daily workout. We'll keep you guys along for the ride. All right, we're back out behind the TV now, and we're going to start tying up some wiring and also going to be demildewing some of the existing equipment that's been out here for a while. But our first step is literally just to start tying up wiring. We did forget a part of the end caps on the TV mount. They just literally go like that, screws over them. I also brought some cleaning stuff because Florida. Now this LED light is going to be on a power strip that is on a smart plug. So that whole power strip is smart plugged. And you can see here that the light comes out of the bottom. So we're gonna wrap it like that. With the bottom, we'll make turns like that. That's on there good. We can get this tied up nice out of the way like that. So now I'm gonna go finish tying up the power strip and the lighting controller. All right, guys, a little bit of an update before the SD card runs out. I am finished with the television project. I just have to clean up now. But as you can see, the television goes all the way to the back. It can actually push in a little bit more if I wanted to. Don't think I will need to, but if I wanted to, I could push it that far back. And at that point, it is hitting really nothing. Probably good right there. This side can actually, that's as far back as it will go. So this project is done. And now I will show you guys what I did behind here. This is what I ended up doing. You can see I tied the TV up nice here, the LED light strip and everything. And then this power strip up here is switched by this smart switch. I ended up putting another power strip in to power that one. So that is as far as it's going to close right there because the plug is in the way. Kind of a puzzle that's hard to solve, but that's gonna do it for this project, guys. Just gonna clean up everything now, clean the TV up, get all this mess up and be done with this. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Again, you got Brad here, and they are in my front yard ripping up my brand new yard to put fiber in, so I am super stressed out right now. But I'm really happy you guys could join us today. We had a very special project for out back by the pool. Joe was kind enough to donate a 65-inch Vizio 4K television to the SCSR compound, and we did go ahead and install that in the back, and I will show you exactly what you use to do that. The first thing on the list here is the USX mount full motion wall TV mount. You can see it right here. There'll be a link in the description for you guys to go ahead and buy that. But it will fit a 47 to 84 inch flat screen LED TV or whatever. LEDs basically are very light, so they don't need a whole lot of support. But you can see this one does everything. It does swivel, it does tilt, and it does articulate every single way, and it is perfect for out back by the pool. You saw us install that with the Vizio television. Now also out back, we did have an LED rope light installed behind the TV, and we did go ahead and zip tie it all the way around the TV, and we went ahead and tied our wires up really nice, and also had our Eero 6 Pro hotspot mounted right behind the television. We also use smart lighting back there. We used a smart plug. I'll put a link in the description to one of those. That actually turns on the lights up above the patio, and the LED rope light that is connected right to the television. So right in front of you here, the USX mount full motion TV wall mount can be yours. There is a lightning deal going on for $43.98 it looks like right now, but you will not be able to get that because this video will not be out on time, but it is still cheap. There is a 5% coupon you can go ahead and apply to your order. Please check the link in the description and buy everything through us, and we just get a little bit of money to keep the channel going. Now right in front of me, you can see a Vizio 65-inch 4K TV, Smart TV, V-Gaming engine, AMD FreeSync, AirPlay, Chromecast. This thing does everything. And you can see it is $548, and they also have payment plans. I don't know if you knew that. Sometimes you can buy through them and there's no interest, or you can buy through one of the other companies and they will let you pay in payment plans through your credit card. Now this TV does have a 3.5 star review, so not that great of ratings. You could always shop around and maybe get an Amazon Smart TV. I will link one of those in the description as well.
And this TV we have out here does not have Bluetooth, and I have been having issues with Amazon Home Theater with Alexa. They have disabled one of the features that allowed me to watch my television through a Echo Dot, which went up into the ceiling and did all the speakers inside and outside. So I am trying to figure that out right now. But please go ahead and buy everything through the links in the description. It does help out Supercar Street Racing so much, because we lose money on the channel, and your support, your likes, your subscribes are so very important to us that we cannot survive without that. So buy everything through the links in the description, and we appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time. We got to get out of here. We got to go see how bad our grass was ripped up. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing and Brad here once again with an exciting product today from Amazon. We have a Fire TV Cube sitting right here in front of me to add to our home theater room, which we are in right now. You can see this behind me is the home theater couch. And today we're gonna get this thing unboxed and take a look at what's inside. I've not owned one of these before, but I'm excited to make this the #1 media outlet center in my home theater room. So this is going to do everything for me for my brand new Marantz Cinema 50 receiver. Let's get this thing open today on Supercar Street Racing. Thank you for joining, and like and subscribe if you're new. Guys, Supercar Street Racing back once again, and we have something very special to show you today, and that is the Amazon Fire TV Cube. Now, I've been interested in this for a while now, and I finally went ahead and bit the bullet when I got my new Marantz Cinema 50 receiver. This guy right here is going to be the heart of my new home theater system, and this is going to provide all of the good video inputs and apps that I need to go ahead and watch on the Cinema 50 in my Dolby Atmos home theater room. Now you can see right in front of me, right below this Tesla, is the Fire TV Cube. Let's go ahead and take a look at the outside of the box first. All right, so taking a look at the box, on the front it does say Fire TV Cube. It says 4K HDR, and it does support Wi-Fi 6. That is a new thing for the new Fire TV Cube, which has an improved processor as well. It does support Wi-Fi 6E for faster Wi-Fi transfers. Moving to the front of the box, around the top here, it shows some of the apps that you can use for entertainment purposes. Things like Netflix, HBO Max, Freevee, Hulu, YouTube, Disney, and a few other more like Apple TV. That is all sitting on the front of the box. Now moving to the side of the box right here, you can see that it says it works hands-free with your smart home system from Amazon. It has Wi-Fi 6 tri-band, 4K Ultra HD, high dynamic range, Dolby Vision with Atmos, and a octa-core processor, which is also new. It is the fastest processor available in an Amazon smart device. Now the other side of the box is pretty simple. It shows you some more streaming service right here. It tells you what is included in the box. You do get the Fire TV Cube, you get a Fire TV voice remote, you get AAA batteries, and you do get a power adapter. What you need in order to actually use this though is you need a high-speed internet connection. You need an HD TV or 4K HD TV with HDMI inputs, and you do need a high-speed HDMI cable. And that's a look at the outside of the box on the Fire TV Cube. The next thing we need to do here is go ahead and unbox this thing and see what is inside the actual box. Hey guys, Brad back once again in front of the Fire TV Cube, and now it is time to do the meat and potatoes of this channel. We need to go ahead and get this guy unboxed right now. So let's go ahead and do it. Now I did cheat a little bit and already removed something from the packaging. So I am actually doing this. I already removed the seal from the bottom. Looks like you just flip that up and it does open just like that, if you guys can see that. And the first thing I see inside of the box is a brown cardboard thing, and it looks like inside of this is our power adapter. It is our power adapter, and it is not
a USB Type-C adapter. It has the round plug like the other devices do. Now this might be to keep you from getting confused and accidentally plugging in the wrong thing to this, because you do need a higher powered plug for this guy here. Now let's get the peel sat. Oh, it failed. Okay, that was harder peel sat. It was kind of stuck on there. All peeled, ready to go. There is our power brick, and notice the end is one of those round type ones like are on all the show devices. And deeper inside the box here, there is a empty box, literally a box of nothing, and that is planned because it was just keeping everything close together inside of this box. We don't need this where we're going. And then in the back of this box here, we do have a nice manual here. It says hello on it. And inside the manual here, it kind of just shows you what the connections are all for, what all the buttons do, how to position your Fire TV Cube, etc. And we will go over that once we get everything out and hooked up to the theater system. All right, now it's time to go ahead and get the Fire TV Cube out of the box itself. There is the Fire TV Cube there. And then right below it, we do have a set of AAA batteries. And then right below that, we do see the Fire remote control here, looking so fresh, brand new with that peel sat. Not very good sat. Boy, these are way harder to open now. There's our remote control. Let's go ahead and put the batteries in it while we have a chance. You just push forward and slide that right off. And then they do go with plus facing the top of the remote. And we now have our remote control ready to go. And we are done with this box. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way. We don't need that where we're going either. And now let's go ahead and peel sat the Fire TV Cube. Here is the Fire TV Cube right in front of me now. And you can see on the top, it does have 4 buttons there. The rest of it is just black. And then on the back, there is an HDMI in and an HDMI out. We'll have to explore what that in does later. We are down here with the brand new Marantz Cinema 50, where we are going to be connecting our brand new Fire TV Cube. And I think for now, a good place for it to sit will just be right next to this, because we ordered a new shelf and it has not arrived yet. Now the Cinema 50 has plenty of inputs for this. We're gonna go ahead and put it into the media player port using an HDMI cable that is compatible with 4K. All right, we are behind the Marantz Cinema 50 right now, and you can see all the inputs right there. All we have to do is just find the one for media player and go ahead and plug in our HDMI cable there. We do have our HDMI cable right here. Let's go ahead and see if we can find the correct input here. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and plug our HDMI cable into we're gonna use the cable sat. It's the first input all the way over here, and we are plugged in and ready to go right there. The other side of this will be our Fire TV Cube, so let's go ahead and grab that. There's our cube right there. Put that down there for now. And we need our power brick. Let's go ahead and supply power. And there is a power connector right on the back of this guy. It is right there. See if it lights up. And there goes the light bar around the top. It did make the boot up sound. And I think we need to do the rest from the Alexa app. All right, we need to go ahead and plug in our HDMI cable also to the back of our Fire TV here. Remember, there is an in and an out, so don't get them confused. Here is the output. Right there. Notice it does not have a headphone jack either. If you were hoping to have audio out of this, forget it. They've started deleting those from everything. All right, it wanted us to turn on our projector, so here is our projector, and we now have to use our receiver instead of the projector. So let's go ahead to the receiver input. So basically we're changing our input on our projector to the Cinema 50. The Cinema 50 is now on, and there is it automatically went to that input, which is interesting. And now it wants me to hold down the home key for 10 seconds. There it goes. Now to press the play button, to start. We are in English. It already knew my Wi-Fi because I put it in when I bought the Fire TV Cube. Now it is updating to the latest software, and now it is going to restart. It might have to do that several times in order to work properly. And there is the resolution, 3840 by 2160 is what it's supposed to be. We might have to go change some settings inside of the cube to optimize the display and the sound, but it is now updating the device. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about setting up the audio. We're going to go ahead and go to the gear. This is if you have a home theater system. You're going to go to display and sounds. You want to make sure CEC device control is on. Go to audio. Surround sound is set to advanced, best available. If that doesn't work, you can change it to Dolby Digital Plus or PCM. Advanced audio, there is a volume leveler and a dialogue enhancer present in here if you want to use those. And then you can use this if you have audio sync problems. I'm going to see if it does actually do Atmos now. You guys can't watch this because it's copyrighted, but I'll blur the screen out. Okay, we have loaded up a movie. We will have to blur this out so we don't get a copyright strike, but we went ahead and opened up our Marantz app, and you can see right here on the app, it does say that we are in Dolby Atmos. So we are doing Atmos now with the new Fire TV Cube. It is working perfectly. Okay, looking at the top of the Fire TV Cube, this is the action button here, and then these are the microphones on top. There is 4 of them up on top of there, and this is the this is like the mute button. Yeah, this is the microphone on/off button. It's a circle with a slash through it. Then there's a whole layout here of what your remote does. It's pretty self-explanatory because I'm sure most of you have already used this device. All right, guys, that was a good look at the Fire TV Cube with Brad and Supercar Street Racing. I hope that you'll go down to the link in the description and order your own. Make sure you do use all my affiliate links because that helps us out greatly on the channel. We lose money, we don't get any money from this, and we just need to pay a few bills off with the revenue from Amazon. All right, I'm gonna be showing you guys how to install Kodi on any Android Fire device. So what you wanna do is first go find this program called Downloader. It popped up right there. Go ahead and install. And it is installing Downloader. Okay, Downloader's ready. All you have to do now is click Open, click Allow, click OK. Go into the enter a URL. It works like a mouse. You just move your cursor. And you type in the short code 35625. 35625. I quickly wanted to drop this in here because I forgot. In order to get the developer options, you can see on the screen what you do. You just go to the settings, you go to My Fire TV and to About, and then you hit the select button 7 times. Then your developer options mode will appear for you. Now you will want the 32-bit version in most cases. It says ARM 32-bit. It's going to ask you to install from unknown sources. It's going to deny it. So we need to go back into our settings gear. We go to My Fire TV, developer options, install unknown apps on for Downloader. Go back to the home screen, find Downloader, get the ARM 32-bit version. It is staging it. I'm going to click, you got to push the down on the pad and go to install in the lower right, and it is installing now. Now I'm going to show you guys how to put the crew on Kodi. Go ahead and launch Kodi and give it permissions. Go up to the top gear icon, hit that. Go to System, Add-ons, turn on unknown sources and say yes. Now if you are doing a home theater system, go to Audio, but you want to be at Advanced, so you go to the very bottom and go to Expert or Advanced. Go to Audio, and notice here it's only set for 2 channels, so you have to move this to however many channels you have, and we have 7.1. You'll also need to enable pass-through to do true Dolby Atmos and Dolby Digital. We're going to enable all these. We have all this stuff available in our receiver. We have all these technologies available. Go back button. Let's go to the very front so we show you again. Hit the gear icon now. Go to File Manager. Click on None. HTTPS. Click OK. You can go down there. If it doesn't name it for you, you can go down and enter a name for it. Let's just put crew. Go back to OK. Go down to OK here. Click OK. And we have just added our source to get the zip file to install the crew. So let's back out. Let's go to add-ons. Let's go to install from zip file. The repository is a zip file. You pick the crew that we just created. There's the repository. You click on that. Now it is installing the crew. Repository, not the actual app. Now that we have the repository, you click install from repository. You pick the crew repository. Then you click video add-ons. There are a bunch, but we want the crew for now. So just click it. And then lower right is already on install. It wants dependencies to be installed. You click OK. And there it goes. It is installing the crew. 7%, and it is still counting. All right, guys, we are here in front of the SCSR editing rig inside today. Just wanted to quickly leave you guys with this one thought. I did enjoy setting up the Fire TV Cube for you guys, but I want to make one point about this box that maybe you might not know. The one thing that I don't like about this box is, there's two actually. One is the Ethernet port is only 100 megabits. It's not a gig. So that's a huge problem for a lot of people. If you don't have 6E, you may have some issues with high bit rate 4K movies over Wi-Fi. So no gig Ethernet port, which is insane. It actually should have a 2.5 gig port in my opinion at the very least. Also, the USB port on the back is only USB-A. So if you were thinking of getting a gig Ethernet adapter, you will be limited to the speed of USB-A on the back of the Fire Cube. But go ahead and get one of these at your leisure. Pick up one, like and subscribe, and make sure you click through the link in my description to buy this Fire TV Cube. And we will see you guys on the next video. Thank you so much for joining us. Opened up this egg carton today from BJ's. Totally gypped. Missing one egg right out of the freaking packaging. Got gypped. Egg gypped. Hey everybody, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today we've got another unboxing and review for you. This is the Winbridge S388 voice amplifier. You can see the box right here in my hand. And Winbridge was kind enough to send me this device to go ahead and check out on the channel. And I'm going to go ahead and take that opportunity now. This thing has a 20 watt power output. It is completely rechargeable. As you can see here on the side, we have a USB Type-C for charging the actual amplifier. And on the headset, we have a USB Type-C for recharging. And you can see the charge indicators right there. Now, so just taking a look at this amplifier really quickly, this does have the capability to play back Bluetooth, so you can pair this device with any other Bluetooth device and play right through the built-in speaker here. It also can play music from a USB stick, which you plug in right here in the side. Also on the side here, we see we have a USB Type-C charging port. We have an auxiliary jack, and what that means is that we can connect any device that has a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack right to the side here and play through the speaker. And then we can also connect a wireless mic to this, an auxiliary microphone. Now on the top of the device, you see here there are controls, and that is for playing back music via Bluetooth or the included USB jack here on the side. We've got our volume control right here, and we've got this nice strap right here that is included with the Winbridge S388. Here's a look at the headset. There is no earpiece on the headset. This is only a microphone, and you can see here the charging indicators on the side, and the microphone is adjustable here on your head and fits quite nicely. And that part goes in your ear, even though there is no earphone in there for you. So now let's take a look at how you actually connect the headset to the amplifier. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and right here in front of me right now, we've got the Winbridge voice amplifier. Now, in order to use this amplifier for the first time, you need to pair the headset with the actual device. Now, doing that can be kind of tricky. It took me a few minutes to figure out how to get this done, but basically, here's the power button on the device headset right here. And what you want to do is you want to turn on the power on this wind bridge. Then your display will go like that. Then you hold down the M button until U1's flashing. And then what you're supposed to do is turn the power on your headset and then it should pair. However, I had to end up clicking this button multiple times, not only for the power to come on, but also for this to pair. As you can see now, we have the U1 button light is solid. So that means these are paired. And if we attempt to talk, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we can see that we now have a successfully connected device. Let's talk a little bit about the next feature of this WindBridge voice amplifier. Now, this thing should have the capability to play Bluetooth from a device onto the speaker while you talk over it. But in order to do that, you need to pair your device. So what you do is you press the M button until you see blue. Blue is flashing on the display now, as we can see. Then we want to get into our tablet here. Turn on Bluetooth. See if we can locate it. And we hit pair new device on my tablet. And looks like this S388 is right here. And it does say pairing. I'm going to go ahead and pair that guy. And that is how you pair the S388 with a Bluetooth device. Okay, now that we got our tablet connected via Bluetooth, let's take a look at what we can do with this. We've got a royalty-free music site loaded over here so I don't get copyright strikes. But okay, so it's not connected right now. Let's go back in here and see if we can get that reconnected. S388 is connecting. There we go. Let's go back to our royalty-free music site here. Now we've got music playing through the amplifier from tablet. And we can get that quite loud. And we have our volume here. Taking a look again at the WindBridge voice amplifier, we can see here on the side that we have jacks for both a microphone, auxiliary microphone. We've got an auxiliary input. That way, if you want to feed, let's say, an MP3 player or your phone output, we can do it there. Also on this side, we have the charging port. So this is a USB Type-C charger. We also have a USB port here, which is interesting because you can actually plug in a USB disc with music on it into this port and play that as well. We are taking a look now at the WindBridge capability to play music directly off of a USB stick. Here we've got a FAT32 formatted USB stick. And if we look on the side of the WindBridge amplifier, we've got a port here for USB. We'll go ahead and plug our device in there. And it went ahead and started playing. So now we are playing royalty-free music, of course, off of the WindBridge. And at the top here, you can actually go to the next song. Now, you cannot speak over the music with the headphone. Does not support that capability, and we can prove that here by testing out the headphone. Does not work. But that is the capability of this guy to play USB right there. Now we're going to be testing out the capability of the S388 amplifier to play music through the included auxiliary port. As we can see here on the side of the device, we have a 3.5 millimeter auxiliary port. So we go ahead and plug the stereo cable into aux. Now we've got my tablet over here. That's the only device I have yet left with a headphone jack. Go ahead and plug that in there. Now when we turn this on, it should switch to the aux mode. Let's see. All right, so I believe that does say aux right there. And can't really read it because my eyesight's so bad, but let's go ahead and play some music through it. Okay, I accidentally switched it off. We got nothing. So it said it would switch to auxiliary automatically after you plug it into the auxiliary jack. And it should say aux on this. It does not. I'm going to attempt that connection again. There it goes. So I had it off when I made the connection. There's our auxiliary. And we can switch songs here. You can see here on the tablet, we're just using our little auxiliary cable here. So that is how you actually play files off the auxiliary port. You get your 3.5 millimeter stereo cable. Make sure the device is actually on. See nothing on the display there. Plug in aux, and there we have aux on the screen of our device, and then we will hit play over here. Taking a look at some of the accessories that come with the S388 voice recorder. First thing they give you here is a USB Type-C cable. Looks like it might be, I don't know, 4 feet long here. So that is included with the device. They also give you a nice mini headphone stereo cable. So that would be useful for hooking up a phone with a mini headphone jack output or a MP3 player to the port on the side here that says auxiliary right here on the S388 voice amplifier. They also give you this nice strap that you can, I guess, hold around your shoulder. And then they give you a USB Type-C charger here to go ahead and charge. So those are the included accessories with the S388. Okay, now we're taking a look at how to actually charge the S388 headphones and the S388 voice amplifier. And first, let's take a look at the voice amplifier here. On the side, we do have a USB Type-C charging port here. They give you a USB-C cable here. If you'd like to charge it with the one they included, you can simply use their charger and put that directly into the charger there. And we will go ahead and plug that into the wall up here. And now on the side of the device here, there is a USB Type-C. We're going to go ahead and plug that in. And you can see here the little battery indicator is lit up on the front of the device, indicating that it is charging. And it does show you, I believe that is the percentage of battery charge here, we can see. And if we take this same USB Type-C and unplug it, you see our display disappeared. Let's plug it into the headphones here. It's actually a microphone. I keep calling it a headphone. So I noticed right away that it does not show you the state of charge when it is off. And it did this to me a little while ago. I could not actually get the lights to come on until now it's on right there. So to me, that looks like a single dot for state of charge. So let's see what happens when I put in the charger. Okay, now we do have our charging indicator. I was trying to figure out how to get that on. So what I did was I pressed power first till the green light came on, and now the charging indicator is on. Back with the S388 amplifier, and we're taking a look at the strap that is included with it and how to install that. So pretty simple. You honestly just have to take this thing here, either side, does not matter, and clip that directly onto one side or the other. As I say that, it's tricky. Got that on one side, and there is an adjustment in the center of the strap here. Go ahead and make sure the strap's not twisted, but it doesn't matter because it has these things that spin around on the end and keep it oriented. And then there is your strap for your S388 voice recorder for convenient carrying around. And if you have some presentations or anything to do, it'll make it easier for you to put this on your shoulder and just makes its ease of use much, much, much better. Okay, now that we've shown you some of the capabilities of this device, how you actually connect some things to it, let's go ahead and test how this thing sounds. Okay guys, welcome back. We've got the S388 voice amplifier connected in auxiliary mode here. And now what we're going to be doing is testing the sound from across the room. Not very scientific of a test, but it still will tell us kind of an idea of how loud it is. So we're going to go ahead and hit play. Turn the volume up. And step back to the back of the room. So from about 6 or 7 feet away, this is more than loud enough to, let's say, entertain a crowd in a room. A little bit of distortion, but I mean, it is usable. Moving closer to the device now. And now I'm going to back up even further. Okay, we are probably 20 feet away now. It probably would still work for a small crowd in a big room. And that gives you an idea of the capabilities of the speaker in the S388. Welcome back to the video, and we are now going to test the microphone from kind of far away. Now we've already got it on, and we held down the M button until U1 appeared on the display and is not flashing. That means we are ready to test. So we're going to step back for 5 feet. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plenty loud enough from 5 feet away. Let's step back to about 10 to 15 feet. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it doesn't really reach 15 feet away as far as the range from the microphone to the device, but actually this guy is meant to be kept right next to the microphone. So the point being that, yes, it is loud enough to hear from across the room. And I know that's a difficult test because I'm wearing a wireless microphone. So I will go ahead and make another clip now without the wireless mic and with the camera microphone. Okay guys, we are about 6 feet away from the device now, and what I'm going to do is step to the side and let you guys hear what it sounds like with the mic. Check 1, 2, 3. So I am recording on the camera microphone from about 5 feet away now. You should be able to hear exactly how this microphone sounds. Now, I'm going to read something to you from, and not after I step in front of the camera, from the instruction manual. How to use the wireless headset microphone. After twist the knob key to switch on the speaker, please long press the M button on the speaker until U1 blinks on the display. Then please turn on the wireless microphone. At this time, U1 indicator will become constant light on the screen. It means that the headset mic and speaker are successfully connected. Now, as far as the ease of using the S388, it is a compact device. It does make it really easy to carry around and have some amplification of your voice from the little included headset here on this tiny little speaker system. So that is convenient. So one of the big negatives I found about the S388 is that you can't actually play music under your voice. So you can't amplify your voice with the headset and then play the music underneath your voice. Let's say if you wanted to do karaoke or just have some background music for yourself. Okay, now for my final review of this S388 audio amplifier by Windbridge. I would say I would give it a 4 out of a 5-star rating, only because of two things. It was difficult to set up the microphone in the beginning, although now I do kind of understand it. And also you can't play your voice over music played through the Bluetooth, the auxiliary, or the USB flash stick. But overall, I do like the product and it is adequate for small rooms, and I think that you might enjoy it as well. Guys, thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing, and we will see you guys soon.
Alright, we're coming one more set. Here we go.
Oh, it covers the holes, dog. Where's the other one?
Right here, big dog.
You're running out of time, quick. You gonna make it? Let's go! What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing, and today we want to take a little bit of time to point out some stuff about the 335 that is about to change. So the first thing being that I'd like to tell you guys about the ID4 digital display for this guy. So there's a company called ID4 that makes a complete drop-in replacement for this instrument cluster. So it's pretty cool. It's completely programmable, customizable digital display. And the only downside with the whole unit is that you have to cut part of the vent out in the back, but that's not a big deal. They give you a plate to cover it. You just use the Dremel or whatever, and it drops right in. And I'll put some pictures up here while I'm talking about it, but basically they have some optional things that I want to buy, like the race display. So there's themes and things like that. I want to make sure I get all of it because why not? You know, you only live once. As you guys remember, I already have the Android head unit here replacing the factory, or augmenting the factory navigation system. But this is going to be awesome because it's going to completely replace this. I'm sure you've seen other videos of it on the internet, but about to order that here in the next couple of weeks. I was just waiting to pay off some other things, like my radiator had to get replaced, and of course now I've got these other codes that they're showing that say lean mixture, so I'm wondering if the high pressure fuel pump is about to fail. But one thing at a time with a 11-year-old car, things are going to happen. So took some time today to touch up a couple spots on the wheels. Powder coating is supposed to be really versatile and get through anything tough, but unfortunately there's a little spot right here that's going to need a touch up. And I have some matte black paint and a little paintbrush, and I think I'll try to touch that up, or maybe I can use the BMW paint that's sort of a pearl. So I think I'll stick with the matte or the satin black spray paints that I have over there on the wall. So yeah, so the next thing coming up for this guy is the digital display by ID4. I'm going to put links in the description for that, and hopefully you guys like it. I am super excited. You can spend about $1,200 if you want to, but I'm going to go ahead and spend $1,800 and get the full-blown display here. pretty quickly. So I'm going to update you guys when that comes, but I just want to do a quick little update and throw this back and see if I can actually get a video to work now without crappy video quality. All right, we got Patricia here with the PeelSat on the brand new Fire TV, 75-inch Fire TV with the PeelSat with Patricia.
Oh gosh.
That PeelSat.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it's so good.
So scary.
So good. Good job. You're gonna rip the TV right off the wall.
I'm scared nothing's gonna happen.
I know. The PeelSat. That is the ultimate peel satisfaction. Go, Patricia! She's got peel left. She's gonna rip the camera right off. Way to go, dude. PeelSat. Supercar Street Racing here. It is Tuesday. Beautiful day here in Florida. And right now we are working on the joying, upgrading the OS from 5 to 6 on this. So what we did basically is we got the update from joying. We extracted that update to a USB stick. So we unzipped it to a USB stick in the root directory. Now I'm going to turn the camera around. So here is my joying Android head unit. And basically it is extracting right now from the file that it copied off of my USB stick there. So I've got the USB stick plugged directly into the USB extension cable rather than chancing it on my USB hub. Now, this is upgrading Android to 6.01, I believe. And I have heard horror stories about this upgrade. I did back up the whole entire device with titanium backup. So hopefully, if anything goes wrong, I don't have to reinstall all my apps, but you can see here the update is going. Now, as many of you know, this was going to go into my SL65 AMG. And now it is going to go into my new car. And what is going to happen is that the OBD2 adapter, the ELM327, is going to connect to my vehicle, and we are going to have real-time monitoring of my car as we move. Now, again, this is the joying 5.1.1 Intel device. I think it's JYUL135N2, but I will double check that and put it on the screen for you. And I bought this up about 9 months ago for around $280. They do have a newer unit out, however this one is still available. So once this upgrade is done, I will show you this unit again. So it just showed the little Android guy again, and it said erasing. Now we come back and we have Android 6.0M. And we're about to see if mine breaks completely or if it actually boots up. Now, I heard there was a bug here where it will try to optimize the files, and when it does, there is a timer built into the Sophia app where if it doesn't start the Sophia, it will reboot. So that could be a big problem because it will never finish the so it basically tries to optimize all the applications because it leaves them, and then it can't do that in time, so it reboots and it just gets caught in a loop. So we will see here shortly. Now it said please remove SD card or USB storage. System will reboot. Apparently it did. Oh yeah, you like my power supply here? It's just a battery charger. I don't have a 12-volt power supply. So the system says it's rebooting. Now it says it's on Android 6. It is booting up. See how much I lost. It's not a question of did I lose everything, but how much of everything did I lose? So this is booting Android now. I'll tell you right away if I lost everything. If that's the case, I will reinstall Titanium Backup. Oh, by the way, my backup did lock up the device, and I don't know how far it got before it did, so I may have some reinstalling to do. So this thing is still booting. Now, here's where it might get caught in a boot loop. When it tries to optimize the applications, it might time out and keep rebooting, and I don't know what happens after that point. Okay, the device came back up, asked me some questions about Google, and now it is on this screen. Welcome, make yourself at home. Press OK. Kind of want to plug my mouse back in. I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, my mouse is now plugged in, and here's the new desktop. So everything that that person said that would happen did not happen. So I don't know if I have any of my apps though. Let's see. Let's see. It looks like I might not have my apps. I think it wiped them. Let's see. I believe it wiped everything. It did. It wiped all my apps. So I'm going to reinstall Titanium Backup and see how much I have to do, because I spent a long time on this device. Okay, so yes, the upgrade did wipe out all my apps. Secondly, I lost root access. You will see how to get root access in the description of this video. Some nice gentleman on the Joining forums has figured that out. Once you have root access, then you can grant root to Titanium Backup, and it is now restoring the apps that are missing. So there's a little bit of quirks with 6.0 Android on this joint unit. However, I think this is worth the update. I'm excited about this. So all my files are restoring now, and when they're done, I will restart the video. Hey, welcome back everybody. Supercar Street Racing here with another review. Got an exciting one for you today. So I got a Ninja air fryer for my birthday. It is the Ninja 4-quart air fryer. Alexa, search for Ninja air fryer.
1 moment.
So while Alexa,
For Ninja air fryer.
while Alexa calls this up, I will show you guys here some information about it. So it is a 4-quart, and Amazon has it. Amazon has it for $89 right now.
Try saying add to cart.
And then here's a few pictures of it. So some of the things it does is air fry, air roast, reheat, and dehydrate. And it does come with a little nice cookbook quick start guide. So it has some recipes in here, like fries, beef jerky, jalapeno poppers, loaded baked potatoes. There's lemon and herb crusted panko. And another thing I really liked about it is it also comes with a chart here, and there's probably millions of these available online. But it shows you air frying tips and tricks, like it wants you to shake your food several times when you're cooking, so that way it promotes more crispiness, because the burner is actually up on the top, and I'll show you guys that when we look at it a little bit closer. You can definitely go online and just search for air frying recipes, and I'm sure there's millions. It says it's dishwasher safe, but I heard do not. It says dishwasher safe, but I thought it said somewhere in here not to ever put it in the dishwasher, but I'll look further for that and let you guys know. So for example, today we're going to be doing hot dogs in it. I'm going to show you guys how that works. And the closest thing to that in the actual recipe, without going onto the internet and looking, is sausages. And it says 4 sausages here are 8 to 10 minutes at 390. So I would probably just do 8 minutes because they're pre-cooked hot dogs and they're thinner than sausages. We also have a nice dehydration chart right here. So you can dehydrate things like apples, asparagus, bananas, beets, eggplants, herbs, anything like that that you desire to dehydrate. But I really like this thing a lot, and taking a look at the front panel here, we start in the upper left if you're facing the unit. Right here we have a temperature control. So basically when you turn the unit on, it always comes on with the temperature. If you put it on air fry, it comes up with the temperature on 390, but you can then adjust it like this. And then the time will always come up on 20, and you can adjust it up or down with this guy. So like I said, moving from left to right, we've got the temperature, then we've got the time adjustment here, and then right below that we've got the functions. So if you notice right here, we are on air fry, but we also have a preheat here, where we can preheat the unit before we, reheat, my mistake, where we can reheat things before. The preheating is actually done when you actually hit start. You'll want to add a couple minutes to preheat, especially if your recipe says that you need to preheat the device. But yeah, we've got preheat here, we've got dehydrate here, we've got our power button here, and we've got start and pause there. Now notice on the side here, we've got a little quick decal, which I didn't remove yet because I wanted you guys to check it out. We have a little chart here. So it shows for chicken, you go 350 for 22 to 25 minutes. Fries, you go, if they're cold or frozen, you go 350, 20, 25 minutes. And then it shows you fries if they're not frozen. And then steak, cupcakes, or I guess cake, and then it shows you fish there. Now taking a deeper look at this unit here, the 4-quart Ninja air fryer. If we pull this thing open, it does have a basket right here that holds 4 quarts. Okay, so here's the inside of the basket, and if you see right here, this part here, and I guess they call this I don't know what they call this part, but this comes right out for ease of cleaning, and also you can preload your food on here, and then you can just literally drop it right into the basket here. And then this just slides right into the front of the unit like that. And yes, so when you're cooking, if you want to take the basket out, it's easy enough. You just leave it running, you pull the basket out, you can shake your food like this, and then you can stick the basket right back in, and it will continue to cook. And so now let's take a look at actually using this. So what we're going to do is we are going to make some bread hot dogs, so no buns, just bread. And we're going to cook the hot dogs first. We're going to add bread and cheese, and then we are going to melt the bread and cheese with the Ninja. So let's get on to doing that next. All right, welcome back, guys. So today we are going to be actually cooking some hot dogs in the 4-quart Ninja fryer. We have all of our ingredients here, and then if you like to drink, we have some wine right there as well for you for after we get done with your hot dogs. So we also have our wiener grabbers right here. Got our wiener grabbers. We got our plate, 2 slices of American cheese, our mustard, because you gotta have mustard and ketchup on a hot dog, and our turkey dogs. If you're trying to be healthy, obviously you want turkey and not full fat. And we're just going to be doing this on bread today, so we're going to show you guys how that works. So first things first, you want to take out your air fryer basket here, get your wieners out. Everybody get your wieners out. There's one. We're going to be doing 2 today. Second wiener. Throw that in the basket there. Reseal your hot dogs so they don't go bad. take a look at the hot dogs inside the basket there. They can go just anywhere inside there. Go ahead and put that in. And in our guide here, the closest thing that we have on the air fry chart, let's see, let's go to air fry pork. So we got sausage, but that's probably for like the bigger sausages. So this says 8 to 10 minutes. We're gonna go ahead and go with 8 at 390. So let's push our power button, our air fry button. It's already at 390. We push our down arrow button to get to 8. And then we hit start. Now, while that is going, now this is a little bit of an idea of how loud it is. So it's pretty loud. I would say not super loud, but like medium sound level. While that's going for another 7 minutes, let's go ahead and get our bread ready and prep our dogs. So normally I would eat the end, but I won't make you guys watch that today. So I will skip the ends. So here we got just regular sandwich bread. Seal our bread back up with the little known technique, hack, of spinning it and then tucking it. That should have been its own video probably, but the bread's all nice and sealed right there. Done with our wieners, so we can put those to the side. Now, take your cheese. Take your cheese slices, lay them on the bread. Just like that. And so the next thing we are doing is waiting for our hot dogs to get done. If you like to check on them, you can open it. They look great. You can open this device when it is running and don't feel bad or that you're going to hurt it. It is designed for that because they actually want you to take it out, and we're going to roll them around so they cook better and throw those back in. When they're done, make sure you have wiener grabbers because they're going to be hot little wieners. So have something to grip those with when you take them out. We still got 6 minutes. While we're waiting for that 6 minutes, I'll just go ahead and read you some of the stuff here in the little manual quick start guide. So it wants you to use fresh vegetables, and at least 1 tablespoon of oil. But in the actual cooking chart, it tells you whether you're supposed to toss in oil or spritz or brush the food with oil. And for sausages, you don't do that. They're already very oily. Some of the other things is that you don't want to overcrowd, so don't put too much in the basket. For more browning, you use an oil spritzer. And I'll show you guys what I like to use. So this came from Walmart. This is just butter flavored, like a Pam wannabe. So I spray that on things if I want it extra brown. It also says, like, don't overlap food. So you try to lay things out, and that's sort of like don't overcrowd. It says to trim off all the fat before you start doing the cooking. And let's see, so it says to keep light foods from being blown around by the fan, secure them with toothpicks. And I did notice that the bread will actually blow up from the wind inside of the device. Like if you have the bread on top, like on a sandwich, it'll fly up. So these actually will be underneath the dogs, so I'm not too concerned about that. But one of the biggest things is you need to shake, shake, shake. So it says check food and shake basket frequently for even browning. So let's do that again. So I could tell that they're almost done actually. So here at about 2 minutes, I think we're going to hit the stop button. It says if you're cooking less food than the recipe calls for, remember to reduce the cook time. Well, that makes sense because you don't need that much cook time. So that's why we're about to check this one more time. Yep, these are done. Let's hit power. Let's give you a good idea of what these came out like. I don't know if you guys can actually see them right there, but here's what they look like after they came out. Very nicely done here. Let's take them and put them on top of our bread and push down a little bit so they don't roll away. And that's perfect. So like I said, I will do the mustard and mayo after we toast the bread. So now to get this bread nice and toasty, we're just gonna go in there for like 1 minute. Now this part here can be a little bit weird because this thing's already hot, so be careful. So I'm gonna do one at a time for probably 30 seconds to a minute. I'm just gonna push it on, air fry, and start. So what we're doing now is melting the cheese and toasting our bread just a little bit. And of course up there we got ads playing on my videos because they're not signed in. Take a look at that. Not done yet. So this is 2% cheese, so it's not going to melt all the way. So I just keep checking it. Starting to melt. I don't want to go too much because I don't want like rock solid bread. So that's good. These are done. So let's go ahead and turn the power off. And this part can be kind of difficult because this thing is hot now, and so is the hot dog. But there is the, as you notice, American cheese doesn't melt very well, so that's about as good as it's going to get. But what you can't see is that the bread is nice and toasty. So let's get this guy in there, hit start, air fry, and go. Now what we can do is just put it on a minute like that if you want to. Oops, I think I did it wrong. Yeah, here, so if you just go like this before you hit air fry, then it'll just count down from 1 minute. Now while that's going, let's take our mustard here. I know you guys know how to make a hot dog, but this is the way I like. I just put a little mustard on that side, and a little, just a little ketchup everywhere, a little ketchup on this side, and this hot dogage is done. And we check the other one. Not quite there, so we're gonna let that go to 20. And that's gonna be that. All right, guys, so we got our other hot dog on a bun ready. The bread's nice and toasty. Now, after you're done with this, you should wash it out. You just want to, you don't even really need soap, but if you want to use soap, you can. It also says it's dishwasher safe, but I'm not 100% sure because I thought it said never use in a dishwasher somewhere. Hot dogs are done, but let me check the cleaning of this guy. See if it actually says. No, it doesn't say in that manual about dishwasher, but it says it's dishwasher safe. But I read somewhere, do not cleaning your air fryer. No, okay, so you can definitely wash the basket in the dishwasher. It says never put the main unit in a dishwasher, obviously. So there you go, guys. There's our review of the Ninja 4-quart air fryer. Love this thing. I use it probably 3 or 4 times a week to cook all kinds of stuff in. I highly suggest you get one of these. I hope you guys enjoyed this review. Check out the link in the description. Please support the channel by subscribing and clicking the thumbs up, and buy the products through the link in the description. It helps me earn a few dollars here and there. Have a good day.
Oh, yes! This is you if you break in! Yes!
All right. All right, this dude cooks his brisket, and you guys don't know how to make it at all. What'd you do? What's so special about it?
I cooked it long and slow.
All right, let's see the first cut. We only got 5 seconds. Let's go. Yeah, look at that thing. So juicy and great.
Guys, we got to do something about this old sprinkler controller here. Check this thing out, the old technology, the Rainbird. We're going to do something about this today.
Coop drove him away. Guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and today we are taking a look at the Wise Smart Sprinkler Controller. I've been wanting to get this for a while, and it finally went on a payment plan, and I was figured, why not? I'll just go ahead and pick it up because I've been putting it off. So this guy right here comes, I think, with a year of free, like, Wise service, so that it actually works with the forecast and all that. I'm not too concerned about having it know when it rains and that kind of stuff, because I have a well, so it's not like I'm wasting city water. But let's get this thing opened up and see what's actually inside. And here's a good look at the box. So that's the front of the box. Shows you kind of the zone layout here. Shows you the app here. So this uses the regular Wise app, which I have a lot of the Wise cameras. Water anywhere from the Wise app, edit schedules from the Wise app, DIY, which we're going to go through that as well, sunrise, sunset settings, offline schedules, and customizable zone details. Good look at the back with the terminals here that we're going to be checking out. Look at where the apps are for both Apple and Android. And yeah, that's about it. We're going to go ahead and open this guy up now. See what's inside. Get both of these sides opened up. It looks like it slides out from the center of the box here. Yep, it does slide out from the center, and then inside the box we have this lovely green box, which is also colored grass, if you didn't know. Take a look at the green box. Got the presentation here. There is the Wise sprinkler controller with this nice peel back. How fulfilling was that? And then take a look how sleek this is compared to the old Rainbird. And then on the back here we have real easy push terminals for doing wiring. So that is the actual control box. Here is the mounting plate for the Wise Smart Sprinkler System. Looks like it goes this way and clips on somehow like this. Apparently, yeah, you just kind of mount this to the wall. We'll show you all this when we do the installation, and then this pushes on to that. I also ordered another smart landscape lighting transformer, so that's going to go next to this guy inside of the garage and do the, if you're facing the house, it'll be the left half of the landscape lighting. If you're looking away from the house, it's the right half. Here's the beefy, chunky power brick, pretty heavy, probably 3 or 4 pounds power brick. The standard, I forgot what these are called, connector. We've got some drywall, inserts, which we won't need. We're putting it on pegboard. And it looks like we have, I don't know, Velcro maybe? Some kind of wire management. We have a little free year worth of sprinkler. A little quick setup guide here for our new guy. And it looks like we have a little sheet here for putting decals on your wires when you disconnect them so you don't get confused. There's actually a quick setup guide inside of the app. So we're going to start that process next, and we will start recording on our tablet and our phone at the same time. Phone does the video, tablet's going to be doing the app, and we will see that next on the channel. Alright guys, we are here outside in the garage with the old school Rainbird controller. We've also got some recording going on our tablet. And so you guys can see this installation progress. And clearing the bench off here a little bit, make some room for the install procedure. And let's go into the tablet now. Click the plus. Let's add device, home, Y sprinkler, mounting. Okay, first steps. I think we got everything we need here to do this. Drill bits, screws, anchors, power adapter, all here. And I've unplugged the power to my existing controller. I have not unplugged the power to my existing controller because it is, it's behind so much stuff that I can't get out. Okay, we're gonna have to pause here while I figure this out. Alright, it took me a minute to clear some stuff away, and I got the power undone on the existing Rainbird controller. Here it is. So we are back in the app now, and it says I've unplugged the power. I have, so I'm going to click begin. Take a picture of your current wiring. Not a bad idea. Let's do that here. Allow. Allow. Share a photo with live? Sure, why not? Select the terminal terminals with wires connected. Okay. Com. I'm trying to understand how you do this. Common. My eyesight is so bad, I need to get my flashlight. Got the flashlight. Okay, it looks like we have COM and 1, 2, and 3, and we have all right, well obviously this is powered, so red and blue are powered. Master valve or pump. Master valve is not connected. C or COM is connected. And we have 1, 2, and 3 connected for 3 zones. I don't know what. Let's see. Ground. S. It looks like SNES. Sense. Looks like I got a sensor too, which I don't use that anymore. So I'm gonna take the tablet here and get some better pictures. No, I don't want. Tablet's trying to do video. No. I just took a bunch of pictures with my phone, and I think that's good enough. Continue to mounting guide. Label your wires with the included stickers. So we need to take off these gloves, get our screwdriver out. Don't know where the screwdriver adapter is. Guys, I'm sorry that I am not prepared here. I don't know where the screwdriver end is. I know, this is ridiculous, dude. Whoa, almost knocked the camera down. That makes for good video though. Okay, so we got one is yellow. And we need the label. So basically one is probably zone 1. There's one label. Blue is 2. These are the zones, so these are the valves. And there's number 2. These are all the positives for the valves, and then the white is the common, which would be the negative. Ground, common ground. There's 1, 2, 3, and white is C. Probably all standard colors like the standard ones. And the rest is just, this is the sensor, the rain sensor, which we're not using anymore. And then this stuff is power. And ground. Actual wall power and ground are right here. They run down here and down over the wall. This is all coming out. I'm going to run the new wire down the back of the pipe to hide it. So it says click next. Disconnect and remove your own controller. All we have here is 2 screws holding this up to the wall. And the pipe goes through the bottom. That one is in a stud. This screwdriver is so good. We won't use the same screw going back in because I believe I just stripped it out. And that is fine. Ah, we got some other. There it goes. That is that, my friends. The old controller is removed. New controller. Next thing in the instructions says, hold the mounting plate to the wall and mount the hole. So I'm lining it up with I'm gonna line it up with these existing holes. So that's how I'm gonna get it straight, and then I'll use the level. So it looks like we're probably gonna wanna put it about right there. Man, I really wish we didn't have this. I wonder if there's a way to run the wires through the wall. Don't know if I can do that. Really don't want this pipe sticking up anymore. I think that's going to take a lot more than I can do today. I think that's a project for another time, but we kind of want it right there, with the wires running behind it. So we want this controller to sit about right there, level. So this is the row. Let's see what that looks like. Here's the mounting plate. Man, how does that thing go in? Oh, it's upside down. So we need it to sit about right there. So it hides the wires. So I have to get something to mark this with. I really want to get this away from, I want to get this, I have to disassemble that whole pipe if I'm going to get rid of that thing. It's just not for today. It's not for today. It's for another day. I really want it to go inside, but the wires are outside. Okay. There. Puts it about midway there. Is that even close to being level? Level is right there. Level's right there. Okay, so top of the mounting plate needs to go there, and then hopefully I can get the screws in. Okay. So it's got a word on it that shows you which way it goes up, and this is kind of what we're going for. Right there. And hopefully that, well, neither one of those are in. I didn't mark the center either. That's actually level right there, which means the pipe looks crooked. Center's going to be right here. I don't know how we're going to figure this out. I'm just going to shoot for it. leveling it out right now, and then I'm going to put a screw in. Right there. Oh, it went right in the hole. Such a bummer. I really don't want to use this pipe. I mean, I don't want to do it this way, guys. We'll have a meeting in 5 minutes. Little update. Big update. 45 minutes later, 2 hours later, finally got the stupid wire pulled. Must have pulled that wire 40 times to get it through. And now I lost the mounting plate. I gotta find the mounting plate now. I found the mounting plate. We're gonna mount the mounting plate right above where I pulled the power wire up through with these guys, and so this should be it, and then these three should be not used, so we can probably clip these three. We only use 3 valves and 1 common and power, but I will just tuck those back in the wall just in case, just like that. There's our 3. So now we gotta get our mounting plate done. And for that, guys, you don't even know what I went through for the last hour and a half. Like, it is the worst. And it's probably 95 degrees out here. But now we can take this out because we don't need it anymore. And we need to mount our mounting plate in such a place where our wires can go up through it and connect. And if we lose this, it's going to fall on the wall and I'm going to be super mad. But I think right there is good. And so we will get one done and then level it with the other one. And we are going to do this the best we can, people. Hopefully that screw will work. Not the one that came with it, but whatever, dude. Okay. So now what we're going to do is level this guy off. Then put the other screw in. Way off. That's level. Let's get our other screw. Hopefully these screws will work. They do kind of have like bulging out. Okay, we were on the tablet about to mount and wire up the Wise sprinkler controller. The instructions here tell you how to mount the wall plate. We did that already. We already did this part with the anchors. We already screwed it in. Now we have to connect the wires. And they're push buttons. So there's 2 C terminals here, which I see one. Get it? C? Okay. So basically the white is the C. So we just, either one of these, we just push back. And then clearly marked 1, 2, 3. 1 is yellow. You push the little retainer clip back. 2 is blue. Push it back. All the way. Oh, wrong one. Too much vodka. And 3. And then the last thing is the power wire. Now let's hope, actually let's run that back around this way. Let's hope that that this thing goes mounting without having to do anything else weird. But we do need to get these wires back in the wall. Okay, so it just kind of sits on this back plate and then pushes up. Tucking the power cable under. So there's a catch on the top of it, up here, that has to catch. So it goes underneath the whole unit, and then you rotate it up. It just doesn't like to catch as good as it is when it isn't on the wall. But yeah, there's tabs that catch. And then you're just supposed to literally like, wow, it looks like it's going to be like facing upwards. That's really weird. Alright, I'm kind of fighting with this right now. Wow. It's angled upwards. Wonderful. That is not good. Alright, so we gotta fix that right away. It's angled to look up at you. That doesn't work for us. So what we're gonna have to do is shim these guys way out. Hopefully that'll still mount. I don't know why they do that. Why do they do that? That looks absolutely terrible. That's gotta go like way down. Why on earth do they have it facing upwards like that? That just makes no sense at all. I'm going to try to find something to put behind this. What's happening is the plate. We really need to, well, no, that won't work either. But we need this plate to be way out here like this in order for it to mount correctly and display correctly. And I honestly don't know how we're going to do that. But there's a washer there. Nope, that's too thick. That is just insane, guys. That's not a great way to mount this thing. It needs to be shimmed way forward. Like, way forward. Why would they do that? It's like it's angled up at you. I know you guys see what I'm saying here, right? This stupid thing is angled so far up. When you mount it, it's like it catches the top of this thing, and it's like, why would you want it facing upwards? Seriously, stupid. This has to be fixed. I'm looking for shims. I found like 2 or 3 washers that I can use. It's got to be way up there. Let's see what that does. Why would they want it like... And the display already looks scratched and I didn't touch anything. I have not touched this display whatsoever. That won't even go. Yep, that won't count. It doesn't like the angle. What is the deal with this mounting plate, man? Alright guys, I settled for it facing the ceiling because fuck it. At this point I'm fed up with this crap and I don't want to mess with it anymore. And I have a scratched display and I just don't care. And I've shimmed it and shimmed it and shimmed it and it is not going to get any better. It faces upwards. If you guys buy this, no, you better mount it down here, which I would have. Now I got a hole in my pegboard. So here we are on the tablet. I've connected everything. I plugged the sprinkler in. Now we have to provide power for it. I'm doing that now. Here comes power. And as you can see, it lit up. It's blinking. It's on the mounting plate. It's in pairing mode, as the app says. It wants us to begin and turn on location. It is on. It is on. Okay, it's on. What do you mean turn on location, you dumbass? It's on. Do we have to have Bluetooth? I think we do. It's not gonna find it. I'm gonna have to use my phone. Dude, this is stupid. Alright, still struggling with this thing. It just says place the bottom of the device. It does say in the video it's supposed to be angled up, but I think that that's stupid. I don't understand why the hell they would do that. This thing is just... Ooh. That's worse than it was before. It's not going to get any better. Well, I'm disappointed in that design. I'm not understanding, unless it's supposed to be way down here, which I would have mounted it lower. It sticks out, man. It sticks out. All you can do is like put some stuff behind there to keep it from flexing back, but that's the way it's gonna be, guys. It's angled upward. All right, guys, taking a look at the Wise sprinkler app now. While this other footage copies over to the computer for editing, we can see here we got our sprinkler at the top. We can hit that guy. Now, if you look at the very top, those are our 3 zones. And if we go inside the actual zone, it has some details about the schedule and the soil moisture, and I'm not sure how accurate that is without an actual sensor for that, but there's the front. And what is cool is you can actually take a picture of the zone, which I have not done yet. I think I am going to go do that right now and then come back and continue this video. All right, guys, so I was not successful in taking pictures of the zones. There's something about the tablet that the app doesn't really like the way the camera is, so I will have to probably do it on my phone. But as you can see there, I tried to take a picture of it, and it's absolutely goofy looking. You can go into each zone here and look at this. Look at the current status of the zone. Looks like there's a little indicator here that shows you how far through the cycle it got. This is the mailbox side of the house and how much it watered. Shows you the weather forecast here. You get a year of free Sprinkler Plus service with Wise for this guy. And then if you go up in here, you can see right there, Sprinkler Plus is activated. I think it's like $10 a year after that or something. It's not super expensive. There's the name. You can get notifications for it that are pushed to the phone. If you look at schedules here, I'm on the default schedule and the name is default. Zones, all zones are on. I have them all set to 30 minutes and to end by sunrise. So here are the days of the week that they're watering. And you can tell it to skip on temperature, wind, rain, and saturation. This is supposed to use weather to, like the weather forecast, so that it doesn't water when there's rain expected. You can share this with other people in your house or other households. So there's how you set your skips. If it gets below 32 degrees, it's not going to water. If it's going to be more than 0.125 inches of rain or 100% saturation. Here's the device info. It is connected to my wireless repeater. Obviously great signal strength. The repeater's up in the front of the house close to the garage. It shows you the firmware revision, and it actually updated the firmware when I got it. So yeah, this is a look at the Wise sprinkler. Integrates well with the rest of my Wise devices here. And so far so good, and I will update you guys as I use this more and get some more information for you. Have a good one, guys.
It is absolutely pouring out here, guys. This is why you live in Florida. Dinosaur down. This is torrential. Look at this rain. This is amazing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we have a huge update for Street Racing Studio, which we are currently in. And today was a day of pain, frustration, hard work, and now this is where we are. We are still live streaming. We've been live streaming since this morning, and let me tell you what we got done today. All right, where do we start? What a day, man. 14-hour, 16-hour day, something like that. But check out the studio, guys. So hype train. Today I got this whole wall finished with acoustic tile. That entire wall finished with acoustic tile. Got it cut in all around the AC and the plugs. You can see it turned out so good, so hyped. I got the Govee 6-inch recessed lighting done. Look at it, guys. It's going to sync to the TV lighting too. Check it out. We got 6 of them, and they are programmed and doing an awesome job. Those are also Govee. This one's turned off, but
The actual bulbs are going to be there as well. And we got all the speakers mounted, guys. There's the center channel. There's the side surround, side surround. All we have now to put up are the Harbinger that are going to be flying. Oh, also got the hooks and the chains up for the Harbingers. They're going to hang off of these. These guys right here are flying. Guys, the studio is coming along so good. And I am sleeping in here tonight, so I got all my stuff out. And the AC is set to 68. And we're live streaming at the same time. But yeah, we got all our lights on. And we're just having a good time. Went out on the golf cart with Joe. Had some liquid refreshments, and now I'm gonna upload this video for the daily update. And I'm crashing right there, get up early and start work tomorrow. Guys, tell me what you think about the Supercar Street Racing Studio. It's coming right along. A lot of hard work has gone into this. All we have left to do is this front wall, and that is going to be an insane amount of work. I have to, first of all, put the walls up, and then I have to do all the electrical and audio and video. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 electrical boxes to put in. All the HDMI, all the network, everything's got to go. The switch has got to go up there. The Harbinger's got to go up. It's another week's worth of work, easy. And then, after all that's done, I still have to tile the ceiling with the acoustic tiles. That is a good, probably 5 hours worth of work, because I have to cut in around all the speakers and the lights. So, some of it will go fast, some of it won't. So, yeah, guys. So hyped for this new studio. Thanks for joining us, guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Monday. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we have a studio update for you today. And I have been working hard in here, but also had some other things going on outside of this. So I took most of the day yesterday to go buy a beater car, which I will put on the channel soon. But what I have done in here is I have continued the acoustic foam tile work, and I have the acoustic foam tiles laid in on the ceiling all the way as close as I could get to here. But Joe and I are going to go tonight and get the foam board so I can finish the front wall. But I got the acoustic foam tile done literally to past halfway through the room, and then I ran out, so I ordered some now. I need about, I think, 80 more to do the rest of this. And what else did we get? That's pretty much it. I've been working on foam tile for days. It's very time consuming to put these in, and I have to cut around these lights as well, so I've been doing that, and cut around the in-ceiling speakers. And I ordered the amplifier. I ordered the receiver for the front, for not the front, for the whole room. It is a Marantz 7.2 Slimline TX NR1711, I think, just NR1711. It'll be here tomorrow, so we'll be able to test out this surround sound here. So that is a little update. The studio is looking awesome. AC is kicking, and the tiles are going in, and all that is really left to do is this front wall, which is going to take me a while. I have a lot of electrical and wiring to do in this front wall. The actual cutting of the foam will be easy. It's the actual putting the boxes in and planning all that, because there's 2 boxes up here, there's several boxes here, there's 3 or 4 down here, there's more boxes there and down there. So yeah, it's gonna be a big, probably an all-day thing. But yeah, wanted to get you guys caught up on the Supercar Street Racing Studio. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and I have a studio update for you. It is insane. I want you guys to see this, the way this studio is looking. Check out the studio, guys.
I am super hyped, and I want to give you guys a huge update. I have not been live streaming or updating lately because I've been super busy and I had the network down in here, but today we made some huge strides in the Supercar Street Racing studio. And let me get started and tell you what we have done. First things first, but not the biggest, the Harbinger's powered studio monitors are mounted and they are flying from chains right there. Got that done today all by myself. I don't know how, but there is the other one. Alexa, set the office lamps to 100%. There is the other Harbinger flying from the chain and angled down at you for goodness. On top of the Harbinger. I haven't quite figured out how or what I'm going to do with this, but this is my 20 something whatever port. I don't forget how many ports it has. Netgear switch. And you can see the Ethernet connections all labeled and going into the wall, and up there we have a Wi-Fi extender hotspot thingy, and that is connected to Ethernet, and then it has a Supercar Street Racing Wi-Fi signal. So I got to still figure out what I'm going to do up in this corner, how I'm going to organize it, if I'm going to do a little shelf or what I'm going to do. Not that important right now. The biggest thing is I got the Ethernet connected. Secondly, huge. I got the 4K Fire TVs mounted, and literally luck that they can swing out and touch each other like that. It is absolutely perfect. I couldn't have done it any better if I meant to, and I didn't mean to. And they are on these, they're not horizontal like usual plates or mounting plates, they're vertical. And they swing out and they are tilted down at you. And you can see right now they are playing 4K video from YouTube. Visual Dawn, one of my favorite up here too. Visual Dawn with the 3D animation spacescapes. So we got the 50s mounted. I ran out of Ethernet cables, or they would all be connected to Ethernet. This one is connected to hardwired Ethernet, Wi-Fi. This one doesn't have an Ethernet jack. That one's connected to Ethernet. I ran out of patch cables. Next, we got the Marantz NR1711 receiver in. This guy is a high-end receiver, and the reason I bought it is it has front preamp outputs to feed our powered studio monitors there, and our 1711 chilling. We got our wall plates all done mostly. I've got two more to put in here. One of them is for the front speakers, where it'll be RCA. The other one is a dual Ethernet jack, one for this and one for the PC. So there is the home theater wall plate, and that little thing coming out of the corner is the USB. You don't want to do a USB extension. It's already extended twice and it's already going to be an issue, so I just drilled a little hole in the corner and ran it straight through. We got all the other wall plates done. They're not exactly on the same level, but they'll all be under the desk. We got all the power done. The only thing I have to do over here is connect the subwoofer plate for the sub that is going to go somewhere over here. I'm not quite sure yet because there's not much room right here. And we got all of the wall plates done behind the Fire TVs. This HDMI wall plate here feeds down here. So if you want to connect a laptop or a tablet or anything else to that guy here, you can do it
right there. I have not connected the HDMI here to the TV yet, but that will be next. Same thing over here. This HDMI wall plate feeds this guy here. There's also network down there, so if you want to plug a laptop in and work on this 50-inch, you may do that via that port right there, HDMI. There's power there, power there, power there, and power there that I installed today. And I did the power and the wall plate with the USB, HDMI, Ethernet, and coax. We're not using the coax. Those are behind every television. There is one back there as well. It's hard to see. Every place that you can possibly sit. Here's another Ethernet and HDMI. HDMI feeds the 32-inch, and you can connect a laptop or whatever here and have Ethernet. Every place has Ethernet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's another jack there for just straight Ethernet. If you want to work right here on the couch, you may connect your laptop to Ethernet. If you want to work right here, you can connect your laptop to the 43-inch and you have Ethernet. We've got the Echo Show 15 chilling flush mounted. Completely flush mounted into the wall. First one I've done like that. So this is not a completed tour. When I am done, I will give a completed tour. I wanted to do a little update. Oh, also got the Govee recessed lighting installed. All of it. And it is all controlled by Alexa. Set the studio switch lights to purple. And there we go. They are purple. And I have power there stubbed out and power there stubbed out. It is permanently on power, and that is for lighting for shooting videos. Most likely we'll have a light pointing down here at the desk and one up there pointing down here at the desk, and I just don't know yet quite how I'm going to do it, but that is an update from Supercar Street Racing Studios. Big update. I'm so hyped to start doing videos here. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to the channel, and we've got a huge update for you on this wonderful Friday evening in the Supercar Street Racing Studio. That's right, you are looking at the 95% finished Supercar Street Racing amazing 4K production studio, and I cannot wait to give you guys an official tour. But let me tell you what we have done since the last update. So we got the switch, the Netgear switch, mounted on a nice board, and you can see there I finished it all in very nicely with the foam tiles. It looks awesome. I have 100% finished, except for the door. We don't know what's happening with the door yet. 100% finished with all of the foam tiles in the whole studio. Some of them are falling off, so I have to glue them back as they fall. I put extra glue. That's okay. That's gonna happen because I didn't use a ton of glue everywhere, but yeah. The other thing that's not done is the studio lighting. So this is lights for maybe studio stuff, like a, you know, lighting for me when I'm doing productions. There's one on both sides, permanently wired on. That is not done yet. Everything else almost is done except for cable management. So I ended up buying this desk. It's very cool. It's actually a door that was made into a desk with IKEA legs. 90 inches long. It's actually perfect for what I'm doing here. It will fit all of the editing equipment plus my work stuff on this end. I'm going to shift everything down to the end and then move it right over into the corner. That's going to open up this whole space over here for whatever I want to do with it. It's going to leave this space open. There's the subwoofer. I did put the subwoofer connector over there in the corner, and that sub is too big for going in that little pocket right there. So I don't know if I'm going to move this couch that way or keep it that way. But either way, this can actually go under the table as long as it doesn't hit my feet. It's fine. We've got the editing rig down there hooked up to the 4K 50-inch TVs. Two displays there, two displays there, and of course when you move the mouse, you can move from one display over to the next display, and then down to this display and over to that display, where then you can open up a nice monitor session here for Supercar Street Racing. So that is all done. There is the Marantz NR1711, which is actually output from the PC is feeding it. So we're listening to Purple Planet, no copyright music, playing through the Marantz in... Oh, and another thing I finished the wiring 95% for the 7.2 surround sound. That goes down to the wall plate there. It all goes right there. And all I have to do now, right here, right now, tomorrow, because I'm burned out, is on the receiver end, I'm going to put banana plugs. So I'm going to shorten the wires once I get the table closer to the wall. You can see right now it's about 2 feet off the wall. When I get it closer to the wall, I'll shorten the cables, put banana plugs, clean that up, and then I've got tubing to run straight down because there's no wire management on this desk. What else did I get done? I got all the wall plates installed, all the foam tile done, all the speakers are on and running, and they have been set up with Odyssey, so they have been calibrated. That is probably not my final subwoofer. It might be, I'm not sure yet. I'm still looking for one. People think I'm a scammer on Facebook because I don't have a picture. Well, that's fine. I won't buy your stuff. Yeah, so we got Supercar Street Racing going on this monitor, some Visual Dawn up here, some 4K scapage, and that is going to wrap up this update until we do the full tour when I am finished. But guys, it's looking fabulous in the Supercar Street Racing studio. I hope you guys love it, and we will see you tomorrow with another update. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today, and we are outside in the beautiful SCSR compound backyard with a live studio audience of alligators all around us to take a look at the Jigsaw, and we're going to do that next, so hang tight. Welcome back again to the channel, and we are out here on the dock with the Jigsaw that was provided to us from the manufacturer, which we're going to be taking a look at this today, and then this is going to be going over to Rich and Trish as a Christmas present. But this is a 4-inch mini chainsaw. They have their email address right here on the front, jigsaw@gmail.com. They did contact me and asked me if I wanted to take a look at this, so we are going to be looking at this today, testing it out in the yard, and getting this thing unboxed on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, we are out here with the Jigsaw 4-inch mini chainsaw, and once again, this is a good look at the box. You can see it right here. It is yellow and black, kind of taking from DeWalt. It's got some tips here for you about wearing eye gear, keeping away from children. When it's used for the first time, it needs to be fully charged, and extend the life of your chainsaw. Don't cut branches over 4 inches long, so we won't attempt to do that today. And now let's see what's inside here before we have to get this thing out and get it charged up for use. All right, on top there's some protective foam right here, just keeping our Jigsaw all healthy, and then a little instruction manual here. Keep away from small children. The thin film may cling to nose and prevent breathing, so they're talking about this, I believe, this plastic bag here. And then there's a warranty here to activate that you have to scan on your phone. They gave you some nice pink and white Michael Jackson gloves here, or you can give them to your mom. And then inside the box here we have the Jigsaw
We have some chainsaw oil right here, but it is empty. We have a Jukebox rechargeable battery right here. We've got your standard power adapter here that has a little charge indicator here on the corner. And then inside the box further, way inside the box, way deep inside the box, is this Phillips screwdriver, which they provided you if you do have to do any kind of adjustments on the Jukebox. Now, using the Jukebox is just as simple as taking their battery here and pushing it straight in like that. But it does say to fully charge the Jukebox battery before you use it at all. So we're going to do that now, but first we're going to take a deeper look at the instruction manual. So I just wanted to point out before I start charging the Jukebox that you cannot charge the battery while it is in the device. So there's no putting power to this while it is running, because the charge port is underneath there, and you just place the charge in like that. And I'm going to go ahead and get this plugged into the wall while we talk more about the instruction manual. We do have the Jukebox on the charger now, and while our studio audience looks on, let's take a look at the instruction manual. And of course, the first page is just all the warnings. So, go ahead and check this out, and the scan for the activation of your warranty. And then the second page is talking about the work area safety, electrical safety, and personal safety. Some more safety stuff for the Jukebox. And then how you care for your tool. So don't force it. Use the correct power tool for your application. Don't use it if the switch doesn't turn it off and on. Disconnect the plug from the power source and or battery before making any adjustments, of course. Recharge with the specified charger, of course. Use power tools only with the specified battery packs, of course. And a few other warnings here about using the Jukebox. And then how to get service here, of course. And then a little thing about the technical specifications on the chainsaw. It's a 4-inch chainsaw. It weighs 2.5 pounds. And it has a 18,650 battery with 21 volts and a 2,000 milliamp hour battery, 2 hours of charging time, and you can work on this variable up to 45 minutes. And it does show you a picture here again of plugging in the charger to the charging jack. And it needs to be fully charged, so it is on the charger right now before we can use it. Now it shows you how to remove the chain if you need to, how to install the chain and lock the case, and it does show you how to put oil in it. It does not have oil that came with it. The oil was empty. You have to get your own oil. Shows you how to cut here, some things about the warranty, and that is it in the instruction manual for the Jukebox chainsaw. Now let's get all safetied up and do some cutting with the Jukebox. Okay, I did let the battery charge overnight, and it did not turn green on the charger right here. So that's an indicator of either the battery charger is not working or there is a defective power supply, something like that maybe, but I'm going to go ahead and hook the battery up anyway. I did contact the manufacturer. I emailed them, just waiting for a reply, but until then we'll go ahead and hook up the battery and see if it actually works.
All right, guys, as you can see, we just got done using the Zeke saw. No problem whatsoever. The battery worked fine, so I don't know what's up with the charger, but I'm going to get this thing cleaned up now, and then we're going to throw it to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio to wrap this up and take a look at this guy online. But let's clean this up first so we can give it to Rich. Now that you guys saw what this thing can do in the yard, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio to talk about this Zeke saw and how you can get one too. We're back once again in the 4K production studio. You're on Supercar Street Racing and I'm Brad, and it has been my pleasure today to show you this Zeke saw 4-inch mini chainsaw. We have the 6-inch right here up on the screen. They do have the 6 and the 4-inch, and right now the 4-inch is a crazy $26.99, and you get a set of gloves with it, and it is a pretty awesome little chainsaw. Now you can see right here it does have a 4.6 star review. Lots of good reviews here, and the company was so kind to send me one to show you guys. And this is actually going to be Rich and Trish's Christmas present. So I am going to give that to them after this. But if we take a look at here at the pictures, you can see right here, oiling pretty easy there. 22 foot per second chain speed. It is a 4-inch chainsaw, and they recommend that the maximum that you cut with it is a 4-inch log. Right here, it's showing you how easy it is to use. All you have to do is charge the battery, pop it in there, push the safety, and go ahead and pull the trigger, and you can cut with the Zeke saw chainsaw. And here's a lovely person in the yard using her Zeke saw. And there it shows you that is a 21 volt power supply, and it charges in 2 to 3 hours, and it's supposed to have a long life. And then here's a little video on how to replace the chain. So we'll take a look at this now. So you just literally just take the chain out, move the tensioner, put the new chain on the plate, make sure it's going in the right direction, and throw it right back on the little mini chainsaw there. And that's all there is to changing the chain on the Zeke saw. And then if we get into the reviews here, we'll see some 5-star reviews that say it is praise, but some whining. That's fine. If the motor whines, it actually is a chainsaw. And it says it's lightweight, does a great job for a small saw, and actually does. It's well made and super convenient, and dismissed my yard people. I don't know if I'm going to be so quick to dismiss my yard people, but I did enjoy working with the chainsaw. Some of the 1-star reviews, not as advertised. I don't understand that, and don't even think about it. And bad issues with chain tightening mechanism, battery melted and fell apart. So I have not had any of those issues with mine. Now the link to the Zeke saw chainsaw is going to be down in the description below. Make sure you click through our affiliate links. Make sure you like and subscribe. We appreciate you guys so much. And when you buy anything from Amazon, click through any of my links. It doesn't have to be what you're looking for. We get a small commission on the station, and it helps us grow. And as a channel, we love you guys. We got to get out of here, though. It's Sunday. We got to go get some breakfast.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and this is the video before the video. And I wanted to get on here before we start installing this device and talk to you guys a little bit about why this device is so important. Chamberlain absolutely refuses to work with Alexa. They will not pay the fees to be integrated with Alexa, so you cannot control your garage door with Alexa. You would have to subscribe to a service to do that. So this Tailwind smart Wi-Fi garage door opener allows you to integrate with Alexa. All you have to do is put it on your garage door and your opener, and then you can integrate for free, just the cost of the actual device. So Chamberlain, shame on you, but guess what? We're gonna get to work today and show you guys how you can do this on your garage door. So let's get to work. Guys, right in front of me and right here also directly in front of me is the Tailwind Smart Garage Wi-Fi Door Opener. Chamberlain hates this. They don't want you to know about it, but we're going to tell you about it today on the channel. Hang out. Guys, Chamberlain does not want you to open your garage door with the smart devices that you have available. They have blocked that capability unless you subscribe to their app, and you still cannot do it with the common smart devices that are out right now. So this is supposed to help you open and close your garage door with things like Alexa. This is the Tailwind Smart Garage Door Opener, and you can see right here that it comes with a track sensor, a smart module, a remote control of some sort with 2 little wires on it, which I don't know what that's for. Looks like a remote, but I don't think it is. A power supply. Okay, I haven't watched the install video yet, so I am not 100% sure about what everything is in this. So this adapter is for openers with yellow learn buttons, and I'm assuming I have that. I did on my old garage door. I haven't checked the new one yet. All right, I did verify we do have the yellow learn button on the device. So we do have the right options here for this. So I am on the website now and looking at the installation videos. And there is also an installer manual right here. Okay, so there is an app. Let's go ahead and scan that. And there is the Tailwind app. So that is the first step. Installing the Tailwind app is done. Second step is select a mounting location for the control module, and that is this guy right here. That should be easy. We have a pegboard, or we can just put it on top of the garage door opener. It says make sure the power adapter will reach. It says locate the module on the side of the door opener. Mount the 3-track door sensor if included. All right, for this next step, we have to move out to the garage, and I have to get you guys over there somehow, so I'm gonna stop down. Okay, guys, for the next step, it wants us to power on the Tailwind controller, where the power outlet is that we plan to use, and there is one, of course, right up here for the garage door opener. So I'm gonna go ahead and get up here and power this guy on, and there is our outlet. I'm gonna leave this hanging pretty low at this point and go ahead and power on the device. All right, I'm going to the next step here. Wait 5 to 10 seconds, then check the status light. It is flashing red, as you guys can see right here. It says press the reset button. All right, I have the pin tool. Okay, it turned blue. You guys can see it's blue right now. Is the light flashing blue? Yes. All right, so it's asking for the Wi-Fi password, and I'm assuming it is going to connect to Wi-Fi now. It says it'll turn green within 5 to 10 seconds. I'm naming it now, SCSR Garage, 1 door, and it's learning my location accuracy now. It says it's done. It did find my address. It wants me to put my name in and then the email address, and it is sending me a verification email. And I'm setting a password for my Tailwind account. And I am registering as a new user, and it's going to tell me to start hardware configuration. All right, guys, so today we are doing this garage door opener. The whole reason for this is that Chamberlain will not let you integrate this with the smart home. They do not allow it. And right here, you can see me struggling to figure out this sensor that goes on the garage door, because the guy in the video did it on the other side, and I was just having trouble figuring out how to mount this thing. But basically it mounts to the hook, and then you slide this little thing in the back to lock it in, and you'll see that at the end of the video.
On the magnet, and that's so that you have a couple of options on how to
Okay, so the next step is mounting the magnet to the door. And I guess we're gonna have to do it like that because it's too far out like that. So we're gonna need the double-sided tape for this. I'm gonna go grab it. Now we have to clean the area on the door where we are sticking the tape. I have some Windex here. It needs to be less than 2 inches away from the door. It is going to be mounted on the angle bracket like that. Just like that. Make sure it's not touching the door or anything close to the door before you go ahead and apply pressure, and hope that this doesn't fall off and mess your car up. And I'm giving it a good amount of pressure here. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and continue. All right, we're back, and I took a picture of this because I cannot read it, but we have to connect the white blue stripe wire from the tailwind module to the red wire of the adapter. And after we are all done, we'll tie these wires up nice. Okay guys, right here I'm just doing wiring. I am connecting the tailwind module to the adapter, which looks like a remote control. If you have one garage door, it's super easy. You connect the white with the blue stripe to red all the time, and then if you have one garage door, you connect the white wire to the green wire. That's all it takes for one garage door. Okay, so I guess I don't connect to the opener. I think we're already there pretty much. Now, I don't think anything hooks to our opener because the remote control does everything. This remote does it. Okay, let's see if it works. It wants me to update the firmware now. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It says my garage is green, so it says it's updating the firmware. And it looks like it has started the firmware update process. Okay, it is back. All right guys, all you see me doing right here in this clip is tying up the wiring really nice to the side of the garage door. And also I have heat shrink tubing over the joints, and I use soldered connectors that use the heat gun to go ahead and make them stick. So I'm doing that all right now in this clip. And that is that. Should be done with this project besides getting this thing linked up to Alexa. Okay, so the final part of this project just involves you linking your Tailwind account to Alexa. And I know I'm gonna wake up every device, never mind. And so what you do here is in your Alexa app, you go to Skills, you search for Tailwind. It will find two, it's the one that says Smart Home. Then you click Launch and you link it to your Tailwind account using whatever account you signed up for with Tailwind. It will then locate your opener and call it a lock. And if you look here, here is the garage door right here, and I have not tested it yet. I'm going to right now. Let's see if it actually opens with this. And it does. And now we will go ahead and close it when it is done. So you say lock it, it actually closes it. Chamberlain does not want you to do this, so just remember, Chamberlain will do everything in its power to not let you control this with Alexa. Okay guys, I just wanted to give you a good close-up view of this, the way this actually installs. So you take this Tailwind sensor here, it hooks around the J track right here, and then this little plate pushes through to kind of jam it up against the track. And then you tighten down this screw here to get it completely tight. Hopefully you guys can see that right there. So this just hooks around the back and this little plate slides through there. The magnet that it has to sense mounts right on the garage door right here. And you can see I use the angle. If you don't use the angle on this, if you use the flat, it would be too far out. So the angle lets it sit just next to it. And we went ahead and installed the actual smart box and the adapter on the very top of the garage door opener right up there. And the power goes up to the ceiling right there. We went ahead and tied up all the wiring and did heat shrink tubing. Even on the stuff that they gave us that had wiring nuts, we did heat shrink tubing and we did the solder shrink wrap connectors, and that is how the system came out. Let's go into the Supercar Street Racing Studios with Brad and see how you can get yourself a tailwind for your Chamberlain garage door. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. This was a difficult one for me to tape and film because of the fact that there was a lot of downtime in between clips and stuff like that, and also pretty boring, but I wanted you guys to see this because Chamberlain refuses to allow you to let your device work with Alexa. They don't want to pay the licensing fees, and in order to use it at all, you have to do like IFTT or something like that, and I don't even know if that works anymore. But this Tailwind device will allow you to do smart home with your garage door and also open and close it, which you cannot do with any other device. So you got to get this Tailwind. You can see it right here on your screen. It's basically a control box right here. And what happens is if your garage door has a yellow Learn opener on it, then you will need the special adapter, and it basically looks like a remote control that wires into the Tailwind smart home device and then allows you to link your Alexa to that and use it in smart home and use your voice to control it. It will ask you for a PIN because it thinks it's a lock. So you will have to give a PIN number to open and close the garage door, but that is totally fine because otherwise you can't use it at all. Now I've had this sitting in the closet for almost 2 months, and I was really putting off putting it into the garage. I wanted to get everything in there first on the new garage door opener. So we do have it installed now and it works great. And then you can program it and put a routine in there to where if you say open my garage door, it will go ahead and open that by doing the lock part. So go ahead and order yourself a Tailwind because Chamberlain, you're not going to let anybody do it. I know you're not. And guys, we got to get out of here because we have to go open the garage remotely 1,000 times.
All right, so we're diving into a really fascinating topic today.
Yeah.
You've sent over a bunch of material about people who've not just faced some pretty major challenges, but who've actually come out even stronger on the other side.
Yeah.
We've got listicles, we've got in-depth articles, even some personal stories in here.
It's a really interesting mix.
It is.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're interested in going beyond just a surface level understanding of, what resilience is.
Definitely.
You want to get into what makes these people tick.
Exactly.
Like, what were the exact hurdles they had to overcome, and how did they manage to not just cope, but really achieve some pretty incredible things?
Well, to me, what's fascinating is how a lot of these stories really kind of make you question.
Yeah.
If adversity can actually be a catalyst for growth.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's not just about bouncing back. It's about using those tough experiences to fuel something even greater.
So it's almost like resilience isn't just about getting back to normal. It's about reaching a whole new level because of what you've gone through.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so inspiring about these stories.
Totally.
Yeah.
Let's start with some of the physical challenges, because I'm already feeling pumped just thinking about these stories.
All right, well, one that always comes to mind is Nick Vujicic.
Oh, yeah.
Born without limbs.
Wow.
You'd think just everyday life would be a challenge enough, right?
Right.
But this guy surfs, swims, plays golf.
No way.
And on top of all that, he's a world-famous motivational speaker.
That is incredible. It really makes you think about what limitations even are.
Right.
Is it really about what our bodies can or can't do, or is it more about our mindset?
Well, Bethany Hamilton's story really kind of highlights that mindset aspect, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Losing an arm to a shark attack at 13
Oh my gosh.
would make most people pretty hesitant to even get back in the water.
For sure.
But she was back on her surfboard within weeks,
Really?
went pro,
Yeah.
and now she's an advocate for shark conservation.
Wow, there's something so powerful about that,
It is.
Not letting something so traumatic completely define you.
Absolutely.
She could have just let that experience hold her back, but instead she turned it into fuel for this whole new chapter in her life.
It's amazing.
It really is. It makes you wonder if that kind of trauma can actually trigger what psychologists call post-traumatic growth.
It's a real phenomenon, and you see it in a lot of these stories.
Oh, interesting.
Wilma Rudolph, for example. She contracted polio as a child
Oh,
and had to wear a leg brace.
I didn't know that.
But she went on to win 3 Olympic gold medals.
You're kidding.
That's not just bouncing back. That's exceeding expectations that most people wouldn't even dream of setting for themselves.
That's true. It makes you think about the role of perseverance in all this. Is it something you're born with, or can it be developed through facing these kinds of challenges? Like, was Wilma just incredibly determined from the get-go, or did overcoming polio actually forge that determination in her?
It's a good question. I'd argue that adversity often reveals hidden strengths that we might not even know we have.
Okay, yeah.
Take Scotty Smiley, for example. He became the first blind active duty officer in the U.S. Army.
Wow.
After losing his sight in Iraq.
That's incredible.
It's not just physical adaptation, it's a complete mental and emotional transformation.
How do you even begin to process that kind of loss and find the strength to keep going? I mean,
it's hard to imagine.
Did he rely on any specific techniques, or was it more about sheer willpower?
Well, he talks a lot about asking the right questions, reframing his situation.
Oh.
Focusing on what he could still control. It's fascinating how the human mind can adapt.
Yeah.
Even to the most extreme circumstances. And sometimes even a temporary change can have a pretty profound impact.
Oh, you're thinking of Bertie LaRue, right?
Exactly.
The horse riding accident that left him temporarily blind. And his blindness wasn't permanent.
Right.
But it completely shifted his perspective.
It really did.
Yeah.
He went from taking his sight for granted to truly appreciating the beauty of the world around him.
Makes you wonder how much we miss when we're not really paying attention. And if maybe a shock to the system can actually help us see things more clearly.
That's an interesting thought.
It seems like so many of these physical challenges force people to really confront their limitations, reevaluate their priorities, and ultimately discover a whole new sense of purpose.
I think you're right.
But what about the people who faced challenges that were more social or societal? I mean, those hurdles aren't always as visible, but they can be just as daunting to overcome, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's almost like facing those societal barriers requires a different kind of resilience altogether.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just about adapting physically, it's about navigating systems and challenging those really deeply ingrained expectations.
Yeah, and sometimes it's about fighting for your right to even exist in those spaces.
That's a good point.
Malala Yousafzai's story is a powerful example of that.
Oh, definitely.
Advocating for girls' education should be a basic human right.
It should.
But she was shot by the Taliban.
It's unbelievable.
Simply for speaking up.
Her story is a stark reminder that knowledge can be a threat to those in power.
It is.
It makes you really question those structures that try to limit access to education, especially for girls.
Yeah, and then you have someone like Nelson Mandela.
Oh, wow.
Who spent 27 years in prison.
I can't even imagine.
For fighting against apartheid in South Africa.
27 years.
It's hard to fathom the kind of resilience it takes.
It is.
To not only endure that kind of injustice.
Right.
But to emerge as a leader who promotes forgiveness and reconciliation.
That's what I find so remarkable about his story,
Yeah.
He didn't let that experience make him bitter.
He didn't.
It feels like he actually transcended the anger and the hatred.
It does.
And that's what allowed him to lead such a powerful movement for change.
It's incredible. It speaks to a level of emotional intelligence that's just off the charts.
Yeah, for sure. It makes you wonder if prison broke him or if it forced him to confront his own humanity in a way that ultimately made him stronger.
It's a fascinating question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of places, there's still that possibility for growth.
I agree.
And sometimes those incredibly difficult experiences can give birth to something truly extraordinary.
We see that in J.K. Rowling's story, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Going from a struggling single mother on welfare to creating this global phenomenon that is Harry Potter.
It's an amazing journey.
It is. It really challenged that idea that creativity can only flourish, in comfort and stability.
Right.
She faced financial hardship, single parenthood, countless rejections from publishers.
Wow.
Yet she persevered. And it seems like her own struggles infused her writing with this depth and relatability that really resonated with millions of readers.
There's this idea that art often emerges from pain. And her story definitely seems to support that. It's almost like she channeled her own experiences of overcoming adversity into the characters and the storylines.
Yeah.
Creating this world where even in the face of darkness, there's always hope.
I think that's part of why it's resonated with so many people.
Yeah, and it's not just about the creative output either.
Right.
It's about the impact her success has had on so many readers.
Absolutely.
Particularly young people who saw themselves reflected in her characters.
It's a powerful reminder that our stories
Yeah.
have this ability to empower others, even when we might not realize it.
Speaking of empowering others, Oprah Winfrey's story is incredible.
Oh, it is.
I mean, going from a childhood marked by poverty, abuse, and neglect
A lot.
to becoming a media mogul and philanthropist.
It's amazing.
It's truly remarkable. What stands out to me is how she used her platform to amplify the voices of others.
Yes.
Especially those who had been marginalized or silenced.
She really did.
Yeah.
It's like she took her own experiences of being overlooked and unheard
Right.
and turned that into this driving force
Wow.
for creating space for other people's stories.
That's a really insightful observation.
Thank you.
It's not just about achieving success for yourself. It's about using that success to lift others up. It's almost like a ripple effect where one person's resilience can spark this wave of positive change that impacts so many others.
A chain reaction.
And sometimes those ripples start in the most unexpected places.
They do.
Like take Dana, for example.
Yeah.
She's this young girl in Kenya who contracted HIV after being raped.
It's a heartbreaking story.
It really is. But it also highlights the incredible resilience of the human spirit.
Yeah, especially when you consider that she found support and purpose through the Dreams program.
It shows how important community and access to resources really are for overcoming trauma
Absolutely.
and finding your voice.
It's a good reminder that we're not meant to go through these challenges alone.
That's so true.
And sometimes the most powerful act of resilience is simply reaching out for help and allowing ourselves to be supported.
So we've seen examples of resilience in the face of physical challenges and societal barriers.
Yeah.
But what about those internal battles?
Oh, yeah.
The inner demons, as they say.
Right.
That can sometimes be the hardest to overcome.
That's where we get into the realm of mental and emotional resilience.
Okay.
And one of the most prominent examples of that is Jim Carrey.
Oh, yeah.
He achieved comedic superstardom,
He did.
but he's also been very open about his struggles with depression.
It challenges that assumption that success automatically equals happiness.
It really does.
And it highlights how important mental health awareness is,
Yeah.
especially for those who might appear to have it all on the surface.
You never know what someone's going through.
You really don't. His willingness to be vulnerable about his struggles has helped to destigmatize mental health issues.
Oh, for sure.
And that's huge.
It is.
It shows that even those who seem to have it all figured out
Uh-huh.
still face these internal battles.
Right.
And that seeking help is a sign of strength, not weakness.
It's not giving up. It's taking care of yourself.
Exactly. It's like acknowledging those inner demons.
Right.
It takes a certain level of self-awareness and courage.
I think you're right.
And sometimes confronting those demons can actually lead to a deeper sense of purpose.
Oh, absolute.
Like take James, for example.
Okay.
He went from addiction and homelessness to becoming a counselor helping others with substance abuse.
Wow, that's amazing. It's a beautiful example of turning pain into purpose.
It is.
He took those incredibly challenging experiences
Yeah.
and used them as fuel for his passion.
It's powerful.
It is. It's a powerful reminder that our greatest weaknesses can often become our greatest strengths.
But how do these individuals actually make that shift?
Yeah.
What are those common threads, the mindsets, the strategies that allow them to not just survive, but thrive?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It is.
And while there's no one-size-fits-all answer,
Right.
I think we can definitely see some recurring themes here.
Yeah, it feels like we've been talking about this idea of post-traumatic growth quite a bit.
We have.
It's not just about bouncing back to where you were before the challenge. It's about actually using that experience to kind of propel yourself forward in a new way.
It's a fascinating concept, isn't it?
It is.
That something so inherently negative as adversity can actually become this catalyst for such profound personal transformation.
Yeah.
You know, I always think of it like kintsugi.
Okay.
It's the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery with gold.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
So the cracks and the imperfections actually become part of the object's history. You know,
Yeah.
they make it even more beautiful and
I
valuable.
love that analogy
Yeah.
because it's like those scars are proof of the object's strength and resilience.
Exactly. And it seems like that's a common thread we see with a lot of these individuals.
It does.
They don't try to hide their struggles. They actually embrace them.
Right.
You know, those experiences become part of their identity, a source of wisdom,
Right.
and often a driving force for helping others.
And that's where I think the real power of resilience lies.
I agree.
It's not just about individual strength, it's about the ripple effect it creates.
Exactly.
These people don't just overcome their own challenges, they use those experiences to inspire and empower others.
It's true. Their stories give us permission to believe in our own capacity for resilience, you know, even when we're facing these seemingly insurmountable obstacles.
It's like they're showing us it can be done.
Yeah.
But how do we do it? I mean, is this something we can actually cultivate? Can we train ourselves to be more resilient?
Well, based on what we've seen in these stories, I'd say it starts with awareness.
Okay.
Acknowledging that adversity is an inevitable part of life.
Right.
That setbacks are going to happen, and that challenges, while they're difficult, can also be opportunities for growth.
So it's not about avoiding challenges altogether.
No.
It's about shifting our perspective to see them as potential opportunities.
Yeah. It's about moving from fear and avoidance to curiosity and willingness to learn from those tough experiences.
It's easier said than done, though.
Oh, it is.
I think that's the thing.
It's practice.
Like, how do we actually make that mental shift?
Well, I think a good starting point is to reflect on our own experiences.
Oh, okay.
Think about a time when you faced a challenge, big or small.
Uh-huh.
How did you handle it?
Right.
What did you learn from it? What strengths did you discover within yourself?
So instead of focusing on what went wrong, we can try to focus on what went right.
Right. What if we celebrated those small victories?
Yeah.
And used them as fuel to keep going?
That's a good point. And another thing that seems to help is seeking inspiration from others.
Absolutely.
Hearing stories like the ones we've talked about today reminds us that we're not alone, you know?
It does.
That other people have overcome incredible odds and that we have that potential for resilience within us too.
It's like those stories become a roadmap, showing us that it's possible to not just survive, but thrive in the face of adversity.
And it's not about waiting for some major life crisis to test our resilience.
Right.
It's about building that capacity day by day through those small acts of courage and perseverance and self-compassion.
Exactly. The more we practice, the stronger that resilience muscle becomes.
So as we build our own resilience, we become better equipped to handle our own challenges.
Of course.
So we also become a source of strength for others.
That's right. It's like that saying, a rising tide lifts all boats.
I like that.
You know, when we invest in our own resilience, we're also contributing to a more resilient community, a more resilient world.
It's been a really eye-opening journey exploring these stories, and I think you've given us a lot to think about.
I'm glad to hear that.
You know, as we each face our own challenges, big or small, let's remember the lessons we've learned from these incredible individuals.
I agree.
Let's embrace the power of resilience, not just in ourselves, but in our communities.
Because ultimately, it's not just about surviving, it's about thriving.
Well said. And who knows, maybe someday our own stories of overcoming will inspire others to find their strength and resilience too.
I hope so.
Good kitty. So we have this switch here that we're going to be taking a look at, and we have our kitty cat as well. Hey guys, and welcome back to the channel. And looks like we got a little visitor today here, Mr. Binks, who had an unfortunate accident and he hurt his face. Something attacked him, sliced his face open pretty good, but he is doing much better now. We were worried about him. Guys, welcome back to the channel. Today we have the L8 LCD smart switch from a company called Landbon. So these companies have the funniest names, but there are 3 versions of this smart switch. One of them says Smart Living, the other one says Smart Life, and then there's one for Apple Home Kit or something like that. And so I picked up the one that said Smart Life. It does say Tuya, but I heard you can use this with Smart Life as well as Tuya. Smart Kitty. So we have our guest, Mr. Binks, today hanging out with us. Big kitty. So we have this switch here that we're going to be taking a look at, and we have our kitty cat as well. And what we are going to do is unbox this and take a look at it. And kitty, you're right in the way. So opening the box here with the cat, right? In a way, we see that we have a nice little protection for the switch there. And then here is the actual switch. And taking a look at this closer, which we will do in a minute when we wire it up. Basically, it is just a LCD screen on the front. I thought it would be much bigger. Like I thought it would cover the whole entire switch. It does not. It's got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the back wiring places. It looks like they're a little tiny flathead, so I'm gonna have to get a different screwdriver. Comes with 2 screws and some probably very difficult to understand instructions here. So I think our next, look at these instructions. I can't even read them, they're so small. Wow. Okay, so this is all instructions here, both sides of the page. I will take, I guess, a couple of pictures of this before we do anything. But actually, just kind of wanted to show you guys the box. And it just says Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant on the back and has some pictures. You can either get it in white or black. It's showing the different models on the back here. But I think let's set up to get this thing powered up so we can take a look at it closer. Okay, Mr. Binks, what do you think? I think that's a good idea, don't you? All right, guys, we are back here with the LCD smart switch from Landbon. And here we can see on the back, and I'll put a picture up for you guys, that the instructions are telling us to put the black wire in the first hole here, marked N. Okay, and then your white wire goes in the next hole, marked L. Okay, for this, so your neutral wire is always on the left side of the plug. I have this little pigtail here. So the neutral wire is marked with white, like white writing on this guy. we're gonna see how the heck this works because it takes a very small screwdriver, which is amazing because, okay, I guess you just open this up a little bit and put your wire in. So this will be the white, the wire with the white writing. Sorry, this is why I bought a switch, because my smart dimmer switch failed. And I guess, does it go like that? Or does it go on the bottom? I guess it goes, it doesn't really show you in the pictures. I guess it goes here and then you tighten up the screw. We're gonna find out. Yep. Okay, that seems to be in there. So this is just for testing purposes because I've never used this device before. But yeah, so this, did I do that wrong? I did that wrong. I think I did that wrong. Doesn't really matter, and honestly doesn't matter for the polarity for this testing purposes, but yeah, I did it the wrong way. So here we go, putting the white wire in the correct place. The black wire goes into the first position. Well, that didn't work at all. Kind of evaluating these to see if I want to put them in more places. I really want to see what they're all about. Because they're as much as, or just a little bit more than a good smart dimmer switch. Okay, that worked a lot better. Okay, so now that we have the power in the back and there's no chance of a short, we can go ahead and power this guy up. And there's the power. And it comes on with a nice Landbon screen. So this is going to be a one gang, and look at that touch screen. Okay, so here is the edge lighting setting. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more on this for you guys. This is cool, man. I am so into this. Now I'm gonna have to buy these everywhere and spend so much money. Okay, so this is where you turn the edge lighting on. Okay. Confirm, okay, it went back. Confirm. Skip. Tuya network. I'm guessing we're gonna have to get the tablet for this. The computer's over there. Please open the Tuya app and add manually electrical switch Wi-Fi. All right, let's grab the tablet. So it says Tuya Life, but I'm gonna try Smart Life because people said you can use that. So we got our tablet here. And let's zoom out a little bit. Well, let's go ahead and record on the tablet just so we have a good thing you guys can watch. And we're on the tablet now. We're looking for Smart Life. Where is it? Do I not have it on here? There it is. Okay, opening Smart Life on the tablet. The switch says pending connection. Smart Life is still opening up on the tablet. Still opening. Maybe it's not working. It's taking a while. Yeah, this is not doing anything. Oh, there it is finally. Okay. It took a minute. Session expired. Please log in again. All right. I have to agree. I have to log in. I got to go through this login process. So we will be right back. All right, we are back and we got logged into Smart Life. So what we do is go to the plus, add device. It says on the screen what to do. Okay, so it failed because I took too long. Easy mode config. Add manually electrical switch Wi-Fi. So we go add manual, electrical, switch Wi-Fi. There it is. So now we need to select our 2.5 gigahertz network, which we are not logged onto. We're going to go to our standard 2.4 because it's closest. We are connected. And let's go back to Smart Life. And we'll have to blur that part out. It says confirm. It is blinking. It is blinking quickly. Here we go. It is trying to add now. Boom. So it is done. Oh, this is the coolest thing ever. We have to hit plus to add it. Let's edit the name. Let's call this bathroom. This is actually office. Bathroom. Lights. Okay, so we just renamed it in Smart Life. And basically it looks like you just press that to turn the light on. Oh, this is so cool. This is awesome. Office. I have never seen this before, but I'm already loving it. This is so great. Okay, I don't know what some of these other things are. Okay, switch. Scheduling. And I guess everything else is done from inside of the actual device once we have it here. But yeah, this is cool, man. I am stoked. And then we've got our instructions here. And configure. Okay. We already did the configuration. How to choose the type of switch. We've done that, I believe. But it looks like you can press. Let's get you zoomed in again. Looks like you can press up here. Let's see. Okay, there's your menu. And it says how to choose the type of switch. Long press, and go setting, system config, Device type, one gang. That's all we need. You can actually control multiple devices from this one switch, which is sweet. The thing is that it's a single gang mount. So in order to use this in other places where you have a double gang, you'll have to get pretty creative. It would just leave half of a box open. Or even better, you could put another box in, like next to your regular box with this guy, a single, and then just run the wiring through the wall. This is cool though. Love this. Electricity and power. Electric parameter display. Power or electric sum. Let's see what power does. Shows you watts. Okay, it's up here in the corner right there. How to change the style of the switch to match your decoration style. We go back to, so we're going to change the way it looks now. Display effect. You can set the brightness here. And then you can change, it looks like you can, oh, you can change how long the screen stays on. Oh, you can mount it horizontal or vertical too. That's kind of cool. You can set the standby brightness, menu, style, themes is kind of what I was looking for. Name and icon. Ah, that's cool. This is awesome. Check this out. Just call it bathroom. This is neat. I am digging these. This is awesome. I get so excited about this stuff. Setting, system config, wait. Setting, themes, and okay, let's try to change the theme. Display effect. Theme and style, here we go. Okay, so you can change to their pre-selected little things, but you can't add your own, which is kind of a bummer, but I get it. That would be pretty crazy if you could. Let's see what that one does. Oh God, now I'm gonna have to have a bunch of these switches because they're badass. Modern style, classic style. Oh, let's see if there's an upgrade. Okay, I'm on the latest firmware, so we just did an upgrade check. Let's see what our theme didn't really change the background. Let's see why. Theme and style. Oh, no, it didn't. Let's see, confirm. Only the switch. Confirm. Let's see if that did it. It did. So we did the decoration. Now we can do the edge lighting, which is really cool. So we go back to the menu. We hit set, oops, setting. Wait a minute, menu. Oh, I don't see an edge lighting setting. Long press. Okay, so it's under linkage config now. Look at this, this is cool. Only on during what? That doesn't do anything. This guy, okay. You can set a timer for the edge lighting. Oh, this is so cool. Auto adjust. I wonder what that does. Does that go through all the colors? Color set auto. So it's on auto. It says when you set the edge lighting to auto, the system will automatically change the color. The customer defined formula will be invalid. Okay. Okay, so then it tells you how to change the background, which we did that already. So we don't need this tablet recording anymore, but how to set horizontal and vertical screen. We did take a look at that already. We don't need that right now. How to set real-time display of load power or current power consumption. We took a look at that. Okay, so we do need to connect it to Alexa. So we have to, I wonder if we have to discover it in Alexa. Oh, now I just fired off everybody's device and mine. Yep. Let's see, this has some issues with that app. Let's see. Okay, we are back on the tablet now. It's really hard to read this, guys. I think we just can discover device if it's not already there. Let's see. 41 devices. So, I'm not sure if it's in here. Let's go ahead and add device. Other. Discover. So this is how you actually add new devices. If you have the Smart Link, the Smart Life app, you already have the skill. So this just needs to find it again. Find it after you added it to Smart Life. That's how you do that. You discover devices. And hopefully that shows up eventually. And then they're showing you here how to change the, zoom out a little bit. They're showing you here how to change the button name, how to lower the brightness on the screen, to do timers, and to turn on and off the edge lighting, which it is off now, which I don't like that. I want it on. I want it on all the time, so it is not working like that. So I'm going to engage. I want it on all the time. Okay, I'm gonna try just like see if it goes off without doing auto. Kind of want it to stay on. But anyway, one seam discovered. I don't know what that is. Well, let's see if we see it in here again. So it says, let's see if we have it. Yeah, it's right here. All right, well, we're gonna figure it out and eventually. And we are going to go install this thing now. All right, we are back here with our old light switch. This one is going here. This switch from this one is going over there to replace the one that does not work anymore. Let's get this switch out and determine whether I'm going to be brave and not turn the power off like an idiot. That's how easy these switches are to come out. This one has a wood screw for some reason. Apparently the box must be stripped. I don't recall why I did that. I guess we could actually turn lights on. So the same switch is broken. On the other wall that controls these overhead lights above us. Okay, so right away I can see that we are going to probably need a couple of jumper wires here. Yep, we're gonna